So next one, DRS. Memang
Kau letak je lah tu. Weh, Mai.
Bu 5. gelişim. PMGC benim mekanım. Herkes ayağına denk kalsın.
Sorry guys.
Hello, nama saya Keluk daripada tim Selcom DG Alliance.
Hello, saya Jimmy daripada Selcom DG Alliance.
Halo, aku Nerpeko. Halo, aku Mercy.
Hello guys, this is Kiloverty from DRS Gaming.
This is Sleepy from DRS Gaming.
Merhabalar, ben Regdun Karyabura takımından Saylas.
Ben de Loxia.
Hepiniz hoş geldiniz. Bugün Grup Yaşar'ın sıralama tahminini yapacağız. Hepinize iyi seyirler.
Yang pertama adalah kita sendiri, anarki di Lil. Kita mau taruh diri kita di mana nih?
Tengah-tengah.
Tengah-tengah. Berarti kita kedua.
Iyalah.
Anarki'yi 9'a 10'a koyalım.
Ver. Niye ona koydun?
Yani eskiden çok iyi oynuyorlardı. Şu an çok iyi değiller yani eski kadrosu değil. O yüzden ona koydum.
So Voin Donkey ni saya merasakan biasanya first day and last day dia baru akan perform. Mungkin saya letakkan
12.
12.
Sebelahan lah, Indo.
Sebelahan. Kenapa kau taruh VD di sebelahan?
Biar ini aja, sesama Indo kiri kanan.
Sama Indo kiri kanan.
Iya.
Oh, Team Secret.
Team Secret. So first time juga.
First time tak ada. Aku rasa
Okey,
lah.
engkau letak
Aku random je.
Team Secret. Dos mana gimana?
Nah.
Good team.
Okay, Selcom DJ Lions team kita orang. So saya predict mesti ada dalam top 3. Saya predict
Kau pilih tengah-tengah.
realistik.
Tengah-tengah.
Ya.
Sabar, kita taruh dia di 4 karena dia suka banget finish di 4 di
Oh,
PPLCH.
Oh, oke, kita taruh di 4 ya.
Iya, taruh di 4 ya. Yang kita taruh di 4.
Nomor no berarti.
They're good teams.
Next team dek.
Boyfriend.
Bukan. Bukan boyfriend.
Eh,
Nama
BF.
je BF tapi brute force.
Nama.
Nama
Aku rasa
okay,
enam.
brute force.
Brute Force bizim bölgenin takımı. Çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bence
İlk 5'e yaz ya.
ilk 5'ten çıkarlar.
Oh, yeah, I remember Agduma. Good team.
Ben bizi 3. sıraya koymak istiyorum.
Evet yani biz birinci çıkacağız.
Oğlum büyük konuşma işte ya.
RCB.
Ada ni.
Ada bekas
Silas.
Bekas PMGC punya champion. Saya predict top 5 lah.
RCB. Wala. DC winner sama dos. Mati na raha. Jadi mati na raha.
Let's put them in here.
So,
राम्रो टिम होइन
राम्रो team.
77 var. Bunlar da çok garip oynuyorlar ya. Bunlar ilk 3'e de gidebilir, girmeyebilir. Ama bunları da 7'ye koysana.
77 juga nih, dia yang ngambil skill kita ya. Kamu dibawa aja.
So next one STE.
Dia orang ngeri tak?
Team lama tapi player baru. So bagi saya mungkin team ni underdog lah. 8.
ST.
Inilah tak.
Domakan ya. Afni di
nomor
team.
nomor 3.
Oh, mati raha dos.
Ayun na.
4MV. The regional champions for ni
Sekejap.
The strongest right now
Çok kardeşimiz iyi oynuyor. Birinci sıradan çıkarlar.
I'm reason को best team हो, so म चाहिँ 1 में राखेको हामीलाई 5 मा राखौँ दोस्त. Be humble.
We are humble.
Yer kalmadı ya mecbur oraya koyalım yani.
Aynen.
Üstü koymak
Her takım iyi aslında burada da yani.
DRS bagus sih dia outernya.
Di sini
kuat.
sih menurut gua nih,
Tengah-tengah
berdua
lah
lah.
ya, tengah-tengah.
Rebutan lah mereka berdua.
Sama kita ada juga sebenarnya yang rebutan sama kita Lil, yang
Siapa
kita
tuh?
waspadai. Ini dia, sang kuda.
Oh.
Sang kuda ini bahaya ini.
Team Liquid. Onlar da iyi.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry Wayne.
I'm so sorry bro.
Sorry VC.
Sorry CAG. No disrespect.
Kita orang letak dia orang dekat situ sebab dia orang pun first time PMGC kan. So kita tak boleh expect ah. Tapi boleh jadi gak miracle jadi kat dia orang. Tiba-tiba dia orang perform, boleh je. And kita orang harapkan yang terbaik ya untuk dia orang.
Kendimizi 3'e koymamın sebebi de çok büyük konuşmayı sevmeyen birisiyim ben. Yani hayırlısı deyip geçiyorum yani.
Musuh terbesar mungkin lebih ke diri kita sendiri juga sih. Itu paling penting ya. Soalnya
IGL.
ego masing-masing tuh kadang kan kayak walaupun terlihat kayak blunder kecil tapi impact-nya besar bagi tim.
So inilah prediction kita orang untuk grup Green PMGC ini.
लाइभमा आएर सबैजनाले डिआरएस टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला धन्यवाद
Bye bye.
They stay alive. All four of them go, and it is not going to stop here.
Sadece şan ve şöhret için değil, sınırlarımızı zorlamakla ilgili.
It's not just about winning. It's about the sweat and tears that got you here.
Ini bukan tentang sebuah kesuksesan, ini adalah tentang gimana kita bangkit setelah kita jatuh.
Ini adalah demi mereka yang telah menyokong kami akan membawa semula kebanggaan kepada mereka. And this time,
We will give it our all.
To be the one. Yani yeni bir takımım vardı. Sadece o yüzden Dünya Kupası'na çıkamamıştım. Şimdi ama buradayız. Kendi gücümüzü ve kendi gücümü de tekrar göstereceğime inanıyorum. Herhangi bir şey sorgulamadım, normal. Girdim, oyunumu oynadım ve çıktım yani. Çok fazla kasmıyorum kendimi.
PMGC सेकेन्ड भएको चाहिँ कुनै पनि नेपाली टिमको लागि सबभन्दा ठुलो अचिभमेन्ट थियो। योपालि चाहिँ हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गर्नको लागि चाहिँ तयारी गरेका छौँ। कम्पिटिसन चाहिँ हामीभित्र नै हो, सो हामी आफ्नै रेकर्ड बिट गरेर #1 हुन ट्राई गर्नेछौँ।
Kita semua di hari terakhir PMSL saya kemarin, kita semua diberi video dukungan orang tua kita. Di hari terakhir itu bikin semangat kita tuh beda lah. Kita punya tujuan untuk membanggakan orang tua kita.
saya harap bakat-bakat Malaysia dekat sini semua boleh keluar dan masuk dalam e-sport sini. Saya rasa banyak je lagi bakat-bakat baru nanti. Dengan kejuaraan ini, Malaysia boleh tunjukkan lah yang bakat-bakat Malaysia ni semua power.
Umarım hak ettiğinizi alırsınız. Tek bir hedef, tek bir odak noktası, o da ünvanla ayrılmak. Biz buraya kazanmaya ve izimizi bırakmaya geldik.
सबै टिमहरू जित्नको लागि खेलिरहेको होला, तर डिआरएसले पनि अन्डर एस्टिमेट चाहिँ नगर। हामी चाहिँ गेमको लागि रेडी छौँ, सेकेन्ड प्लेसले हामीलाई पुगेको छैन।
Untuk semua masalah yang kita hadapi, kita akan lebih kuat dari sebelum. Perhatikan kita di sini bukan cuma ngisi slot.
Semua power tak dianut, tapi untuk for MV tu hati-hati lah. Sebab rotation kita pun sama, jangan pandang rendah dekat kita orang.
Here we go, get it up. From the depth, we rise as one. Relentless, resilient, ready. Mother flag, mother glory.
Only the fierce can survive in the 2024 PUBG MOBILE Global Championship League stage. There are 16 elite squads in Group Green that will face off, but only 3 will advance to the Grand Finals. Those in 4 to 11 must claw their way through the survival stage, joining 16 other teams from Group Yellow and Red, while the bottom 5 will face elimination. The stakes are high, making every match critical and every play unforgettable. This is a battle where anyone can be the one. At the helm of Regnum Karya Bra Esports, Silas, a 5-year PUBG Mobile veteran and proud 2022 PMGC champion title holder, leads them with the same fire that once took him to the global stage peak. With his unwavering passion and deep love for the game, he rallies his team, pushing them forward to victory. For RCB, it's not just about winning, it's about reclaiming glory together. Do they have what it takes to return to the top? Hailing from Nepal, DRS Gaming embodies resilience. Once holding the runner-up spot in 2022 PMGC, they aim to overcome the obstacles of CSA region. Now they are here to be the one. Driven by a spirit that refuses to back down and a team full of selfless individuals who support each other, will they finally have their moment of glory? This year, For Miracle vibes have been unstoppable, with Doc securing MVP titles in PMSL and building momentum. Many local fans and experts say they are better than Alpha 7, and they might Just be the next global champion with an intense hunger for victory that will stop at nothing to achieve world dominance. Are we going to witness the rise of the next global superstar? Representing Malaysia, Celcom DG Alliance is on a mission to bring home their first world championship. Dubbed the Uncrowned King by Malaysian fans, K-Luke and Alliance struggle to claim the throne as they consistently achieve top 4 throughout this year's PMSL seasons. They fight not only for themselves but for the pride of the nation, hungry for victory on the global stage. Will Alliance finally claim the crown? Group Green is stacked with passion, power, and purpose. 16 teams are looking to prove themselves. Who will advance to London? Who will scrape through the survival stage? And who will face the heartbreak of elimination? The fight begins November 14th at 10:45 UTC. Tune in and don't miss a moment because anyone can be the one. Welcome back, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage continue with Group Green, where top teams battle fiercely to secure a spot in the PMGC Grand Finals in London. In this week's intense group stage, we have witnessed powerhouse teams battling neck and neck trying to qualify, each one determined to claim one of the 3 coveted spots in the Grand Finals. First up, Navi made an incredible push towards the Grand Finals. In the second to last match on day 4, they unleashed overwhelming firepower, securing a chicken dinner with 16 elimination points.
And Navi.
This powerful win knocked out a rival team and lifted Navi to the top of the leaderboard and earned them a well-deserved ticket to the Grand Finals. TJB Esports had a bumpy start in the early days of League, but they quickly found their stride, showcasing true Chinese strength.
Another chicken dinner coming through today. This is how you make a bid for the top 3.
Their explosive gameplay on day 3 carried through day 4, locking in their top 3 position in Group Red and securing a slot in the Grand Finals. Nigma Galaxy has made an impressive comeback this season. Led by Rauf, their new roster has been on fire, consistently finishing in the top 3 on day 1 and 2. Though they slipped to the top 5 on day 3, they fought back on the final day to reclaim their top 3 spot, finishing strong with a total of 172 points. Their unwavering determination has officially earned them a well-deserved spot in PMGC final stage. IWNRX, a veteran Turkish powerhouse, started strong by amazing high elimination points, even reaching the top spot on day 2, without a single chicken dinner. A standout performance in their success was this season player's IWNRX Seawolf, whose stellar performance earned him the weekly MVP for Group Red. Showcasing amazing skill and resilience throughout the tournament, he achieved an impressive 41 eliminations and dealt over 10,000 damage during this week's group stage, firmly establishing himself as one of the top contenders in the group. The fan-favorite Mongolian powerhouse, Balkan's Force, faced the challenging start on day 1 and day 2. Despite the intense pressure, they managed to secure 2 chicken dinners in a row, showcasing their resilience. However, early eliminations in some matches made it difficult for them to get a break in the top 3. Now they head to the survival stage, aiming to reclaim their spot in the PMGC Grand Finals. ASIA Esports, a veteran team from Pakistan, faced setbacks in last season's PMGC but has returned stronger this season. They kicked off Group Red with the first chicken dinner, showcasing resilience and consistency, racking up high elimination points, even games with early knockouts. Despite their strong performance, they finished in the top 6 and now will head to survival stage. ASIA's exciting gameplay has truly added intensity to the competition and has surprised a lot of fans. Other teams like FaZe were struggling to break into the top ranks from day 1 to 3, remaining on the page 2 of the overall standing. However, they found their rhythm on day 4, refusing to back down, climbing up to the top 7. They now head to survival stage for one final chance for a spot at the PMGC Grand Finals. Team Queso, a formidable team from South America, faced near elimination throughout the league. However, on day 4, they deliver a crucial 15-point game, securing their spot in the survival stage. Now they have one final opportunity to prove their worth. Alter Ego Aries showcased impressive elimination points but struggled to maintain consistent gameplay throughout the league stage. Once again, challenges from past seasons preventing them from securing a spot in PMGC Finals.
Our goal is win, but it will be hard, but we will try.
我们也是进决赛的吧，也不要怕我们吧，有点就来撞吧。
This group was really tough for us. It's been hard 4 days. We've been fighting every match.
PUBG Mobile fans, that's a wrap for Group Red. Stay tuned as these teams continue to showcase their determination and skill in the fight for a spot in the Grand Finals in London. Let's see who rises to the top. Join us for the upcoming matches in Group Green. You won't want to miss out.
Metro Royale Chapter 23 coming soon. We've added new content in this update, as well as improved the controls. Let's check them out. In terms of gameplay, there is a new enemy in Misty Port and Arctic Base, the saber-toothed tiger. It appears in different parts of the map. If you come across it, try defeating it to get lots of supplies. At the same time, we've also added winter crates. They spawn randomly in Misty Port and Arctic Base. Open them to get lots of supplies. Remember, keep an eye out for them. As for game experience improvements, we've added a teammate equipment return feature. In the unfortunate event that your teammate doesn't make it back with you, they will leave their equipment behind. But not to worry, for you are around. Pick up their equipment, which is marked by the teammate icon, and evacuate successfully with it to automatically return it to your teammate, reducing their losses. In this update, we have also made improvements to the lockbox. When you place items into the lockbox, you can decide on how many items to store. This should help you manage high-value items in your backpack. Additionally, you can now also mark supply crates. When you aim at a supply crate, you can mark it on the map using the universal mark button. Your friends will be able to see the mark, helping them locate the supply crate. Furthermore, we've also added a GameWiki access point to the lobby, which makes accessing guides much easier. Use GameWiki to look for Metro Royale tutorials, fun video clips, and more. Oh, and Metro Royale Chapter 23 collectibles and honor rewards have been updated. Don't forget to get your collectibles and increase your honor level to collect great rewards. That's all for the Metro Royale Chapter 23 updates. The season will begin on November 13th. Survivors, get ready for combat. May you evacuate safely with bountiful loot. Fortune favors the brave.
Influence Rage has solidified themselves in first place, creating a 23-point gap to fourth place. Welcome back to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League Stage Group Green, the final day. And I'm passing by DRS. Killer, you mind if I have a question for you real quick? What are you guys going to be doing to make it to survival stage?
We have made some new strategies and we'll play as a team and believe in ourselves.
Right on. Well, hey, it's his birthday, so I'm pretty sure they do want to make sure they make it to survival stage because this team is towards the bottom, but we do have some teams that are challenging him, like Random Karya Bra. This team has been able to perform so well yesterday. They were a lot more aggressive, and they were just better overall, but I'm stumbling upon some of the players here from the top teams, hunting down that first place. Not only Brute Force, we got D+, 4MV, one of the favorite ones to win this group, and Regnum Karya Bra with Silas. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the final day of Group Green because we will be finding out who are the final teams getting that direct invite to London's Grand Finals. Get ready because Group Green action, the last day, starts now.
Thank you so much, Seven. Yes, we are back here with the final day of Group Green to determine which three teams get through directly to the Grand Finals, which teams have to go to survival stage, and which teams unfortunately do have to go home. Hotjuk, speaking of going home, you're at home. How you doing, man? I don't know what that transition was, but
dude, you know what, bro? I'm home, but you know what?
Off.
These players, that's where they don't want to be, man. I'm so excited today, man, because it's going to be a show. We have been talking about this pretty much all week long, right? I mean, we're seeing teams pop off right here towards the end. Will they continue or will the top squads hold on, Max? What do you think?
No.
No.
It's been slipping, okay? The top three was Influence Rage, it was Brute Force, and it was D plus Cure for a long time, but we have new contenders on the board, Hot Jukes, and it's going to be some new teams in the top three today, for sure.
My question is, today going to be the day we don't talk smack about 4MV?
No.
Probably not. Probably not. As we saw, Doc there in the intro wasn't even, touching his device, his Infix GT20 Pro. Probably because he was already dead because he split push by himself and got caught out. We take a look here again at the groups really fast. And honestly, you guys should recognize all these teams because they have been here for the last 3 days straight. A couple of teams out here. Let's talk about maybe surprises. Let's start off with you, Hot Jukes.
Okay.
Like, what team has surprised you, whether it's good or bad?
I mean, honestly, it's going to be the Vicious, right? Coming from Americas, this was a squad that barely was able to sneak in, and they were able to do so because of the teams that have qualified already due to PMGC points. And I mean, they put themselves in a really good spot. I think a lot of teams and orgs were kind of expecting them to kind of be at the bottom of the tables, like 15th, 16th. But you can see them right now. I mean, they got 97 points. If they're able to get like a chicken dinner in Sanhok here in game number 1, I mean, they could still be in the running for top 3.
Yeah, I think, as you said it perfectly, I don't think really anyone expected them to be performing as well as they did, considering they had to end up taking the place from Twisted Minds Brazil, not even naturally qualifying through into this. But Max, what about you as you take a look at our leaderboards?
I mean, big surprises right now recently, Jason, has to be for me Regnum Carabra. I think that the rotations have just leveled up significantly going into the second half of our matches we had so far for this Group Green. And the eye gelling is top tier. I think the understanding of how teams and the lobby as a whole reacts to circles is very, very important, and they've kind of nailed that in recent memory. And if they just keep it on this kind of pace, Jason, I really believe with the teams at the top currently slipping, that Regnum Carabra could sneak their way through in top 3 and head into the Grand Finals. And you know that Silas, that is definitely what he's going to try his best to do.
Yeah, of course. He has to. He wants to be there yet again. But one team, for me, actually, there's going to be 2 teams that are kind of surprising. Stalwart, for good reasons. DRS, for bad reasons. Stalwart, this is their first PMGC, man. Like, for them to come in as a completely new team in the fall season with really not a ton of competitive history behind them, at least ones that we can find, they're able to, at least at the moment, be secured into survival stage. And I think that's a great sign to how they've been able to do just in these couple of months' time. Whereas DRS, I mean, they've been playing for a long time together. They've been at the highest level for a long time. And I think a lot of people out there are kind of disappointed with their results.
Yeah, I mean, rightfully so. I mean, DRS, a lot of people expected more from this team, but did they expect them to be in, 14th place? Heck no. So, I mean, I don't know. DRS is going to have to go crazy today if they want to make it even into the survival stage. With what we've seen so far, it's not looking likely, Max.
Yeah, it is not looking too good. Even Killer, during that little bit of a Tillis video we had a few days ago, he did not rank his team as top 3. He was putting himself in the middle of the table, hoping to hopefully make it into the survival stage. Well, even that's maybe not going to be a possibility for DRS, so we need to see a similar start to yesterday, Hot Jukes, where they maybe get himself a win. We know good top 3 with a bunch of limbs, but especially we need to see good games on Erangel and Miramar. That has been lacking significantly for DRS, and that's going to be the one thing that if we don't see it happening today, DRS, they're just going to be completely out of the survival stage race.
Well, Max, really quick, as we take a look here to head-to-head between D+ and Thunder Talk, you had some interesting numbers that I wanted to steal, but I decided not to here about D+.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm surprised you're trusting my numbers, Jason. That's a big mistake you're doing. But no, looking at D+ Kia, total right now, they currently stand on 134 points. But if you look at where they got their points, 92 points were secured during their first 7 matches, where they ended up getting 3 chicken dinners and a 3rd place with 9 eliminations. That means 70% of their points were secured in their first 7 matches. The other matches, they were averaging 11th place. They've completely fallen off the surface of the earth, Jason. They're pretty much pulling Amir and Sejong of the previous group 2 weeks ago. And I'm not going to lie, right now, with the teams of Thunder Talk Gaming, 4MV, Regnum Carabra, Team Liquid stepping up significantly on day 3, D+ Kia might be the first team to actually fall out of top 3, so they need to step up big time today.
I mean, I know they're from South Korea, but Mir and Sejong did the exact same thing in our first group, in Group Yellow.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping for South Korea and for D+ in particular that doesn't happen. They can show up today because they're going to need to. We do have Sanhok as going to be our first match, of course, followed up by 3 Erangels and our double Miramars. But that would be honestly such a shame, Jukes, to like see that happen now multiple times for South Korea, that they just kind of fall off in the last day and they lose that spot in grand finals.
Ugh, hurts to see. I mean, you said 70% of their points in the first 2 days. I think it was like 70% in just Sanhok alone, right? I mean, they got the 2 chicken dinners there, and then all of a sudden they weren't able to do it in day 3, and then just woo. So my eyes are going to be on Sanhok here, because if they're able to start off with that chicken dinner once again, then they're going to be set up pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. You know, it's also pretty good, Hot Jukes.
What is it?
Just gonna pull out my Infinix GT20 Pro. As I can see, I got a nice little welcome back package in PUBG MOBILE. Actually, I'm not gonna fully open up everything because it's trying to make me go play the new game mode, which we'll touch on a little bit of time. 120 FPS, 144 hertz AMOLED screen.
What is that?
Jason.
Oh my gosh, it is Jason.
It's a great wallpaper to have, man. It's a great picture.
Hey, do the pose. Do the pose, Jason. Do the pose.
Do the pose.
I'm not some monkey, okay? You're not Frieza. You can't tell me to dance, little monkey. But what I can do is make Max do the rest of these callouts. Enjoy, Max.
Go follow also PUBG Mobile Esport over on social media. You got YouTube, you got Instagram, you got Facebook, you got the tiki-talkie, as Jason likes to call it. It's a good time over there. And especially, you got to go and scan the QR code. You can go follow it. It's very easy. That's what I do because I'm very lazy. There you go. I don't know.
You're not done, Max. There's 2 more.
What else? And you can also right now get your tickets to head on over to London and have a good time with us right now. And especially bully Jason alongside me because he's being very mean to me right now. But yeah, go check out to get your tickets because... you know what? With all the teams that qualified, it is going to be a good old time over in the good old UK with John Allen and Blank.
There's one more. Don't worry.
And the dragon!
The dragon!
We can beat it together. Join me in the fray, ladies and gentlemen, in PUBG Mobile Esport Update 3.5. Let's get an MG3 and mow down these dragons, these bloody dragons, and get some good loot. Oh, yes. Not that's it, right? That's the last one.
That was correct.
Thank you.
Yes! We got it, baby. Let's go.
I had to come back just for that because you were able to pull off the calls. Our teams to focus today, though. Let's start off with you, Hot Jukes. You've got Rignum Karyabra, you got the Vicious, and of course you got the Ponies for Team Liquid. Why'd you choose these 3 teams?
Yeah, I mean, I picked them because looking at the leaderboards, right, there is that gap between the teams that are really in that running for top 3 and between these 3 teams in particular. I think these 3 squads can still make it, but they're gonna have to go off in the first few matches here. I got a chance to talk to Knight from Team Liquid, and he said, man, we're the best team in Miramar. We know that. We're confident in that map.
The best team in the last map of Miramar.
Exactly.
The last game.
Yeah. He said, we gotta fix our Aaron Gale. So these guys did their homework hardcore. He said, we're gonna make some adjustments so we don't get stuck in bad spots that we've done in previous days. So that they are able to fix that, I mean, I think they could definitely be in that running to hopefully make it straight to the big show.
And Max, I think you and I both went with teams for kind of on that cusp of top 3. Really quickly before I have you, talk about your teams, I think the reason I chose those teams in particular was something we've been saying this entire time in Group Green, that if you realistically want to qualify for the grand finals, being top 3 in this group is the easiest way. Playing Survival and Last Chance, it's not going to be easy whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, Survivor, you're going to have the groups rotating. You've got all the insane teams that were not able to, unfortunately, make it through Group Red or Group Yellow. And then you've got to make it through in the top 6 of the Last Chance. Like, it's going to be hell, Jason. So I think that they're going to avoid it. And that's why one of my 3 teams I'm going to be watching pretty heavily today is going to be Thunder Talk Gaming, which I just talked, Jason, about D plus Kia, how they've been falling off significantly over the past 2 days almost. And Thunder Talk Gaming have been increasing their average points a lot. Every single game, it feels like. And it's not just the fact that the team as a whole is doing good. Individually, we've seen King pop off. We've seen AJ pop off. We've seen Zing pop off in particular. This guy's been on point.
It's AJ.
Oh, it's AJ? Not AJ.
not
Sorry,
AJ.
got it. Thank you for correcting me. But every player on the team, Jason, is doing phenomenally well. And you can even look at their average elims. Look at that. Day 1, 3.2. Day 3, 6 average elims is crazy in this type of lobby, Hot Jukes. And if they maintain that and D plus Kia also keep their trajectory of going downhill in day 4, I'm telling you, Thunder Talk Gaming, they're going to be in top 3.
Dude, wiping a squad and a half every single game is insane. Yeah,
like
so
clockwork.
I mean, yeah, literally like clockwork. And I mean, they're just replicating what their brothers did, right? TJB, another PEL squad in Group Red that just towards the end absolutely went nuts. And it happened to be starting on day 3, right? So if they're able to continue that trend here, they should be able to make it there. They're right there on that cusp. There's really no excuses at this point.
So what I'm hearing is day 3 is the real day 1 for these teams coming in from PEL.
Group Green is the real Group Red. Just might as well.
I mean,
I don't know.
We can go with it.
Dude, deja vu in the groups, deja vu when it comes to circles. What's going on here?
That's the thing, right? Are we gonna have a deja vu again today? Are we gonna get a Northwest Island finish on
One more
Sanhok?
time, baby. Come on,
D
right?
plus,
You gotta
D plus
do it. Let's
are going to
go.
send a cease and desist to DRS for stealing their rotation. That's happening. They got a letter in the post right now going over to Nepal. They're going to be in trouble.
Excuse me, sir. We're gonna copy strike you.
That's
Ain't
our
happening.
rotation.
Well, I mean, as we're talking about, Hot Chicks, you said if you're one of the teams you had as a team to focus, if you want to break or have a chance to get top 3, you have to start off strong. The only problem is it's Sanhok, and I feel like that's so difficult to be consistent on, though I think we've seen the likes of like D+ and I kind of prove us wrong when it comes to that. But it's so difficult, I feel like, on Sanhok to have that strong start to your day.
Yeah, for sure. And talking to Knight from Team Liquid, he was talking about fixing Erangel. He didn't even mention Sanhok, So
who?
at that point, he's just like, we're gonna
Exactly.
see what happens there. But if we're able to fix it in the big 3 matches, we're gonna be good to go. But all I know is that, man, if we get that north western circle one more time, like it could be like a big adjustment for teams going into the finals, because I think people are gonna actually really start gunning for those drop spots.
I actually want to highlight a team as we go into Sanhok here, Hot Jukes, that you might be happy about is that the Vicious had 2 really good Sanhoks. Like, realistically, they got 2nd place on the first day with 7 elims. The second day, they got 2nd place with 6 eliminations. I think the third day wasn't quite too great on that map. No, it was indeed not too good. But nevertheless, they still are able to reach that late game quite consistently, right, when it comes to these Sanhok games. And if that could maybe be the good start to the day for them, then guess what? They're going to be able to maybe jump over the Liquid above them, maybe even above Regnum Karabra, and maybe catch up to 4MV, which currently they are a team that you do have a little bit of a separation between 5th and 6th, so that could be a big catch-up game for the Vicious if they can start off strong with this Sanhok match.
Sneaky.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but when I look at a team like the Vicious, they haven't had those like pop-off games necessarily. It's just kind of been consistent under the radar play. We're not seeing like massive amount of eliminations. And for them to catch up to top 3, I feel like they almost have to have a pop-off day. So we're going to find out. Go ahead, Max.
How did I say it?
You're the host now. You're the host now.
Okay, well, with that said, we're going to go into our last Sanhok of Group Green, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. It's Sanhok o'clock, and we're going to send it to John Allen and Blanky Blank.
Come with us now on a magical journey to Hartin. The plane's going to start to head over there. We'll see if the circle does too for match number 19. It's the last lap around the jungle. It's time to get stuck in.
Are we about to do a journey through time and space right now?
Ooh, I think we might do.
We might be, because this will be the last chance, the last time to get into that top 3, to get into the survival stage. You better make space inside the lobby if you want to take on these other squads, because we are over to Sanhok, which has been predominantly very difficult for Group Green. It has caused a lot of problems so far. A lot of teams struggling to get where they want to go. Brute Force, who love this map in the past at least, have become the greatest of haters of this map so far, I would say.
It's pretty terrifying when you always have to cross the bridge near Hartin late into a circle. It's basically just not. It's impossible. It's not going to happen. They love it when it goes to Tatmok though. That in general has been historically an incredible performance from Brute Force. You think Cow Circle? You think Cow and Tatmok? I'd be on board.
I'm calling Cow Circle right now, big time.
Okay.
And then what's going to happen is Brute Force is just going to annihilate everyone. Then they're going to go on this crazy spree today. And then by match 6, they're going to be, damn it.
It's not going to Hartin. Let's go. Down southwest, though, maybe a little bit of trouble over the Pioneer crossings.
Maybe. I mean, it's a much more kind circle. I think teams are pretty okay with this type of position on the map. It's not bad at all. I mean, crossing the Painan River, it's not bad. It's really not bad. You know, there's a lot of positions to do it. You can rotate through docks, Camp Charlie. There's loads of areas you can move through. And this means for the first time in the 4 days we've been in Group Green, teams will be able to loot. They'll actually be able to just loot.
Wow. What? I don't know if that's allowed. I don't know if they are prepared for that. If they've haven't just stratted out all of their Northwest Island rotates. You're right. But we are also privileged to perceive it. We shall have a good old look at what these teams are able to achieve with these rotates when they decide to enact them, fully looted, suited, and booted, ready to get to the shooting on the rest of the match.
Or get shooted at.
Yeah.
Fair
I was
bad.
looking for it. I couldn't find it. Didn't quite happen for me.
No one wants that. No one wants that. Influence Rage started in boot camp. Great position to be in. Start off their day. Currently in first place. Hot on their heels is Brute Force, which I don't think anyone saw coming. I think that my thoughts going into this tournament was either Brute Force does terribly or they win everything. That's typically how Brute Force operates, which is fair enough. They
Didn't
are
Hot
still...
Juice have Brute Force in his top 3? Or was that RCB? I'm not sure. Someone had Brute Force in top 3. I have to go back and check.
I don't know. Let's find out for me. Here's the performance from day 1 to day 3. Average eliminations at 5.7. That's hefty. That's actually, the fact that it stayed around about that number is also surprising.
I mean, they're 5.5 on day 3. So, I mean, the majority of that implies that day 2 in general has been 4MV's massive weak point, and that plays into what we were seeing from them. They had their one massive game day 1, right, where most of those average elims came from, let's be honest, and then day 2 just kind of evaporated as they did with the rest of day 1.
Yeah, so massive downturn in performance. Weird stat though to show. It's like, 4MV's been really good, but we're not going to show you their horrid day to compare. That would make it look like they're incredible. If they were holding those averages between day 1, day 2, and day 3, yeah, they'd be on top. They'd be in first place right now easily.
It was 7 who had Brute Force.
Yeah, 5.5 average is crazy. Yeah, I mean, fair play to 7. He believes in the most inconsistently great team in the world.
He's nailed it. He's nailed it with that one. So did Vlad, by the way. One of our favorite guys over in behind the scenes, running all the cogs, making sure
he's
all
me
the
boss.
machines. Yeah, he's our boss. He makes sure all the machines go exactly as to plan. Make sure they're all turning over nicely. Making sure the circles always go northwest. So actually, he's going to have words on this one because they haven't.
Likes to tease me on my analysis. He says, "You've got none of the top 3 right ever." And I'm going to start going off gut feeling from now on. I'm going to start not looking at past games and being like, yeah, these seem like the reasonable teams to choose. I'll be like, I like that team. And that's as far as my analysis will go.
Oh, cool. Yeah, no, that's fair.
That would have worked out, actually, over the past 2 groups if I'd just done that.
You think? You think that would have been played better for you? Maybe.
Yeah, honestly.
I had D+, Thunder Talk, and 4MV in my top 4. And right now it's looking like maybe only one of them is going to be able to make their way on in there. They're competing for one of the 3 direct invite spots to the London finals. But it's not out of the question that Influence Rage, the Brute Force, can also fall out of the race. Team Liquid, they've made their way up towards Painan. They've got a little bit closer. They've taken some damage from RCB, who are sat up on the hill to the east side of Painan. But Team Liquid is safe for now.
Like that, lobbing a little first aid kit your teammate. Sometimes needed. Especially when you're in a position like this, you don't really want to peek out too far. You know, a lot of teams are going to be congregating around that southeast side. 7.2 average elim on day 2. That is wild. That's an incredible day.
I'm more interested in the 3.7 from day 3. I mean, yesterday for Brute Force it didn't feel bad. It felt maybe less dynamic than their day 2, sure, but that much more of a drop-off is kind of crazy. Still, 3.7 is quite respectable. And I suppose I should note that it's definitely not a super low tally. It's still pretty decent to be getting about 4 points a match just on eliminations alone.
Yeah, also they were breaking a 1,000-point average every single time, which is a feat in of itself. It's hard to do. It's very, very hard to do. You have a couple of bad matches, you go down with 0 damage, then yeah, you're not breaking the 1,000 average damage barrier. So to be able to do that consistently game to game from day 2 and day 3, despite having less average elimination, just means that they are still doing work inside this lobby, just not quite finding those end games off the back of it. If they were able to take down the Vicious on Dimmador, and that one game on our angle yesterday, I think they would be in first place right now.
And we are going to keep the river in on this next circle shift, Blank. Although a lot of the teams that were already sort of entrenched, not on maneuvers, are kind of already in this circle. I think the Vicious actually going for a very quick rotate, trying to get close towards the middle. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a casualty or two on that one, but have to wait. Voindonkey ID trying to move in from that north side, from that trifecta compound, taking a little bit of a hit there. RCB rocking up towards 4MV. Apex surrounded now. Needs to be careful. Swaps to the UMP. And RCB feel like they've got this corner under control. I wonder if they're checking. It seems like they are. They're sending two players in together to play off the corners. Apex needs to hold this. And now 4MV need to spring into action or lose Apex, play on with 3. Around the door frame. Wild looking for first peek. Goes down. The spray with the M4. Looks good. Looks for the second, but can't quite hold up against Silas, who hits the drop shot. Wild can get rezzed as well. And 4MV a little bit too slow on the refrags here. Not going to be able to find too much value. The nade's not going down the stairs. The fire is on the top floor. Not going to do too much. Keeping them in the buildings as 4MV continue to put pressure on.
Apex just sat there like, where team? Please, help. Does get the initial knockoff. There was a lot of time for the rest of the teams to regroup on this. Unfortunately, there has been some reses coming through and 4MV has to back it off. Not a great start for them. Though for RCB, they have been tried and tested over in Painan multiple times, going against Virtus Pro, who harried them in this position multiple times in the past.
The
So
big
for
thing that's
RCB,
happened
they
is
understand
during
this.
fight. Sorry. The big thing during this fight is that Team Secret used this opportunity to get across the river, and now they're in the south side of Painan, Blank.
It's not a bad rotate over Team Secret down towards the south side.
Managing to use that opening, that engagement on the northeast side to their advantage. And that's kind of what Team Secret's been doing repeatedly. But now they're into the fight against 4MV. 2 players alive. Refus trying to make it work. Team Liquid also moved up to the hillside, looking to take third-party shots. That's always the danger with a Painan roll-up, especially on a circle like this, is everybody is going to focus on you. As soon as you make noise, it's all guns blazing.
Tizio actually lost a player on the way in, but obviously have now picked themselves up at least 1 knock and a flush. 4MV, not a great start for them. Down to 2 players, 125 points, and a team that's trying to break into that top 3. Not an ideal way to start your last day here. Painan's getting very occupied at the moment with 3 teams all in this location already. Team Liquid over towards that south side. And they actually hold a lot of the high ground to play around with, so this is a good spot for Team Liquid going forward.
D plus Kia, they've been moving around from Cave, they've crossed near Camp Charlie, and now they're all the way over on the west side near Tambang and Nakam. They're going to have to push in. They've got quite a lot of open ground ahead of them, so relatively safe. We'll see if D plus Kia can survive for a little bit longer, make those late games. As we hop over to RRQ, northeast side, and they are going to have to move. This is a big shift, but I feel like it's actually fairly kind, and I always say this when there's a river crossing involved, Blank. When it just hard shifts to one side of the river, it means that teams can make a firm decision, right? It's not a coin toss. It becomes much more strategically dependent. It's on the skill of the IGL to navigate those crossings effectively, and you have a lot more agency as a team.
Yeah, having that determination, just be like, look, it's head over there. We need to get a move on. We don't need to stick around here any longer. For D+, though, taking shots over towards Team Liquid, who are currently in a fight there with the Thunder Talks. And D+ Kia will pick up 2 eliminations off the back of that and now have good oversight over towards the Thunder Talks themselves. AJ actually might be able to be taken over here as a singular player, although D+ probably don't want to arrive on that compound. It's the weaker side of the road. AJ possibly looking to cross back to the rest of his team. But a great start for D+. I think that they would have much rather been inside this compound, but it was a good thing that they were here to third party on top of it. Now they have oversight. They're sort of the wardens of this position now, with Thunder Talks being fairly weakened by that singular knock.
They have a decent spot as well, like you say, oversight over a lot of the surrounding area, the opportunity to rotate up towards the north if they want to go for a wide sweep on the next circle. So I think for D plus Kia, it could be a lot worse, and it's not too bad right now. Still over on the east side, though, RRQ, they've been in this compound, locked in by Stalwart for a while. 3 players alive for Stalwart, 3 for RRQ. And you've still got Influence Rage as well over towards the northwest side. We're going to have to figure out their crossing fairly soon and likely to come into contact with it. Getting the spot over onto Critter. And that is going to be a nice little cut down. And Stalwart down to 2 now.
Both these teams, RRQ as well as Stalwart, they're in awkward spots, right? And I think that for RRQ, it's very much a decision of, yeah, well, it's not likely we're getting much further into the circle, so let's just try and take out another team in the process, get some elimination points off the back of this. Maybe they could have gone for the bridge crossing, potentially headed over towards that northwest side. But again, we are having this a lot in Group Green. It's just 2 teams basically holding each other out, going for mutually assured destruction in the blue zones often. Influence Rage, on the other hand, very happy with how this all turned out. They know there's fighting going off over towards that east side. They get a really easy crossing towards Confluence Compound and can start to move down towards the south off the back of that. Similarly, Brute Force, wow, they don't lose a single player at the start of the game. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's going pretty well so far. They went down towards Boot Camp and then went for the wraparound, but this crossing's getting a little bit dicey as RCB do take Wild on a knock, but they managed to find that refrag, and with 4MV, only the 2 players alive, it's going to make them a little bit more secure on it. Unfortunately, Reefus has done a little bit more damage. 4MV down, but RCB have to go for 2 reses. The zone will push them across now.
Very good shot from KYMYZ. Hate the name, love the player. But yeah, very, very good shots dropping down there. Actually being able to get the S12K on that drop-off. Fantastic work. RQ moving over towards Team Secret. Actually getting themselves an initial knock as well is very nice, considering Team Secret has been somewhat broken down in terms of the team during this match, losing players here and there. That drops them down to 2. Sniper EU does get in. We'll find 1. Molotov is burning. Surprise, he lived off the back of that. He's going back in. Okay.
All right. He wants a little bit more. Snape going to stay up for the time being, getting that healing done, and RRQ are across. Team Secret, not so lucky, pushed aside, but right on the edge of the circle. They still have a little bit more to do on the maneuvering front. Stalwart, they managed to get through, and the fact that they're still on 3 players here, getting Critter back up, really big, but not connecting that spray on towards Magnum, may be a significant blow. That means 77 can re-establish their positions and hold out Stalwart towards this bridge, but that's the knock they were looking for, and that should open up things a little bit more for them.
Funnily enough, it was Stalwart and RRQ that have both been able to find some pickoffs as they head into the circle. I think both these teams, well, at least I thought both these teams were not going to have a good time getting into this one, but they've just been given openings here and there. CAG Osaka, as well as Voin Donkey. Similar locations on the map, down towards the middle of the circle for CAG, and for Donkey, they're up towards that north side. Both teams, 84 points. The tiebreaker goes over towards Count Voin Donkey, but CAG Osaka looking to overtake them here. These 2 teams are so neck and neck when it comes to getting into a survival stage or going home.
D+ have pushed down the hill. They're going into the Thundertalk compound on the south side, but they need to get rid of AJ, and he's not going to go down without a fight. Around the corner, he sprays a second, and D+ are down. The nades from across the road to assist, and a massive hold against D+ Kia by Thundertalk. Such an important fight blank, not only for that position on the circle, but for the tables as well. D+ Kia get 2 points on this match, but Thundertalk are breathing down their neck.
Did not like that at all from D+. I think you're going to go for that crash. You had to go for it a circle ago. By the time you get to this one, you know there should be teams off towards your northwest side, and Brute Force actually get a couple of shots over towards them, taking down their backstop, which made their lives so much harder. As soon as Thunder Talks were in that recovery stage up against Team Liquid, I think you had to make that choice of let's just go for the crash. And this is the problem with D+ recently. They've been very, very timid on their plays, and they are timid again here versus the Thunder Talks, who absolutely will just get a better game off the back of going for that crash, when honestly D+ had a better chance at it. Nice shots from Shifu there. We'll find 1. Doesn't have any nades to work with, and no meds either. And 2 nades already been primed from Stalwart.
Wait a minute. No. Oh, 77 down. Shifu eliminated there. 13th place on the tables, 10th on this match. Only the 1 point this game. It's not enough to see them safe. They'll have another crack at it in the next 5, but they are going to run out faster than they'd like. Voin Donkey ID moving up the top of the hill, leaving their compound, flexing all the way out blank. They really want to clear their back to allow them a little bit more opportunity to move in. They had a compound that sat to the east side of Brute Force right now. They've given that up almost entirely to go for this flying out sweep style.
This is a great play from Voin Donkey. Honestly, I really respect it. I also respect the play coming through from CAG Osaka. They immediately overtook their position on that north side. However, what I think Count Voin Donkey is going to try and do is just sweep. I think that's the very, very smart decision to go for in terms of just trying to get more points out of this game. Fortunately, they step out a little bit too far over towards that southwest side. We'll lose 2 players off the back of it, but 5 eliminations is very, very good. Here is Cellcom Digi Alliance up against RRQ. 2 knocks. Pluck's still alive.
Oh, last player to stand, and Cellcom Digi Alliance go down. Blank, RRQ do this every so often, right? Sure, they're in 13th place right now, but they've got 9 elims. They're making strong moves. It's going well for them. I feel like Voin Donkey ID, they've tried to come back now. And actually, with CAG Osaka moving out to the north side, they did diminish their forward hold a little bit, but Voin Donkey ID now trapped in a little bit of a valley here with the shots coming at them from both ways. It's going to make it really tough on the approach, but CAG Osaka also going to need to regroup, going to need to move Apollo in. He is kind of trapped on the outside. Brute Force have been quiet. They're going to start to have to make their mark here on this lobby as well.
I don't understand CAG Osaka sometimes. The compound to play in, I know that they're battling out for that position. Voin Donkey will pick themselves up. Another eliminations over towards Apollo. Yeah, they had a safe spot to just get a decent game off the back of with 4 players, and they could have played this ridge side down towards the southeast easily. Yeah, very, very odd. In comes Voin Donkey now, finding initial knock over towards CAG. That's Garnet down. Zeta is up towards the building, knows the player inside, just providing a little bit of cover, and a great couple of shots coming through, just holding down the trigger there. Will pick up 7 eliminations for Voin Donkey. A wonderful start to their day. CAG somewhat throws it away.
A little bit. They flex out. They get cut through. Boom. And now it's the time for DRS to try and take control of the center of the circle. A lot of the fighting has been focused on this northeast side. It's been entrenched there, and then all the while, DRS have been playing strategically from this south edge blank. A lot quieter, not really getting stuck in. Let's see if they would have needed to earlier on, because sometimes when you're playing for those quiet late games, you just allow teams to make moves around you and give them the control. But for this position, DRS currently in the driver's seat. The circle gives them a little helping hand here as well. And this is going to make it tough for all our teams out in the north.
Yeah, DRS need a ginormous game, right? They have always needed one. They are so low down on the rankings. But it is Voin Donkey finding even more profit off the back of this match. 8 eliminations found already. Another shot over towards Neos out inside the blue. This is an awesome match from them. And I think that there comes a point in time for a team where it's a case of, do we go out without a whisper, or do we go out swinging? And that's what Count Voin Donkey is doing right now. They are lording over the circle, and that's exactly what they need to do in terms of their points table. So I'm so proud of this team for that, because you see so many scores down towards the bottom. They get really scared at this stage of the game, this stage of the group, but it is not the case for Voin Donkey coming to today, and this is only going to increase their confidence for the next 5 matches.
I mean, we've known Coach Steffi for a long time as well, and he's a great attribute to this team. Hopefully keeping them steady, hand on the rudder. Seems like they have the confidence today. He's given them a pep talk, G'd them up to give it a good go. And they are certainly doing just that. Thunder Talk, though, similarly able to open the cannons this morning. As Thunder Talk launched the nades over. just suppressing the approach and trying to control Voindonki on that wide swing out. And this is such a difficult approach. I mean, I do not blame players for going down in this sort of a rotate, with DRS having such a long hold on this. But Thunder Talker are going to open up onto the back lines, and the players close are vulnerable here, Blank. There is a big opportunity now for Thunder Talk to take this one away from DRS, but the corner of the rock is held down, and it's just up the way, goes for one with the DBS, and it's all shut down. DRS keep the hold on the circle, and for his birthday, well, his present here, a chicken dinner.
Yeah, started off very nicely done. They didn't get a massive game out of that, but the 10 points from the chicken dinner will be really, really quite good for them. They played it very calmly towards that end game, rotating back down towards the circle multiple times. It did look a little bit frightening towards the end, let's be honest, but they still make it work.
Getting on around the edge of that rock, holding down the teams pushing in from that north side. The hills descent was not going to happen. Voindonki gave it a good go, but in the end, DRS held their nerve.
Yeah, DRS again. Sorry, I started to mess with the producer. DRS again, getting a win when it comes to Sanhok here. That is back-to-back days. But hopefully, Maxman, they don't have back-to-back results, because DRS, as you pointed out, did not perform well the rest of the day.
Yeah, unfortunately, we mentioned it a few times already. DRS, when it comes to performing well on Orango and Miramar, that's not really been the case. It's great, Jason. They can kick off the final day here with a chicken dinner. This is what's going to be possibly allowing them to make it into the survival stage, but Hot Jukes, if we're being 100% realistic, we need this to continue in the other maps. This was a great game. Do more of that, please. But unfortunately, from like recent history, that's not really been the case.
Not been the case at all. You know, it's crazy. Like in Sanhok, it's all about the will of D, man. You got D plus Kia winning the first two matches, and now DRS winning the other two. It's crazy that we only got 2 winners on Sanhok. But man, this was a really crazy match and a really unfortunate one for a lot of teams. Yeah. One in particular I'm looking at, it's got to be Team Liquid, man. I mean, I know that you know, Knight said that he wasn't really focused on Sanhok. They were putting all their resources into fixing Erangel, but I mean, to go out first, considering where they're on the leaderboard, it's still a tough watch.
Hey, wait, Hot Jukes, is it match number 6?
Yeah, that's what.
So just wait, okay? Be patient.
Damage control. Let's go.
Oh, we can see here some stats coming for DRS. I mean, it's kind of reflective from what we've seen over the course of this group, right? They're not seeing high eliminations out of them necessarily. The zone, not necessarily fully gifted to them, but definitely did favor them towards the end, as we saw.
It was different.
What's different?
We'll take a different circle, though. You know what I'm saying? Didn't go to that island.
That's true. We didn't go to Northwest Island.
We went to another
and,
island.
DRS, sticking true to what we saw yesterday. You know, they went for the D plus rotate on Sanhok yesterday. Today they go for the major pride play.
Yeah, you have to go back to the first game of this entire PMGC. Major Pride played the exact same compound, the exact same way as DRS were playing it, which is you're going to be trying to hold off all the teams coming in from the southern side, which in this scenario, they were trying to hold off, I think it was, trying to hold off, which team was it? I wrote it down. Vicious and Alliance were coming in from the southern side. You clear those teams, and then you pretty much have free range to spray down teams that are trying to go down the road, down that ridge side, and then you're going to have easy time eliminating them. Though, I do want to highlight, Hot Jukes, it was a very good approach from Voindonki ID with Vexy going to the eastern side. I think that off angle, if he did survive and didn't go out of the car too early, actually could have maybe allowed Voin to go for a second place, if not maybe even a chicken dinner.
Yeah, you know, it's so tough when you see, I do agree, that was 100% the right play. It happens though. Sometimes you just get so antsy, you want to be able to get that knock, and you just pop out that car a little bit too early and get knocked. So really unfortunate for them. But you know what? Still good to be able to see Voindonki be able to make it all the way to the end of the game here. One team I really want to talk about, because it just frustrated me so much, Max, was CAG Osaka, right? I think they could have been in a way better position to even possibly win this game, but they just pulled off this crazy 2-2 split that just didn't make sense to me. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, at the start of this game, Hodrix, from the early to mid game, it was like, oh yeah, solid position, good, quick, snappy rotations from CAG Osaka. Love to see it. Thumbs up. And then my thumbs went down pretty significantly because they go from a central position where they had 4 players alive, by the way, to sending up 2 players north outside the circle, downhill, pincered between Brute Force and Voindonki ID. And they instantly lose those, like, first player, and Apollo's just really struggling to regroup with the team. And because, guess what, you don't have the numbers anymore in your team, just get approached by Voin Donkey ID, and they have DBSs, they have DF12K. They just have all the arsenal they need to really claim that compound for themselves and make it into top 3 instead of CAG Osaka. I think that was a big throw we saw from CAG, and they need to be careful to not make that happen again on the other battlegrounds.
Well, seeing the results here, the points accumulated for these teams, only 5 elims for DRS, but again, considering where they are on the leaderboards, they'll take every point they can possibly get as they end off in 15th. Same with Thunder Talk ending with 15 and Voin getting 14 in here. I do have to give some credit to a player we haven't really talked about just yet, but Frieza from Brute Force. Considering they're a team in top 3 right now, just stayed alive at the very end there just to get as many placement points as you possibly can. Might come back at the end of the day to be a saving grace to get you through directly through the grand finals.
Yeah. Oof, you're absolutely
just like
right.
in the anime, never goes out.
Yeah.
He's always coming back in the next season.
I mean, we saw it, right? I mean, it's so crazy how close this gets. I mean, Group Red, we saw Falcons, right? Just get not able to make it in, right, to the finals by just not winning that last games. And you're right, Jason, it comes down to those little plays, you know, that maybe those extra placement points could be enough, right, to push them into the big show.
It could be, but unfortunately, there's 2 other teams we have to take a look at here who were in the contesting for top 3. You know, D+, another 2 points here, Max. So staying true to what you said earlier today with the points they've gotten past their first 7 matches. 4MB getting 0 points as well. I'm getting a little bit worried for these teams, but I mean, I say that, I have to remember, it's just Sanhok, Jason. It's just Sanhok, guys. There's always opportunity when we get to Erangels for things to change, and I'm kind of curious because we did see, I feel like, no, I can't even say that with like confidence, that Doc did start to play with this team a little bit more. Though we did see that on one of our matches yesterday. I can't remember, was it a Miramar or was it an Erangel when we had 4MB and Stalwart like was denying 4MB a high ground position?
I think it was the
a Miramar, right? Was it?
Was it?
I can't remember. It doesn't matter.
I remember the scenario. Yeah.
But we can see Brute Force, with the points they got in that last match, able to tie up Influence Rage at the top of the leaderboards to put themselves a little bit safer. Though they're going to be in second because, of course, Influence Rage have 4 chicken dinners.
But third place, Jason. Finally, we got a new top 3 team. Let's go. It's going to be from China. It's going to be Thunder Talk Gaming. And unfortunately, yeah, we talked about it earlier, Jason, on the pre-show. The D+ Kia, their results are going downhill every single game. And that just opens up a big opportunity for whichever team gets a solid finish. And that just ended up being Thunder Talk Gaming with their second place finish here on Sanhok. And the thing is, now you've got to be careful because D+ Kia, if they can't do a little bit of a comeback here, I'm telling you, they're going to keep falling down further and further behind 4MV, behind Regnum Karabra, maybe even Team Liquid if they can survive a bit longer these games. D+ Kia need to start like getting to the late game because right now we haven't seen anything since their 7th match.
Oof, it hurts. It hurts to watch D+ Kia. Yeah, I do see it. Look at that. Boing donkey.
Oh, that's not what I meant.
I was looking at DRS.
Yeah, I was
You're
looking at
DRS? Yeah, I mean, DRS did jump up all the way to 12th place. They are right there to make it into survival stage. I mean, it's Sanhok so strong for them, and it's so crazy to see that jump for them. But I mean, Erangel, they gotta be able to replicate some of that magic. One thing I'm really proud of DRS though is their ability to adjust strategies, right? You can tell that this squad really wants it bad. They're doing their homework. They're looking at what the best teams have had success on, and they're willing to replicate it. And that's something I really, really like to see.
You're 1 point away from possibly being... I mean, right now, they also got 2 chicken dinners, so they would win the tiebreaker. So, yeah, right now, they're 1 point away from being in 11th position, from making it into the survival stage and clutching it up in the final day for Group Green. I think DRS is, again, a pretty strong team when it comes to local play. I think PMGC, like all these global events, they struggle quite a bit. But with experience, you know, maybe for next year, they can just come and completely start swinging in these games really early on. So,
I mean, Max,
I see that potential, but they still need more points.
They have the lowest elims in the lobby. And they also have the second lowest amount of placement points outside of their chicken dinners. Like, I think that's kind of a showing. Like, without these 2 wins, they would be last place 100%. And without any chance to break through into top 11. But like you said, now only 1 point away. It's very possible that they could trade out with Alliance. I mean, even Voin Donkey, potentially even Stalwart. Like, there's still a lot of teams in reach. If you look at last place with Team Secret, who are at 78 points, it's a 12-point difference. That's it. Between 16, between going home and make it to survival stage. Like, it's insanely close here at the bottom of the leaderboards.
That's going to make things that much more difficult here because you got teams at the bottom that are going to be so hungry, willing to push teams and And even if they're on the edge, you know, they'll do everything they can to get those elimination points back. So you got squads at the bottom that need it, squads in the midsection, and not to mention even at the top, right? Things are getting really too close for comfort.
Yeah, and we had a good Sanhok to kick off the day here, but most importantly, we are going in the meat and potatoes of this final day. We're going to Erangel, and this is where the points really need to bring their A game, and if they want to make it to survival stage or even maybe to the grand finals.
We've got the meat, we've got the potatoes, we got the celery and the oxtail all being thrown into this giant pot to see how it's going to turn out. Let's get it over to our chefs of John Allen and Blink.
Hubble, bubble, toil and trouble, cauldron bubbles, as we are about to deliver on a, once again, fantastic, exquisite, maybe a little bit toxic for some of our teams on this game. Let's see if they can earn those points, get themselves towards those survival spots.
Where?
Nobody knows.
When did we become a coven?
Look,
we went
hey,
from
witches
being
it's
head chefs
they're
to
in this season.
witches.
I know. Hey, what's the difference? Sometimes you ever had a really good meal and you're like, witchcraft.
No.
Well then.
Because I usually cook, and that would make me a warlock.
I think. No, witches can cook too.
Yeah, but I'm a man.
Yeah, I think men could be witches too.
No, you'd be a warlock.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay. I have to check my witch law.
Okay.
More research required.
Indeed. I've watched a lot of Sabrina. All right. Okay. Leave me alone.
Yeah. That's fair.
Heading over towards Iyaz is the Vicious, alongside a couple of other teams as well. Your Influence Rage over towards the eastern side. Stalwart 2 in Lipovka. Down towards our south in that area is the Thunder Talk. So you, like you say, have now overtaken D+, who are falling prey to the Mirror and Sajon curse, which is we have good rotates, we have smart players, very scared. They're too scared.
They make these smart rotates at the start, right? And we were talking about this during the break. They go for these wide wraps, and they find accessible areas of these circles, and then they just don't use that access, right? They give themselves so many tools to play with, and then just decide, you know what? I'm just gonna try and undo this bolt with my teeth instead, rather than using the wrench that they've so handily provided themselves. It's quite frustrating.
Yeah, it is. And I think that, honestly, you look at D+, I want this team to do well. I'd like to see a second South Korean squad over towards the direct invite to the Grand Finals, just because South Korea has developed and fielded such good talents this year. It's hard enough to have two teams very strong in South Korea, but having three at the same time, that's fantastic.
Absolutely. There's been plenty of strong teams from multiple strong regions. One of them that we expected to be a little bit stronger, but is gaining momentum, is Team Liquid. 7WG was able to catch up with him during the break. We talked to their coach, so let's hear what they had to say.
Welcome back to a quick interview with the 7WG. This time it's going to be in regards to Team Liquid. I got Coach Knight here next to me. Hodgix was talking about you guys might be changing up some stuff in Erangel. What is the stuff that you guys are going to be changing?
I think we struggle a lot on Erangel because we are lacking good decisions during the process of deciding where should we go, what should we do on this situation right now. So we talked a lot today about slow down a little bit the game, think a little bit ahead of the options we're going to have, depending on what Safe Zone is going to do, and then take the best decision possible for this situation.
Right on. Well, I hope you guys do end up making those good decisions, and I hope the Erangels are a lot better today because you need them if you want to be able to make that push on the top three. Quick question. You guys always do good on Miramar. What do you think is the reason that you guys do so good in Miramar?
I think it's because we don't change our game style on Miramar, and the fact that we kind of create this legend that we are so good on Miramar that nothing can go wrong. So our psychological is too strong, and even if we are in a bad situation, we know we can overcome.
Well, hey, thank you, Nine. I appreciate it. I hope you guys do great. Back to you guys.
Really interesting stuff there from Knight. I mean, he's talking about their decision-making process during these games, and they felt it was cluttered during Erangel. Hopefully, they can streamline that, isolate what is going wrong, eliminate it, and come out all the better for it. On 100 points, they are right around the corner from that top 3 competition, but they're still a long way off. Looking to secure survival stage spot, much more likely.
Yeah, I think at this point in time, like, you'd need essentially probably 10-point average today. Like, to even have a chance, right? To get over towards that top 3. Even that's difficult, then you got to profit then some on top of that. So I think with Team Liquid, yeah, survival stage is definitely where they're looking to go. But from a team that had such legends about it in the past, stories told, the fact they were in 16th place, now able to get back up to 7th with 100 points, I think that's a good jump. It's a good jump, and it was a necessary jump as well to save face more than anything. For Team Liquid, they're such a fantastic team. Everyone on that squad is very, very good, and it was surprising for me to see Ayala, Mythic, down towards 16th. These two are some of the most talented players from Brazil that's ever been created. We'll leave Alpha 7 out of the conversation for now, but yeah, it was weird to me seeing them down there. 7th place though is a good position to be in. I think they'll be happy with this in terms of a comeback from Team Liquid. This is a good start. This is a very, very good start. They say they're very good on Miramar, which they are. That might be a nice position to try and secure that position even further. As we look down the tables, it's only 11 points to go down in 12th place right now, even from 100. It's so close on the rankings. Very, very difficult, and that is due to the point sponge at the top of the lobby with that jump from RCB in 6th place to 108 points up to 4MV 125, which goes up to 153 in 1st place. So a 53 point difference between 1st place and 7th. It's a rather large gap.
Things are starting to stretch out. We've had a very, very close lobby over the first 2 days. In the 3rd day, we distinguished the top 5, and there is still that gap, that barrier that sits in that top group, and 4MV starting to lag behind that, dropping that boundary somewhat, but still highly, highly competitive. And we'll see how things start to settle, because we are now into our final 5 matches, our final stretch of Erangels in the mix of it as well. And teams are looking to make their final bids for the top side. Thunder Talk, at the moment, they managed to just about get into the top 3. Well, I say just about, pretty convincingly off that last match with their not only high point scoring game, but the fact that they defeated D+ Kia in that D+ crash. It really didn't go well for the team from South Korea, and now they're really pushing towards the top side, and it's good to see, just like you were talking about with Team Liquid saving face, them also looking to make their mark, not only save face, but book their tickets too.
Yeah, but Thunder Talks, day 4 is really the day 1 of PEL.
Oh no.
So this is where they can start to make their stand for a 3rd place, or potentially even a 2nd or a 1st, because again, it's not a big jump up for them. 145 to 153, because both Influence Rage and Brute Force are both tied at the moment. With Influence Rage pipping them to the post in 1st place just because of their chicken dinners on that advantage. DRS making their way in from that eastern side, who have had fairly decent improvement in performance. It was a scary thing to have happen, especially for Team Secret, for 77, be like, look, there's no way that DRS is catching up to any of us, so it's just us 4 fighting out against one another. Out of nowhere, Clothesline comes through from DRS, hits everyone in that bottom 5. And I think now that they are in the best position to get back up into survival stage at this point. And they're going to definitely do their damn hardest to get towards that position too. After you're giving yourself a lifeline in game 1 as well, so much easier to work with, right? You know, you give yourself a lifeline in match 5, there's so much pressure on you in that last match. I think it would be impossible for most teams to make that happen without a little bit of luck going your way. So yeah, great for it to happen here on Sanhok. Circle heads down towards the south side in Primorsk with a lot of water still involved. 4MV make that crossing early on. I think that they're going to struggle, in my personal opinion.
I mean, they don't have a team behind them to worry about this time, so maybe a little bit easier than it was before. COG Osaka are much closer to the middle now, and getting across may be slightly safer for them. Thunder Talk pushing in straight to the middle. This is team sending right on into the beachside front property to see if they can get those sea views claimed, but it's easier said than done, and COG Osaka were there first. Thunder Talk trying to make their way on in. And this crash right now going pretty well. Was that a nade? Did you think it was a smoke? Got it? Okay, it bobbled on the outside.
The nades
No
from
idea
Alpha
what
have
that
been
was.
really bad. I'm gonna lie.
AJ.
2 down for CAG already. I think Thundertalk has got this fight in the bag, and CAG is falling further into obscurity down towards the bottom of the tables here.
King able to get the flush onto Garnet. Far from flawless on that one. But as a gem of a point for Thundertalk, as they will solidify themselves further and further into these top 3. Taking this compound, they'll share it, actually. They'll be seemingly, well, I don't want to say happy to, but maybe content is more of an appropriate word here, because CAG Osaka, they pull back. They play the far corner.
CAG Osaka do move out, but yeah, for Naoto, it kind of was like, it's throwing nades, like, They're really doing it.
I don't like that sound. That's horrible.
Well, that's how it felt. Like the way he tossed that nade at the floor of the building. It's like, where was that going? Who was it aimed at in the first place? It's like into a singular room that I'm pretty sure they'd already covered off. So for CAG Osaka, I mean, coming back to what Hot Shooks was talking about that last game, and we even touched upon it, there was just that moment where you give up a compound that's inside the circle to attempt to bully Void Donkey, who was always like, guys, we're gone. We're already clearing the lobby right now, okay? Yeah, weird one. CAG Osaka may have lost the plot after game 1.
They're getting gapped right now by the rest of the lobby. And they need to try and pick up the pace if they want to get a survival stage spot for Japan. The Vicious, they've managed to get their way on through right down the east side of Quarry and into a pretty important compound as well, Blank, getting the west side of it, that warehouse side, sorry, the east side of it, getting that warehouse under control. Next circle just about to come on through, and we're going down to Primorsk.
I mean, heading far away again. We do have a lot of water still in this one, you know, over towards the southeast side. Still a ton of circle cut out off the back of this. 4MV get themselves over towards the eastern side of the circle. Their job right now is pretty much to just deal with all those teams off towards that eastern side. I think getting a little bit further into this one will be difficult, and they are going to go for it. I don't like the beachhead play. I think it's incredibly dangerous to go for. Thundertalk's already taking shots. Dear me, there's a lot going on.
Yeah, RCB moving in from that west side, wrapping around the edge of Quarry, trying to crash on in towards Void Donkey ID. They have managed to get one down. They've sent Wild a little bit too far towards danger there, and Vexy will launch the nade on forwards, tries to follow it up with a second towards Silas, see if they're able to find more knocks here. That's not going to quite tag on. Razor moving into position. He might have more effect here in this position, and the nade cooking over the top. Silas is there, and he's ready for the fight. The barrel not quite going to hit its mark there. And Razor can reform, fall back a little bit, get some healing done. Vexy needs to keep his teammate safe, but Silas has nades and backup from a teammate.
Point Donkey. I'd like to see them get more points in this game. Razor immediately jumps out of the way as soon as he gets that first aid kit. Very fantastic timing. Stun grenade over the top. Do a little bit of damage, but 2 players for RCB, not looking terribly good for them. In the meantime, it is 4MV taking a fight with Cellcom Digi Alliance. That's over towards southeast edge. 1 player down. Similarly, Cellcom have taken 2 knocks.
At the moment, 4MV seemingly in charge of that fight. Thundertalk looking to try and finally remove CAG Osaka from this compound. They've been sharing it now for the last circle. They want to change that. Ching moving close. King on the outside with AJ. They're up into the wall. They're a little bit reluctant to hop straight on in, but it looks like they're going to go for it now. The breach now in action. Apollo on the outside trying to catch some stragglers if he can. Shut it down from the off angle. Matten on the top floor. Doc, in the meantime, moving on in as Apex goes down. Cellcom Digi Alliance. This is a completely different fight as we're hopping on over to Ferry Pier. Doc and Apex both fall, and it's just Olio left to stand for Cellcom Digi Alliance. They will fall, and now the rest need to come. But there is that player up on the top floor. Apex in danger. Back over to Thundertalk. Secret are here.
Secret in. And I mean, this is a quick rotate from them. Again, I think that 4MV tried to go for a crossing down this side because they heard that Thundertalk's taking the fight. They double back, hearing Cellcom Digi Alliance trying to get in towards that back line. Good cleanup from them, and that will sit them in 12th place with DRS making it into 11th off the back of their chicken dinner. Fantastic stuff to them, but they are heavily weakened over on this western side. Don't see them going too much further. But a three-way fight at the moment between Thundertalk, CAG, as well as Team Secret. And the circle sent us up on top of it. This has to end pretty quickly. Pretty sharpish.
I think more teams are going to get stuck in on this one, and I think it might be Team Liquid first. Look at that on the west side. They're making their approach, potentially going for a crash and chiming in. This compound is so important. It positions up to the north that are helped by this circle and this one compound. Team Secret, they make their way in. Team Liquid falls short. I think they know that there's too much going on in there right now. There is no room for them. And they'll have to play towards that roadside, towards the beach, and hope that they can get a slice of it later on. 4MV as well, similarly on the southeast side. Losing one, but moving up on that beach still.
4MV, southeast side right now. 4 eliminations. They did lose that player, John, like you were saying. I think that they still have a chance in this game. I don't know how long this position is going to keep them in, but we'll wait and see. Team Secret able to get ahead of them there. Again, for 4MV, it sort of was like they cut in the line a little bit off that western bridge crossing. Team Secret, Stalwart, as well as CAG Osaka. They cut in between. They didn't cut to the front of the line. They made quite a few people angry by just going maybe 2 steps ahead of everyone else. That's caused problems for a lot of squads because it was an unexpected factor, I would say, for them. I think you played as many circles as you should know that 4MV is coming in, but usually they wait a lot longer. This is a bit of a change for them. I'm surprised that Giante has been able to get in towards that western side of the map, but I don't know how long he's going to last there. RCB taking plenty of casualties now, just down to Silas.
On that center side of the circle, and likely that he's going to get pressure put on by the teams from Quarry once they conclude it. RRQ, managed to find the shot over towards Fabian. I thought D plus Kia may have been in the driver's seat of that one, but perhaps not. 77 looking to hold off Influence Rage, but that's a lot of damage pouring on out of the shack, and Limbo Boom holding his nerve. Diego can't quite find it, and there's the off angle to come through. Influence Rage falling at the doorstep. Zadira with the nades to the outside as Lil Boy tries to find something, anything. The rest of his team getting picked on up. He steps in through the kitchen and he gets cooked in turn.
Goodness me. That's Influence Rage down then, and another chance for Brute Force to pick up even more points off the back of this one. And RRQ to continue whatever they're doing today. Seems to be working out. Limbo Boom. Times ahead for him. Very low HP. Nades go around the backside. Limbo Boom going between these buildings here. Only thing keeping alive with a lovely Molotov. Cut off that crossing. And another one to Zadira. 77 days are numbered here.
Oh, a nice response finally from Magnum, but it's too little too late. Brute Force have managed to conclude that fight, but Voin Donkey ID have heard this. They're flexing out. They did this on Sanhok. Now are they going to go for the crash here on towards Brute Force when they're low? Do they know how much damage has been done? I think they've left it a little bit too long now, so going for it may be a little bit too risky, and I think Potato knows that. Razor just holding the perimeter, making sure that they isolate their hilltop on that north side.
John, Voin Donkey, 7th place. They're back on the road again. Actually making it happen here. I'm excited. I'm excited for this. They've jumped up a lot, but the point scoring potential between a lot of these teams very limited, right? It's like 3 points apiece right now. Wow. And it's so funny to see 99, 99, 98 above of 100 from Team Liquid. We're dropping out slowly but surely. What's going on?
Yeah.
I am terrified for some of these squads because it is so terribly close. Nades up towards that top side from D+, over to RRQ. You have the high ground advantage versus them.
And you're right with... Ooh, big nade. Not quite getting the knock, though. You're right with Voin Donkey, though. I mean, they say a rolling boulder gathers no moss, and that is a nice boulder right now for Voin Donkey. They have managed to keep that momentum going. Not looking dirty. It's all on that western side as well. A decent shout into this game for another high point scorer. RRQ, high ground now. Somehow they've turned this around against D+. They seem to be on the back foot for a while, taking a lot of damage, but getting that opener onto Fabian really changed the dynamics of this fight. The nades are sent back uphill, though, and Snake does go down to it. Osal making his push on up towards it. Chips taking the majority of the damage, but they have to hold the player pushing close. A lot more sent through. And Osal still on the warpath. A flex out wide, though, might change that. They need to be switched on, and they'll handle it. 3 players now down for RRQ in the blink of an eye. Osal spray down, but both of them fall. The Stalwart chime in with a third-party angle.
Well, they got a lot of limbs off that, though. Actually, they got 4 total. It's not enough to see them safe versus Thunder Talks, but, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world to happen to them. Again, I just think that these late game rotates, they're just scared. They're scared to take aggressive positioning, and that's the difference between them and Thunder Talks, honestly. You see, the crash that they went for from Thunder Talks, they knew they'd have to fight out versus the team, but they did it anyway because they knew that this spot was going to give them the highest point scoring in this match. So a big trap that a lot of teams fall into on that last day is playing way too safe. And I think in this lobby in particular, with even if you're the top 5 looking to break into top 3, or you are any other team who basically at this point could go home, you can't be scared going into today. I think for some of our other groups, it has been determined by day 3 who's going home and who's staying. But this one, when it gets right down to the line, down to the wire, you better be having your foot right on the line the entire time. You can't be backing away. You just have to make these plays.
That compound just got the delivery of a Lynx AMR as well into the midst of it all. With 3 teams still fending off their corners. No one can go for it just yet, though. We'll have to wait for that to conclude, but I don't think that's going to happen soon, as everybody inside the compounds just decided we get top 3 if we just chill. So let's just chill.
Pretty much. That is exactly what's happening. And why wouldn't you go for something like that? Brute Force do find a knock over towards DRS. And with 6 eliminations and Influence Rage going down early, that sits Brute Force in first place. The Donkeys sending nades over towards Stalwart at the moment. This has been a hell of a step up. I don't know what was said yesterday, what kind of tactics that were discussed. But it is working. Something nice. Don't step on that, please.
Oh, Razor gets away from that. The Sancho launches another forwards, and a lot of damage could be in, but no, it's not there. Vexy gets the flush. That one's over the top of the first aid. Third catches it, though. An unfortunate timing on the run back. And launches another one straight underneath him. That was a really nice capitalization from Sanchez. Reads that fullback nicely. Another nade on in. Tags Potato and Voin Donkey ID are getting shredded by these nades. A lot of investment from Stalwart to make this one happen. In terms of their utility, they are taking it out of themselves. So maybe from this north side, they'll have a tough time, but perhaps this is their early point scoring opportunity. Maybe not so easy, though, as Vexy's there, ready to take that fight. Doesn't have any more first aids, has one thrown over to him by Potato. Gets spotted, however, on the off angle. That is Brute Force chiming in. Potato on the high ground. It's all up to him.
On to make mash out of Stalwart here. Finds one, but Sanchez will pick up the other. Point Donkey will go out, but with 6 eliminations and another good game for them. Although overtaken here by Stalwart, their direct competitors, in rolls Brute Force. They've smelt the eliminations on side, and they're here to pick up what they would do. Sanchez actually knocks himself with a nade.
Oh.
Nice. Good denial.
There we go. That's what you don't like to see, but it's certainly interesting and may actually contribute quite a lot to these overall standings, Blank, given that first place before this match was a tie. About 1 point is make or break for first or second place. Could be a make or break for third or fourth place in the future, depending on how the future games go. Finally, this compound is starting to pop off. 4MV make their approach. Secret flexing out to try and deal with it as he tries to spray down Baron, but it's not happening for him. Not quite connecting on it. Goes very, very low. Goes for the flush instead, but the nade over the top is there, and Baron's still alive. Finally, a nade finds it, and it's Team Liquid to chime in their central shack. Blank. This is a big position for Team Liquid.
Pick him up right now. Get inside the building. Nothing you can do here. Transix, frequently the best squad mate on the side of Team Secret. Those back things off.
He didn't realize a player had got past that Molotov. He thought he'd already blocked off the stairs.
Yeah, but you still run through it. Come on, Trans. At least backpedal. Please. I think Baron's still down.
Yeah,
he is.
Doc's busy. He can't. Sorry, he can't. I need to have Stim first before Res.
17 limbs though. It's a good game from them. You can see just a sliver of red from 4B, by the way.
Okay, come on. That's okay. He's up. He's up. He's alive. And Doc's immediately like, okay, my teammate is there. I need to go somewhere else.
Split! Split!
I must split. I mean, a good thing he did in this instance.
It's like he knows what's coming.
Yeah.
Hey, Baron, don't heal there. Don't heal there, please. Come to me. Come to me.
They will simply nade you.
Yeah, I think that the breakout was good from 4MV, but for Brute Force, this is it. This is where they start to make their breakout. There is a potential of 11 eliminations inside the lobby. It's not going to happen now. Now just down to 10. But with 6 elims already found, and in my opinion, what should be a fairly confirmed chicken dinner for Brute Force, this will be a big game to break out towards that top side. Thunder Talks once again having another strong match into the top 6 is wonderful news. Doc sending nades through at the moment towards the Thunder Talks. Does he have any more in the back pocket?
I think... No, he does. Shing goes down. AJ... Ooh, that one's a little bit short. Takes the vehicle away, so maybe a little bit there. Is this that loot crate that holds the Lynx AMR? I think it might be. The refresh on the level 3s nonetheless, and the sweep around for Brute Force trying to take control of the Team Liquid shack. They were able to get a nade knock earlier, and now there's only one player for Team Liquid on the inside. Has to play behind the wall, and the fact that these teams in the compound are fighting against each other is what is keeping him safe for the time being. Chief now has to step back in as teams start to roll out from the compound. The Vicious still alive. Managed to move through this one, and they weren't in there originally, but they have managed to get on through. Looking for the shot. There's that AMR that I was looking for. David, able to take that one on side.
The 3x Lynx. Not seen something like that in a while. Good nade across the top, but there is a shot that will take down Freezer. More nades pouring through from the Vicious. The Vicious just have some good timings and some fortuitous timings as well. I don't think that they've made any crazy approaches in their past games. It's just been good circles, fortunate timings, and then some clutch moments, especially I'm having flashbacks now to Diminor versus Brute Force. On a sliver of HP, just makes the call to go for it. And well played to him. I mean, Diminor has been playing phenomenally well for the Vicious.
There it is. That's the nade they've been looking for a while. And now it's a 3v4. The Vicious on up, nearly going down all the way. Has a first aid, so will be able to top himself back up.
That's what I'm talking about.
A little bit.
Lady Fortune is on the side of the Vicious.
Okay, all right. But they are on the outside of the circle right now, and they are going to have to push forwards. The shack is still in play, but that's nadeable. Brute Force have zeroed in on that almost perfectly now. I just wonder how many nades they've got left in this scenario. Smokes are blooming. Brute Force not getting too fresh with it. They've heard that AMR. You know, you step too far forwards, you're going down. No two ways about it.
You're essentially waiting for Furious POV, right? You want him to get a good off-angle pick. You play off the back of that. I mean, the setup they've got is fantastic. But do they lose again, is the question. Despite everything. Raze drops his backpack. Stay just out here, hidden away.
Neo's trying to bait these stand-ups, bait these peaks, and get the trades. Furia so ready to just lean out. Diminor is aware of this location and is keeping his eyes firmly on it. It looks like a lot of them are, actually. They might try and isolate Furia here. I don't think they've got any more nades to play with. Certainly not on Reyes, not on David at the back. Diminor maybe, but I think if they had, they would have put them over towards Furia already and forced that peak, but he spots one. Steps out, gets back in healthy, no challenge, and then there comes the flush. That's beautiful value from Furia, leaving them in a 4v2. And at this point, you've got to hope that they can do it.
Freezer,
but Furia
no.
goes down. Freezer into the firing line as well. The Vicious are isolating this fight. Neos and Prepod not in a position to get the refrags. If he goes down now, Freezer just needs to stay alive. The smokes are there. And finally, Neos is in for the fight as well. Reyes has to push forwards. And Brute Force are looking to close it down here. David breaks forwards, but Freezer falls. And now 2 players versus 2. Prepod up onto the top of the shack. Gets that high ground. Reyes cannot stand it. And that is what they were looking for. It gets hairy, but Brute Force pull it back under control, and EMEA back on top.
You see, Freezer looks a little bit disappointed with himself there, and he should do, because the boogie play, although I respect that he wants to get the rundowns, they had essentially a 1 game. I don't think that he had to move out in the buggy. They had a 4v2, a good lineup. They just have to play at the back of Furia. An interesting one. Still, they get the win. It's a fantastic game from them on that northwest side, the way they moved down. And pre-pod, yes, you are a good player, my dude.
Fantastic stuff from Brute Force, taking a chicken dinner. And in that game blank, I don't know if you caught it, but DRS, they're in 11th place as well.
Well, Brute Force, they have shown up here today wanting to claim that first place position and hold it down the rest of the day here and get their easy ticket in over to the UK. Jay Scampin joined by Hot Jukes and Maxman here in Brute Force.
What up?
I thought that was a really cool way they actually played out that match as well, going in from Primorsk and then also just doing like a delayed push out of Primorsk.
Yeah, Jason, we were looking this entire game. They were so adamant on playing these splits. And no, we've been criticizing Dog for going for these splits and being too aggressive. No, a good split is when you get good information off the back of it and you don't commit to a fight when you're not ready for that engagement. And we have seen very little mistakes happening, Hot Jukes, this game from Brute Force on these splits. Sure, maybe sending it with a buggy, as Blank was saying, was a bit risky. But their Western splits to control and just obliterate everyone on the West was so well executed that it easily gave them access to an opportunity to win this match. Absolute clinic, this game.
Dude, look at the conversion rate from Neos there. 7 eliminations, 600 damage. And then on the other side, you got Furia with 5 lives, double the damage, 1,000. That is wild. I mean, the splits are ridiculous. You saw them in Primorsk, and they had a literally full-fledged split across the whole city. I mean, I haven't seen that in a zone like this since I can remember, honestly. They tried to hold that whole city by themselves, but yeah, it was just gathering intel, getting that information, trying to see if a squad would move up. And that's the great thing about that side of the map is that particular city, there's so many different ways where you could just kind of sneak your way through and just try to regroup with your team. So, I mean, Brute Force, once they got that zone shift, they took the hill, and it was just a dominant victory for them. Honestly, this chicken dinner here, I think that locks them in for top 3. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think this is going to be the nail in the coffin for their position in top 3 and normally overtake and influence Rage. But I do want to highlight, though, some people might be looking at the stats like, oh, Neos, Prepod, Furia, they were carrying this game. Frieza did nothing. No. Sure, Frieza, elimination-wise, maybe wasn't that present, but he was serving as a strong anchor point for his team every single circle shift. He was making sure his team had a spot to rotate into while they were trying to just sweep Western teams like your Influence Rage, like your 77s, like your Boyne at some point. He was important.
There's a 77 in particular, Max, I think that you kind of point out where we're watching. Like, obviously, they had a couple of knocks from that third party they pulled off, and he was just away from his team trying to scout out, see where can we rotate to next off the back of this fight. And one thing for Brute Force that I think we saw in this match that we didn't really see too much in the past was when we looked back at the limb steals, like stolen eliminations. Brute Force were up there in total limbs with like your influence rages around like 65, but they had a 9% stolen limb ratio. Here, they were constantly looking for third parties, it seemed, because they had 77, then eventually they third partied onto the rest of like Stalwart versus Boyne, picking up a couple eliminations onto Stalwart and then just kind of onto Boyne, then full send it into that fight as well. I feel like they kind of changed their style a little bit with the edge play and more being third party oriented.
They were looking to overtake Influence Rage, Jason, for so long. They're like, if we can't beat them, join them. Just do the steal eliminations every single game. No, their third parties were on point. They third partied the initial fight, then I think it was DRS versus 77. Then you had Boyne fighting Oracle on the northern side, another third party. Like, it was an absolute third party fiesta this game for Brute Force. And again, it's down to the scouting because of those splits that were happening, Hot Jukes, that it made it possible in the first place. So Brute Force, again, a team going in this group that was like top 3 doesn't seem too achievable. Their playstyle is so damn consistent, man. And these splits at the end, again, were so good that at top 3, hell yeah, super deserving right now.
Let's go. Yeah, I mean, 23 points. I mean, that has definitely got to be it for them, right? They should easily be able to make it into the finals. And I love their playstyle when it comes to that teamwork, man. You know, they usually, when they do a 3-1 split, they do it at the right time perfectly, right? They're able to cover each other's angles and be able to just overwhelm these squads one by one. And since they're on top, man, it's going to be just so much easier after this, right? Because they have all the confidence in the world. They have such a big point gap here that they can afford to still make a few mistakes. You don't want to get a little bit too sloppy, too overconfident for sure. But I mean, if they continue to play like this, I mean, yeah, they're definitely going to be on top of this group for sure.
When you see Brute Force on the front page, you don't see Influence Rage there. That's 21 points. that they were able to get more than the team who was ranked first place going into this game. But as we saw, there was just the tiebreaker of Chicken Dinner. So this should be a 21-point lead now for Brute Force over Influence Rage, not to mention all the other teams down below them here. But again, if you look at that leaderboard, like D+, unfortunately not having another good game. Who else here towards the bottom? We had DRS again, not having a great game. Alliance, you know, Kagasaka. These are teams who are on the brink of being sent home. RRQ in there was with only 2 points. You have to kind of wonder, like, are these bottom teams ever going to have that standout game? And to be perfectly honest with you two, you only need one game today to stand out like that to make top 11 with how this kind of playing out.
So true. I mean, you really only need that one big game, and it's kind of crazy because the urgency is going to definitely have to be here now. Let's take a look at the overalls, and you can see, oh boy, things are starting to get spicy here. And I'm looking at the bottom of it because these are the teams that I want to see, you know, actually try to make a fight for that top 3. And we were kind of talking about this in the background, Max, man, when it comes to like Team Liquid. This is a big gap now. I mean, a solid one. It's almost 50 points, right? 48 total.
Yeah, I think
I don't think just playing center and hoping for the best is good enough. Like, the only way you're gonna cross a gap like that is with eliminations. So you gotta hunt down squads, right?
I mean, when they were in the shed, I understood why they were not going for eliminations, because it's just not quite possible at that point. But maybe instead of going for the center position and trying to play passive, you can maybe adopt a more edge sweeping playstyle.
Ooh.
That for sure. But the moment they were in the shed, it was rough. But here you go, DRS did. Is that the first time they pushed out of bottom 5? It feels like it.
I think so. Yeah.
Damn. I mean, that's a good change, but we need to still see some more. DRS, you got 1 point in this game. It was lucky because you were just 1 point behind, but it's not going to cut it. We need more than 1 point, DRS, and you might make it to the survival stage.
If Secret get a Chicken Dinner, just off, it was 0 eliminations, they're going to pass DRS, and they're in last place.
That's crazy.
That's kind of, again, how close it is. And yeah, DRS, you might be top 11 right now, but you're not safe whatsoever. There's even a couple teams above you that I would say are not safe. And we're obviously going to have to see how things play out here. I do kind of want to bring it back to something we saw between, it's technically, I guess, 3 teams. It was Kagasaka, Thunder Talk, and then Team Secret eventually, as we were towards Fairy Pier in one of these compounds. I was just curious about your thoughts on how they kind of played things out here, because we were kind of hoping that they would somewhat share the compound instead of actually looking for the fights, realizing that this is a really good place to play from as the zone progresses.
We've been talking a lot, Jason, about how third parties in this group, like we had the group of center play in Group Yellow, Red was Edge, and now it's group of third parties, this group, it feels like. And I have to highlight Team Secret. Like, you have Thunder Talk Gaming fighting versus CAG Osaka over in that compound that you mentioned, Jason. Team Secret, like, okay, we're struggling to find a good position in the circle. We have to just send it, and if we're lucky, we get control of a great central position in the circle, and we can get a few eliminations here and there. Sure, Secret did not end up making it into the podium scenario of this game, but the third party was super important for Secret to just enable them to maybe have the opportunity to reach that late game. So Team Secret still want to be a bit careful because they can be a threat in this lobby.
Yeah, I'll give it up to you, honestly, the Vicious. I think the Vicious rotation was even more impressive. These guys rotated to the center so late, but they made it, and that's the risks you have to take when you're on so low on the leaderboards. You got to clutch it up here.
All right, we're going to find out if teams can clutch it up yet again as we head into our second airing go of the day with John Allen and Blink.
Thank you very much to the guys over on the desk. We're going to be heading on in to match number 21. We are into the closing moments now. From the shooting range down to Sosnovka, the plane path going down the middle of the island will be pretty chill. All the teams will have access to their favored drop spots. Should be nice and easy for them. But where will the circle go? That remains to be seen.
They gotta clutch it up, and that is the story of the game here so far, because there has been a lot of teams that do need to get themselves up towards top of the tables, but more so than ever, it is incredibly difficult to make that happen just because of how close a lot of these teams are. From the back of one game to the next, it can be a completely different set of teams towards 7th, 8th, and 9th at the moment. It's terrifying. It's a terrifying place to be in going forward. And I think that, you know, you have this horrible sense of, do we play safe or do we play aggressive? And how do we balance that? Because it truly is a balancing act right now of where you're getting your points from. Do you take risks? Because a risk could end your tournament life right now. This is why I respect Boy and Donkey so much for what they're doing at the moment, because it is a very, very tough thing to go for in these closing moments of being like, we might not have had the best tournament. We might have looked like the weakest coming into day one. However, now we've got to show our not so sharp fangs.
That's right. North Circle, blank. Of course it is. Wouldn't have any other way. We are going back up towards the north side of the river, most likely, and seeing what they could do. Team Liquid sent a wide split out with Ayala actually in Severny. Nobody joining him just yet, but that may change given how the circle sits. And the question for me is how quickly will Team Liquid get there? Because Brute Force, it's not unlikely that they just crash straight into Severny as well. Hopefully Ayala's ready for it.
Yeah, and I think that you're right. And Brute Force have done this multiple times in the past over at EMEA, where they have gone for a Severny drop, though 9 times out of 10 they have lost on a Severny drop. I will like to remind people of that. So we'll see what happens. But versus just one player, entirely doable. Entirely doable. And this is an aggressive split from Team Liquid, which I think could come back to bite them, like you're saying, John, as Prepod's already making his way on over. Might send to the eastern side of Severny, which would be the smartest choice, which is what he's going for here right now, stopping in the shop. Ayala's in trouble.
He is. There is a regroup from 2 of the Team Liquid players, and of course, Brute Force just grabbed vehicles and went there straight away, which means they don't have loot on board. Prepod is getting a little bit more decked out now, though. Has got that M4 and that DBS, so can go for the fight, but doesn't have the helmet, doesn't have everything that he may want in these early engagements. Brute Force have now fully surrounded, however, onto this location. Team Liquid, looks like we might have this early fight. We'll see if... I wouldn't quite call it a hot drop, but a chosen engagement here on the first rotate set for both Team Liquid and Brute Force. Ayala had a vehicle, could have rotated out back to the west to try and play that angle. Brute Force, they started dropping around those South George vehicles, and they have rotated into this one too. So this is an optional fight that both teams have looked to go for.
These things like a side mission right now.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm seeing.
I mean, for Severny, it's a great starting point for this particular circle indeed. Again, like to remind everyone, Brute Force has lost nearly every single one of their hot drops and fights in Severny. I don't know if they've been doing some research, some planning.
I think
good choice. Good choice.
The research has concluded if we don't fight, we don't lose, which in this case may be quite helpful. Other fights, sure, great, excellent at those. Some reason, Severny, not so fun.
Very, very bad.
Really terrible.
So I respect that from Brute Force. Yeah, you know, if I can't do a handstand, I'm not going to try and do a handstand. If they can't fight Severny, they're not going to try and fight Severny.
That's fair.
I think it's the smart decisions to go for. And there is compound, there is loot over towards that northeast side as well. And with Brute Force being in first place, that's sort of a decision where it's like, oh, we're 20 points ahead. We just need to profit. It would be really bad, guys, wouldn't it, if we all died in the first 2 minutes of the game here in Severny. So yeah, I like that.
Keep 4 alive. I think 4 alive. Yeah, gotta go for that this time around.
It's a good thing.
Oh yeah,
it's a tough decision to make though. A lot of times, really, because it's a case of swallowing your pride a lot. I mean, like, we are just rubbish in Severny.
Yeah.
So I think we just have to give it up at this point. And that's fair enough. So for Brute Force to be able to get up towards first place, I think there has been a lot of swallowing of their pride. And I think that they learn far quicker than some of the other teams in this lobby that this isn't actually that easy. We're going to have to play a little bit more smart here, as it has been a super chaotic lobby. I think, again, I said it yesterday, but if you went back and watched Group Red and Group Yellow, the organization of the rotates in terms of reading into where people are playing, it was far cleaner than Group Green has been so far, which means there's a lot more chaos to be had. Okay, Cat pulls himself out of the game, fair enough. But because there is more chaos to be had, you have to be disciplined. And I think that Brute Force learnt that quickly on day 2, whereas 4MV wasn't employing that until day 3, which is why they're currently sat in 5th place, but they have improved.
Yeah, they have been trying to keep lockstep with this top pack, and they're 20 points behind now, third place, which is starting to get a little bit too far flung. A big game necessary to keep them in the running. Thundertalk, though, maybe getting cut down on their approach. They're moving in from the southeast side. Stalwart have got the stretched line out from Lipovka. Thundertalk going to move up past the Heaven compound. Looks like they're a little bit safer now, but the rest of the team yet to make their way through as well. And Secret are still in the way over towards Yasnaya. So a lot of conflict potentially still on the road for Thundertalk.
Yeah, with Stalwart, like I say, Team Secret ahead of them. There are no strangers to rough fights, though, so I think for Thundertalks might not go horribly for them. Meantime, D+ did make their rotate over towards that northern side. There's a strong rotate. Whether or not they can capitalize. We're back. Slight technical difficulties, but we're back again.
We're back again.
And we're back just in time for the 3-2-1 circle shift.
Hey, there we go.
Heads all the way over towards that northwest side. Team Liquid, happy with this one. Brute Force obviously don't get Severny, but they're fairly cemented over towards that eastern edge. Thundertalks might be a problem for them as they are rotating in fast and they're not quite regrouped just yet. You're hoping that the cross angle here from Brute Force might seem a little bit happier. This is dangerous though for Brute Force. I don't think rotating in right now is the best decision. I think you need to be more concerned over towards that northeast.
Another such utterances. RRQ scouting out from the south side, trying to figure out where in the middle of this circle is going to play well. There's that ridge out to the west of Severny. There's going to be a pretty pivotal location, I imagine. Currently, I think that's 77 who have the closest position to it. Influence Rage, actually, should be sat lining that one. So we'll be interested to see if they can leverage this game and chase down Brute Force, because they're all on that northern side as Brute Force slot in above Severny now.
Maybe fair enough to them. I think they scouted this out earlier, right? They didn't see anyone playing towards this location, so they can happily get themselves back in. That's not Freezer.
Huh, yeah, you're right. That's a different guy entirely.
That has happened a few times, to be fair. But I would like to remind everyone that's not Freezer.
Yeah. Freezer's a
Prepods down.
different guy.
Oh, they just can't play Severny.
It's really unfortunate. And for Prepod, it's going to be a while before he gets rezzed. I'm expecting maybe 20 to 30 seconds, which means that they don't have the influence over Severny that they might like. The good thing is that Team Liquid and 77, they're playing on the borders. They're not pushing through this one. And I don't think that they very likely ever would until the next circle shift, and it would have to shift on towards Severny, right? That's when you would start to think about going for it. But for 77, what's the point of going across that road when you know you're going to be so open to Team Liquid? They have incredible sightlines down that road crossing and straight into a fight that you don't know if you can win, right, against Brute Force. And maybe Brute Force are lackluster in their Severny fights, but in general, you still don't want to be fighting them in this scenario. So I think for now, we'll see peace in Severny on the northern side.
It's a similar situation to what we saw from that last game where you had Thundertalk, CAG, and 4MV all in the same location, just because they knew that likely if they just chilled out there, they were going to get a top 5 easily, which they did come towards the end of the game. So for Brute Force, 77, as well as Team Liquid, they're all just happy to sit this one out, essentially, for the remainder of the game, or at least until the circle shifts away from Severny. But I don't think it's going to do that anytime soon, at least, unless it is an absolute hard shift over towards the west. But we'll wait and see. Hasn't happened yet. Yes, it has. It is a hard shift out towards the west.
That is...
Oh, dear me.
Oh, dear. We are going over to the shooting range hills, and that is going to be messy. DRS on the east side, pushing in through and past Stalwart, hopefully, as they find Critter, get that spray out. Sleepy seals the deal on it. And they will have to march quite a way past Severny. Try and move around either side. Severny is still in this circle blank, so they can chill out for a little while longer. But in go Thundertalk, trying to move on through. They're going straight for the bunker as well on the north side of the shooting range. But Voin Donkey Idea already here. Two of them are down. RCB have that third-party angle, and Thundertalk may have just bitten off way too much. There's no way they could chew it. They go down in third place. D plus Kia, 4MV. They've got an opening.
Go on, you donkeys. This is what I want to see. This is perfect stuff. Incredible spray downs over towards Thundertalks. Again, aggressive in nature are the Thundertalks in terms of taking position. But the donkeys, they're feeling themselves. They're in 7th place. Just 4 more points away from hitting 6th. What an incredible comeback it has been from Voin Donkey. Final throws of the tournament as well. Either Defi was very encouraging last night, or really had a lot of things to say, quite loudly, directed at them.
Well, whatever he's done, it's working. More of that, please. 77 now. Actually, Brute Force initiating this fight. They flexed out towards 77. There's that crossfire as well coming on through. Neos spots Zadira, gets that immediate flush as well. Prepod is down, but Neos is more preoccupied with 77 on this angle. Frieza and Furia moving out this way. I mean, they know that at some point they're going to have to go for this fight. The question is always timing on the scenario, but a big nade over through the rooftop for Shifu finds Frieza. They thought they had it, but perhaps the clock was just a little bit too fast here for Brute Force. And they pulled the trigger too soon. In go the shots. Furia has to step out. See you later. He's out of there. Not so long, though, because Magnum puts him under arrest.
That's a terrifying thing to come into. Just Limbo Boom going through the building, spraying the S12K. Reasonable approach as well. Neos sending the smokes over, but I think it's too little too late for Brute Force here. That player's likely not getting across.
I mean, he's completely open on the roadside right now. Fortunately, Team Liquid have left the south of Severny. I feel like Fury has been spotted. I'm not too sure from where or how he's making this, but no. Okay, Shifu puts him out of his misery. I was feeling it a little bit there. I was getting excited. I thought we might see him back, but no. Brute Force down to 2. They took a fight in Severny and lost. Who'd have guessed? RCB on the edge of that shooting range. Team Liquid as well, moving out of the south side of Severny. And D plus Kia for MV. The two teams looking to push their way up, take Thundertalk out of the top 3.
It's an amusing fight, actually, for Brute Force. And a sad set of circles, really, going into stage 4. With it shifting over towards the western side, then edging back down towards the south. These teams could have easily played Severny a lot more safe, considering it comes back over towards them. But Team Liquid, they take their opportunity to head down towards that south side. They have a strong spot to play in. RRQ taking shots back and forth between them and RCB, but Razor, once again, rattling off shots over towards RCB.
Voin Donkey still on this northwest side. Fighting from this bunker position can be really, really tricky, but it seems like they're handling it. That pressure not quite getting to them just yet. We'll see if that continues. Seiji Osaka are trying to flank out on the west side, so could prove to be troublesome. You've got Influence Rage as well, pushing in from that north edge. So a lot to contend with here into the next circle. And a difficult move ahead of them if they have to leave this position. Brute Force, they leave Severny, and they're into the shack. It's survival for them.
Yeah, it's the only real play here for them. They just need to get a consistent game and hope that Influence Rage doesn't go crazy on this match, but they are up towards that northwest side. They're going to struggle to get in along that ridge side. 4MV currently battling off against Cellcom Digi Alliance. An initial nade from the one and only Doc himself. It's Reefus. Creates a little tune with the shots. Apex similarly trying to get stuff done. Brute Force still going though, taking shots over towards Team Secret. That's Jaiki down. And Secret will explode the vehicle over towards DRS, who are on a 2-2 split.
Reefus looking for that spray, but not still able to connect it. On the south side, 4MV just holding the top of this hillside, and I mean, it will give them a lot of strength. Celcom Digi Alliance trying to move on that east side. CJ Soccer out on the west. DRS, they are suffering right now a little bit on the east side, but they managed to transition down towards the south. They still have Sleepy all the way up by Severny. So they have got a wide 2-2 split with Gianti down in the blue zone pushing. Not going to be res, so DRS on 3.
DRS down to 2 players on that south side with Killer an example. Sleepy attempting to make his way in. Right now not doing too bad at all, fighting a nade over towards Transix. So the solo from DRS on that north side still staying alive. Even taking shots over towards the players who are rotating in towards the shack, and he knows it's smoked off now. Not likely the line of sight's going to be open to him. Transix does get stolen away by Team Liquid down towards this southern edge, as we said before. Influence Rage playing this game out nice and slow on that north side. Whew, that's a nice nade. Just goes slightly short though.
They're still doing damage, and I imagine they got 1 or 2 more left to play with as well. D plus Kia on the east side. They're in that compound. They're in the buildings. Have to transition away, though, most likely in the next circle. And it will be now, because the shift goes out to the west. 4MV still in a really important position. But they do have a better shot at this one than D plus Kia, I think.
Yeah, for D+, this is where they need to pull out the big boy guns, because realistically, so far for D+, it has been such shy gameplay from them. The rotates have been fine. They've been nice. We discussed this beforehand. However, it's that mid-game where they're struggling a lot. And it's a similar problem we saw from Miran Sejong, where from mid to late game, they are good to get towards that position. Capitalizing on that position, though, is a completely different story. With Nolbu having to back things off, get the first aid kit through, see what D+ can get done here, because it has been a real fall from grace for them.
Stalwart have a roll up on the back lines to worry about. Celcom Digi Alliance move into position, up on the high ground, over the ridgeline. They've got oversight on this fight with Stalwart and D+ from this position, but they need to be worried about 4MV on their western flank. So a little bit of a risk taken, and I think 4MV are moving into position to third party this engagement as well. You can see a vehicle moving around there in the background on the high, and there's beautiful nades coming through from Celcom Digi Alliance. They want to close this one down fast and regroup to try and put pressure back over towards the high ground.
It's a hell of a barrage there over towards Stalwart. I'm surprised both those players didn't go down. It's an unfortunate bounce off the buggy is that nade, which keeps the one player from Team Secret still alive here. Break does get knocked. That's over on the south side. North side, sorry, versus Team Secret. Soaz is getting taken out. So D+ currently taking two fights at the same time.
Holding them off fairly effectively, but it's 4MV who is making Celcom Digi Alliance question themselves repeatedly. You see them going up, going down, going all around, and right now they're on the spin, and all 4 of them are still alive, but taking Stalwart out first is a good opener. However, Kaluk goes down, and he is going to potentially have some trouble with Nolbu. Fortunately, there is that refrag. D+ Kia going to move on out. A forward rollout for D+ Kia gives them an opening to leave their position, and that may be what they're looking for. They give up a player, but they take a lot of knocks over towards Celcom Digi Alliance, and they're going to push 4MV back with a rollout on chips.
Come on, you have to hit these shots here. Where's the rest of the squad? In comes Osal. Looking to take shots around the side. Jimmy hopping in and out of the vehicle. Finally, it's done. 5 eliminations, and Nolbu leads the charge on that one. And although they lose Nolbu there, they desperately needed him to make that call, because D+ has been falling further and further behind in terms of do we or do we not go for these aggressive plays. And I think Nolbu realizes in the 3rd game of the day here, someone's got to make that initiation, right? Someone's got to take the call. Someone's got to take leadership, and it would be Nolbu in that case. Picks himself up 3 eliminations off the back of that one as well, and now D+ have to follow in his footsteps.
Brute Force at the top spot, looking to try and stop Influence Rage and challenge for it on that northern edge. We'll see if they can keep that top spot under contest. D plus Kia gonna have that northern side area, but it is Influence Rage to go down first. Brute Force taking that one down, or well, rather outlasting that one on the northern side. And they will just have to try and keep it up for the next game because, yeah, so a 4MP rank.
You know, for Thunder Talks, them going out early, great opportunity now for D+ as they head over towards Team Liquid. This would be an awesome position to take control of. A lot of players low. There's still one on the high ground. Is there a knock there coming through? Yes, Fabian's finding Cardozin. That's a fantastic pickup for D+. Now they can control Team Liquid, who are down below. This was a good game for Team Liquid as well, up to 7 eliminations. 77 on 7 eliminations themselves. But it is Voin Donkey still going.
On the far side near the shooting range, the nades launched on forwards, the parabolas permeating the shell. The Seiji Osaka have tried to establish. It's not going to go well for them. And Voin Donkey, they're up to 7 elims blank. This is a team revitalized, and you love to see it. Coming into today, one game, you could chalk that up to luck. 2 games, you could chalk that up to, I don't know, double luck, but 3 games in a row, this is something special. A really strong performance coming through from Indonesia. And they will be happy with this one so far at the start of the day. Let's hope that they can carry this momentum forwards. D+ Kia, though, they still got Team Liquid to handle. They've only got 2 players on the outside. The hop out wide, Ayala picked up, but it's going pear-shaped here. Fabian, the only one to stand for them. And D+ Kia gonna lose players. He's not in position. The nade over the top doesn't quite clap where he's looking for it. And Fabian has to worry. I think he's just going to have to play on as a solo. Team Liquid may be able to get the resist, but they're down. Oh, disaster strikes as Team Liquid resurge from underneath.
Nice job from Team Liquid. They do lose another player, but 4MV picking up a good amount of eliminations, 2 on top of it, but securing their spot on this eastern side is very big news for them. Goodness me. I mean, for Voin Donkey, though, that's the team that I'm most curious about right now, of 8 eliminations so far. So that's what they needed to reach RCB's scoreline from that last game. And they've already done it, but RCB were able to get 2 eliminations so far, so still a little bit ahead, but what a comeback from the Voin Donkeys.
Fantastic, formidable displays so far today. Over to 77 now, they will turn their attention. Smoke's going to give them a little bit of cover from that south side, and against RCB, against the last player from Brute Force as well. This is good news. And 4MV continue to put pressure on this east side. I think 4MV right now in the position to do the most damage to the tables. But the top 5 keeping lockstep with one another has got to be intimidating. How much further can 4MV go to keep themselves in that race?
On the eastern side now. This is a big chance for Narangal, where they picked up the majority of their big points in the past. Now look to do it again here. 77 with those 7 eliminations. Get themselves to 12th place, though. Is this the 77 comeback, John?
I mean, it's so volatile. It's so closely fought at the bottom of the tables here as well. It's going to make things tough. 4MV finally looking to slow down the Donkeys. Not going fully down just yet, but they're starting to bleed. The heal comes through from Potato. The flush to one of their players, though, and they will only have 3 left.
I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, for the Voin Donkeys, it has been such an uptick in performance. The counts rising from the coffers.
Pre-pod. He's just biding his time. I mean, 4MV will take shots at him as soon as he stands up, but has Loxy? Loxy hasn't seen it. There's no way he's seen it. There's the heal. This buggy might just roll over him. Oh, by mistake, no! Just misses. Nearly clips him, and Loxy, no way, no way! And this is a free point for Prepod. The question, and he turns around immediately. That's discipline. That's just waiting for the teammate behind him. He doesn't know if he's made it to the tree, if he's drawn short, or if he's up to the ridgeline. But now his position is known. Gets an extra point for Brute Force, finishes in 5th. That's probably as valuable as that position was going to get for them. So a nice timing on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's decent stuff there. Nade goes through over towards KYMYZ. Getting good at it now. Potato will drop out, but I think for the counts, they're honestly quite happy with this. If they get a 3rd place off the back of this game, it is a very, very good result.
4MV looking to try and close this one out, put themselves back towards those top 3 spots. 2-2 split right now around this circle. 77 have the middle, but playing on with 2. Boy Donkey ID. Fighting from the outskirts. The high ground for 4MV, really, really difficult for them to handle. Will get pushed off, though, by the blue zone fairly soon. So they're just waiting. They're biding their time before 4MV have to move as well.
Reefus backing it up a little bit. Excited to see how this one will conclude, because it really does have a big impact on the point standings, especially for the Voin Donkeys, who come in today charging, looking incredibly strong. So pleased with them as well. And I mean, I love a team on the last day who is down their luck and just says, look, let's just go for it. Let's just take this as far as we can go. And it has been with skill as well. You can tell that these guys have been going home after every tournament day and been like, what can we change? What can we improve on? What can we do better? And they're showing that right now during these games.
They've fought through the worst of it, but it might be too much to make this next push. They need to get up to the wall, but 77 are in the way. I think that Voin Donkey do go down here with 4MV in massive crossfire positions, but maybe they can prove me wrong and land some long-range pickoffs over towards the high ground. Because 4MV have crawled forwards, they've gotten to the next set of ridge lines. That's going to allow them a little bit more power here to oversee this entire approach. 77, that extra force that's just stopping them from getting any further in this game.
Nade over the top. Last circle now, John. Voin Donkey probably the next to go. Good shots from Reefus with this overground. Shifu, if they go out first, it's a 2nd place for the Donkeys. What a result for them. The 4MV with 8 eliminations might just be finding that chicken dinner that they've been hounding after for so long.
They're looking for more as well. The nade over the top. 4MV looking to put themselves back into the top 3. And with the roll over the top, the DBS shutdown, that is what they will find. A great game for 4MV. Fantastic display from Voin Donkey ID. And 2 teams to finish it out. Both of them will be happy with the result in match 21.
4MV been so close multiple times, but there it is. And it's a much better play from them. Very disciplined over towards the eastern side. They've all calmed it down. You can definitely tell from looking at their faces here. There was a couple of sighs coming through being like, finally, we've made it work. And I think that they might have just figured things out. But is it too late for them?
Is there enough time? Do they have the gas left in the tank? They are in the conversation, but we have to wait for the conclusion. To do that, we are going back over to the desk.
Yeah, discipline's a good word for it. I know, Max, you're kind of not happy with the win out of 4MV, but not necessarily about them winning, but more about other teams giving these high ground positions away to 4MV to take for free.
Yeah, I was hyping myself up, Jason, like, oh, there's going to be this massive fight in the southern side of the map. There's going to be all the teams fighting for the high ground control. And it didn't happen, like, at all. Like, CAG just like, oh, no, we're just going to play south of shooting range. We're just going to play in the dip and then just try and survive. Like, oh, we'll try and get a few placement points. And then on the east, Alliance try and fight a third party on Jerris and Stalwart, which I don't dislike, but then they just completely give up on the whole idea of playing a high ground. And 4MV, well, you're giving us the best position in this circle, Hot Juice, for free. So guess what? We're just going to pop off.
That's right. They said, nah, I'd win, dude. And they did. Beautiful done. I mean, like Doc, especially 3 eliminations, 700 damage, leading the charge when it comes to damage-wise. But Reefus getting that extra elimination on board. I mean, this is a win that they so desperately needed. Let's be real, guys, right? Like, there's starting to be a little bit of a gap, right, between that 3rd and 4th place position. So 4MV, I mean, with this chicken dinner, they had to have cleared it easily, right, Jason?
I think that match was a sign, as Blink did say, about their discipline, and I think the realization that we can't keep playing like we were if we want to make top 3 and get straight through the grand finals. I think it's really important to see them be able to, wrangle in Doc there, as you were saying, Max. It looks like they got an EpiPen because it wasn't allergic to his own team. I think it's a good sign for them, and I think it's a sign of maturity as well, and the realization that like we need to qualify now. Like, we need to stop messing around. We need to actually take fights that are sensible, play together, not engage in anything we possibly see around the battlefield. And I kind of like it. It wasn't as impressive as like the 32-point chicken dinner we had on day 1, but I think it's a mature chicken dinner out of them.
Oh, definitely. I think they were looking back, Hot Dukes, on the previous game of Brute Force and like, oh, that's how you split. Oh, that's pretty good, actually. We'll do some of that. And it works out. But no, there's definitely a lot more respect coming out from 4MV. They are not taking these big off angles and engaging fight. Wait, Mythic with a revolver?
Dude,
What?
revolver through the
I didn't even
smoke.
catch that.
Was so sick.
Oh, okay. Well, what was I saying? That was cool.
Who cares,
Okay.
right? That was badass. That was awesome, dude. I mean, Team Liquid did make some noise in this match, but again, not the game that they really desperately need if they want to make it into the finals. When it comes to 4MV, though, remember when I said, guys, I was like, I gave them 5 matches to play Reckless, right? That ended yesterday. I'm glad to see that they finally... Oh, by the way, this before I even get to that was ridiculous from Prepod. That buggy was so dang close he could smell the tires, Max.
I don't know how I would feel during that moment, but
I know how
I
you
would
feel.
be sweating bullets at that point. But yeah, Trigger discipline. It worked out. He got himself the extra elimination. Sure, he doesn't get really too many placement points off the back of that, but those are the kind of moments where if you wait long enough, you might have the perfect lineup where you can spray, transfer, and get 2, but unfortunately one did get in the buggy and rolled away. But man, I would have taken that shot 30 seconds ago. Like,
Max,
he was so respectful. Wow.
You would have, if you were in that position, you would have pre-pod yourself for sure.
Yeah,
when that buggy drove right by your head.
That chair was gone.
21 points for 4MV here. Void Donkey as well, getting themselves 14 and 77. We've been talking about them for such a long time. Max saying like you expect them to get a chicken dinner. 12 points in this last match. It's not enough to quite breach into top 11, but it's the start.
It's definitely a good start. I'm especially happy, Jason, with the elimination front of things. They understood super early. Oh, we had to circle so many times in this PMGC. We're just going to hold the western edge of Severny. Whoever goes in Severny and tries to leave it later on, we're just going to completely obliterate them. They got so many early eliminations off the back of that play alone, Jason, that again shows to me that 77 have a great understanding of this lobby, how they react to circles, and they know how especially to abuse it in their favor to get easy eliminations here and there. So the late game was rough because they're in that dip next to shooting range. Leaving that spot is nigh impossible, especially when 4MV have such an insane split all around them. But it was definitely a good attempt this game to try and get in top 3 and a few eliminations here and there.
Juke's taking a look at the rest of the match rankings here. I mean, we do see what Team Liquid, like you mentioned, get 11 points. D+ finally getting 9 points as well for themselves. They've been extremely quiet outside those 7 matches, as Max pointed out at the top of the show. And even Regnum Kari getting themselves 6 points.
Yeah, but the big loser on that match was going to be Thunder Talk, right? They ended up with their 0 points right after coming off a solid game. So things are getting interesting, guys. One thing that, I always bring up, because it is very, very important, I think, is, how these teams cannot depend on the last match of the day, right? I mean, there's going to be teams that know they're not going to make it usually, right? But in this stage, it's going to be even worse because teams at the bottom of the leaderboards can still push their way up. 4MV are back in the mix right there. Look how many squads are in running for top 3. I mean, it's pretty much second all the way down to 5th place. When it comes down to 6th, 7th, and 8th, I mean, they need to win almost every game after this if they want a chance. And that's it's not going to happen.
D+ Kiar really pulling a Mirror and Sage on. I hate this. Come on. We need to see them make it. What's happening? But yeah, as you said, Hodrix is definitely going to be currently the top 5 teams in the race for top 3. Maybe another team could jump up there, but they're going to need to win literally next match if they want to be in the race for that position. But where we really have to focus our attention here is going to be the second half of the rankings, and 77 finally make it out of the bottom 5.
Yeah, I think I said earlier, I don't know if it was quite enough to breach top 11. In fact, it was. And by 3 points, as you have Alliance, DRS. I mean, every team below them can still catch up to them. It's just getting very difficult right now for who we can say is going to be top 11. Because honestly, I don't know. It's going to come down to the last match for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be brutal. Like we always say it, Jason, it's going to be down to the last game for the top 3 possibly, and also for the bottom 5, and see who's going to make into survival stage. So again, I'm happy to be here on the desk because I would not want to be these players. It must be rough to go in these games and you're like, it's all down to this match. Like a whole year's worth of work to try and get to PMGC down the drain. That must feel bad, man.
Dude, it's almost like that meme, dude. You see DRS, right? They just finally make it in. It's like, yes, yes. And in the last game, back down. No. Hopefully they can make it to that top 11.
Well, we'll find out what's going to happen in the last half of the day here after a short break.
Just like that, a blink of an eye, we have gone through 3 matches of the last day of Group Green. I'm joined by none other than Apex from 4MB. You guys were just able to finally make that push towards the top 3. What are you guys going to be doing or changing anything to make sure that you maintain that top 3?
Бид бол өнөөдрийн байдлаар тоглох арга хэмжээгээ бол ерөөсөө өөрчлөхгүй. Зүгээр бидэд аль болох аюулгүйг л харж тоглоно доо. Аль болох сейв тоглоно л гэсэн. Манайгийн хувьд бол ер нь багийнхандаа үргэлж итгэдэг болохоор ер нь өөрсдөндөө нэлээд итгэлтэй байна.
For today, we're not gonna change anything. We'll just like make sure we are safe enough and making the right decision in the right situation. And also, we believe ourselves. So like we are like pretty confident with for today.
Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much. Best of luck to you guys, because that team, as I mentioned, they are currently in third place. Now we're going to be mixing it up here. It's not just going to be one team. It's the final day, so let's have some fun with it, because I do want to talk to a team that is trying to make it to that survival stage, and it's none other than RRQ Nerfeco. Kind of along the lines, right? Set but a little bit different. What are you guys going to be changing, if anything, or what are you guys going to be doing to make sure you actually make it to the survival stage?
Oke, jadi apa yang bakal diubah oleh RRQ sendiri untuk memastikan yang kalian itu bakal lolos ke babak survival stage?
Yang pasti yang pertama udah pasti tuh strategi lah. Kita udah coba hari pertama, hari kedua strategi main agak face rotate dan center agak susah, dan di hari ketiga kemarin kita udah mulai dapet tempo, dan di hari terakhir ini kita mau maksimalin tempo yang udah kita punya itu.
Okay, so basically yes. First of all, we of course we're gonna change our strategy, and yes, if we take a recap back when we play on the first 2 days, we are struggle by playing fast and center on a center circle, and on the third day we try to adapt and we try to change this tactic, and it worked for us. We gain the momentum from there, and yes, from today we just gonna bring the momentum, followed by instruction from our coaches, and of course we try to ensure our survival stage.
Awesome. Well, hey, it wouldn't hurt to have another Indonesian team in survival stage. We saw what Void Donkey has been able to do so far with the changes they made. Let's see what RRQ and 4MB are going to be able to do in the last 3 matches of Group Green.
Ah, damn it. I was just about to say, it feels like it was weeks ago we last saw Seven do the air guitar on broadcast. But of course, he gets it in the last few strums, in the last few seconds. But I can't believe we're into our final 3 matches of our normal group stage here, because we still have survival stage and, of course, last chance to come up next week. If I'm not mistaken, we also do add on an extra day of play, meaning we're going to be starting on Wednesday next week instead of Thursday. But yeah, interesting to hear as well from 4MV. I feel like there was something that wasn't said in the interview, though, about like... Okay. Yeah, we talked to Doc and we're like, hey, play with us. And now they're having success. Get him that EpiPen.
His tunnel vision needs to be studied at this point. That first Erangel match really got me concerned, because you see him take so many unnecessary 1v1s. His whole team will be right there. If he's just able to slow it down a little bit and play with the squad, I mean, yeah, we can see it happen. And I'm glad it finally is happening right at the right time.
We know it's also happened at the right time. Our Infinix GT20. What wallpaper do we have today, Maxman?
Let's see.
It's Doc wallpaper time. Oh, let's go. MVP of the... Wait, focus. Oh, we turned off.
Nice.
No, wait, come back. There we go. Okay, continue. You may do the segment, Jason. I allow you.
Well, as you can see, Doc also agrees that Infinix GT20 Pro can make you play like a pro with 120 FPS. There you go. You got it like zoomed in perfectly, focused as well. And then we get your face and just ruins the whole thing. And 144 Hz AMOLED screen. It's okay, Maxman. Maybe one day we'll be able to play like Doc and have a hairline like Doc.
No, I'm not. It's not working out for me.
He says,
both of them
Turkey is not that far away from France.
What did I do to you today? Gee, continue the segment, Jason.
We can go together. We can go together. Don't worry.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I'll be your support.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. Just like 4MV today, as they broke through into top 3. I don't know where we're going with this one, to be honest with you guys. But we still have 3 matches left to go. 1 Erangel followed up by 2 Miramar. Now we know the last game of the day, of course, is going to be won by Team Liquid, because it always seems to be, you know, done really well by Team Liquid. But I'm curious about what we're going to see here in this final Erangel. Obviously, we've had a lot of northern zones. I'm feeling like a Milta zone in our last Erangel of the group.
I'm feeling we mix it up, bro. Let's go to shooting range.
Wait.
Hot shoots. I will fight you. I will fight you. You are not safe. You might be across the Atlantic. I will come for you. Okay.
Dude, this is getting crazy.
No more northern circles, please. I've had enough. But to take the topic to like a little bit of a realistic note right now, you mentioned it earlier, Hodrix, that realistically for top 5 teams are looking the most capable of competing for that top 3 spot. Sure. I'm still looking at teams below. I'm looking at your Voin Donkey ID. I'm looking at your RCB. I'm looking at your Team Liquid. I'm looking also maybe to some extent to the Vicious and Stalwart. If they want to have a chance, and I really mean a slight chance to make it into top 3, they need to get chicken dinner right now. There is no ifs or buts about it. We need to see a win from one of those teams if they want to have just a single opportunity to go to the Grand Finals. Otherwise, if they lose now, they just got to make sure to secure their spot for the survival stage, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, you know, it's getting really, really crazy here. So again, I talked to Knight, right? Look at that damage though. Holy goodness, bro. That is ridiculous. 10k damage from Doc. I would be shocked to not see this guy in the finals. I mean, with a performance like this, you know he's going to be just set up for success. And if he plays with this team, he'll have even more damage, right? But I will say this, you know, talking to Knight, I gave him a question, okay? I said, like, let's say you're 10 points away from top 3, right? It's the last game. Would you guys have the grapes to hot drop or try to camp the 3rd place team's rotation, you know? And he says the problem is that, you know, we're good at Miramar in the last 2 maps and it's not worth hot dropping. But it's if we need to make sure that we're going to get it done, right? We'd rather drop near the team and gatekeep. My question is right now, dude, with how many points they are far away, it may be even worth considering doing it right now. What do you think, Max?
I don't think they should change their playstyle in Miramar. I think that their approach has been really solid. It's been consistent. Of course, as we saw, they wrapped up almost every day with a win over on Miramar, so they're doing really well on that front. So I would say ruining that with a possible hot drop where you're somewhat taking a 50-50, and even then, if you win the fight, you might still lose players, which your chances of a chicken dinner dwindle so quickly when that happens. So I kind of agree, Hodjux. I need to see a little bit of a different playstyle from, again, the teams I mentioned Team Liquid, Vicious, etc. That they need to really step up big time here. A win is also maybe just not even going to cut it. You need to get a win with a bunch of eliminations. You need to play aggressive. And Team Liquid specifically, their passive middle playstyle that we've seen a few times on Erangel before is just not happening. Maybe sweeping edge would be the way to allow them to be in contention for top 3 spots. So I think that would be a good adaptation for Team Liquid.
See, I don't know. I don't know if you can make plays like this work in the last matches to like breach top 3 just based off the fact that I feel like if you're brute force, you can just start playing a lot safer now. Just play for placements. You don't even need to make any these big elimination plays because you're already in the lead by, you know, closing on 30 points. I think you're about 25 points ahead. Actually, probably a little bit less than that. Why do something out of the ordinary, or why be extra aggressive to potentially lose out in a fight that you could potentially be caught up by on these other teams? And especially if you're on like the brink right now, like your Influence Rage, your 4MB, your Thunder Talk, your D+. I feel like they're just going to play a very standard game and hope that others are going to be the ones to mess up, and they don't have to be the ones to make a big play happen to qualify.
I get your point, but for the middling teams, I would say, and I think Hodjux, you might agree with this, it's the worst that could happen for those teams at least is you just go to survival stage. So I think just doing a big play, at least an attempt at a big play, is going to be the correct approach for the Erangel match.
Yep, but we need to see desperation plays from 6 on down, and brute force, we haven't talked about it, but you saw that they know where everybody's dropping. If they wanted to, they can choose who makes it into the final stage.
No hot
so
drop,
let's see. Yeah, let's see what they decide to do here.
I heard hot drop. That means we're not going to have one. I said not going to have one. Don't worry, Max, you're good. You're good.
Thank you.
And our final Erangel of Group Green. Let's throw it back over to John on a blink to take us in.
And all 16 teams drop onto Pachinki. That's where we're going. Every single one of them. We're all going straight into the middle. I was thinking of Picardo, but then I was like, no, don't like Picardo hot drops. Pachinki it is. All 16 of them. I'd love it.
Yeah, it would be helpful if Picardo was even on our angle as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I also didn't go for it. That was like the secondary concern.
Yeah, that just doesn't exist here. But Pachinki would have been a good one. You know, I'd also enjoy a military base. Maybe even a Stauber fighting in the ruins. That would have been good fun. But yes, hot drops, maybe no. Maybe yes. But I'm leaning no.
I'm also leaning no. I think that's generally what we've seen in the past.
Yeah. Again, I think if we look at this lobby contextually of where people are sat in the leaderboards, hot dropping is a very bad idea right now. Because it's not a case of, we can guard someone out from taking us over. It's a case of either we give someone a survival stage slot or we go home. That is the risk you're taking. Do you want to take that risk? Probably not.
And this is the thing, right? It's like the reason that you would try and get someone out is because you don't want to face strong teams in the finals. This is PMGC. You're facing strong teams in the finals, no matter what. Like, sure, you've got experience against these specific teams and things like that, but the other teams can all be watching these and actually probably getting as much good info on what you're doing as the rest of them. So in general, I think is guarding out a specific team and not wanting a specific team in the finals, I feel like is kind of a weak reasoning to go for a hot drop. If you want to, I think at any point, it's kind of just, yeah. I'm a big no. I'm a big no right now on hot drops, and I think we're both in agreement on that.
We are in agreement.
We have struck an accord.
We are an alliance.
We
might say. Yeah, I don't think it's the right idea. In the meantime, though, it's CAG as well as the Donkeys rotating in very close to one another. Though Potato and Co do send wide. Vexy right now, a huge amount of work for the team. 25 staggering eliminations for the squad. M and Razor. And some crazy stuff.
Yeah, 23 as well. 32% those eliminations, but they are just the pincers. The full crab, and comprises all 4 players, so do need to be giving credit to them because their step up over the course of today has been phenomenal. They've had 3 good games on the trot, and let's see if they can keep that going. As the hoofs pound on the soft earth of Erangel once more, they'll try and catch up to 5th place, which is a little bit in the distance, but it is achievable here.
If they keep putting up the points that they have been doing over the past few games, entirely possible. The fact they're in 6th place, chasing one of the top 5, it's wild to me. They're in that situation now, though, where they're no longer jumping up over teams after a single game, which has been the case because it was a case of 12th place, 9th place, 7th place. Now we're in 6th place. It's no longer going to be that case because they have jumped a ridiculous amount of placings throughout the day already. It would require D+ to continually put up poor performances, though they have been slowly clawing away at that lead. With only Brute Force sending far, far ahead of everyone else at 181 points. It's still incredibly close. 149 to 156. There is a 7-point differential between 5th and 2nd place. It's all still for grabs here for that top 3. But it's likely going to be one of these last 3 games where one of the top 5 starts to break away once again into that 2nd place, and then we're really just battling out for 3rd, sorry.
It's really, really closely fought. I do want to highlight something as well. D+ Kia have yet to double their scoreline from day 1. They started with day 1 on 75 points. Double that, that's 150. They're on 149. So are they finally going to be able to double that total into today's games? Again, last time around, they just were a little bit too timid and couldn't quite get it done on that eastern side, and it's just a continual story for D+ Kia. They've been able to extract a couple of cheekier limbs here and there, but overall, I feel like it's more between Thunder Talk and 4MV and Influence Rage as to who's going to get those 2 of the 3 spots.
Yeah, and I'd agree with you on that sentiment as well, because I think D+, essentially what they've been doing over the past 3 days has been existing. Right? They've been existing at the top, remaining towards the top as best as they can, which is not an ideal scenario, but in terms of securing a position over towards the survival stage, they're very safe. It must be very frustrating for them knowing that they're so close, but no matter what they do, they just cannot get over towards into that top 3 once again, and have just slowly slipped out of it. Again, Nobu, that last game, I think it was a very, very good play from him, not only in the moment, but for the rest of the team. Someone had to pull the trigger, right? Someone had to pull the trigger on that engagement, and I'm glad it was Nobu, because Osal, who has been the one who's been doing incredible damage, incredible eliminations, but even he has faded away in the team at this point in time, and Nobu's like, look, we've got to get something done. I'm crashing this. Feel free to follow. And the rest of the team decided to go on top of it. For Voin Donkey, I think at this stage, they have done enough. It was one hell of a plow for them to get as much as they did in those first 3 matches. But now you go into match 4, match 5, and match 6. I think you can be happy with a survival stage. Considering where you come from, now is not the time to be making mistakes and allowing teams to get ahead of you and knock you out. As much as that would be unlikely at this stage, I think the idea is just to profit 5 or 6 points per game, and that'll see you very, very safe and get to live another day. If they can push it further, fair play. But I do think that now is the time, because they have been taking risks. They were taking risks in a lot of their games and getting through with just mechanical skill. I think now is the time where they could be like, we can play a bit more safe, which is what they're doing at the moment. They're playing off towards that western side. They're taking their time moving into the circle. And I think they're just looking for profit on these games.
See how much of that they can achieve and tuck away into the back pocket. Always nice to have. The teams beneath them will continue to scrabble around for that 11th place bubble. There is that small margin that starts to open itself as well. You've got 9th place and 10th place on 108 and 107, then a 10-point drop-off to 11th on 97, and then it goes 94 and 91. So it's really quite close, and it goes 86 at the bottom of the tables in 16th. So any of those bottom 6 could really change around at any given moment. 9th and 10th, a little bit more safe, but still not out of it. And then I mean, to be honest, it's still not entirely secure for Wayne Donkey and RCB. I mean, that's what you're talking about with playing a little bit more safe, getting 4 points a match or something like that would see you safe. Team Liquid as well. It's not entirely safe for them, but it's highly unlikely that multiple teams can do enough to jump up on over them. So a lot more secure there. It's really those bottom 6 that I'm looking at as being incredibly volatile.
Yeah, 77 just about breaking into the top 11. It would be a massive shame to see 77 drop out from the PMGC this early on into groups. Just because we know they're a strong team, but quite frankly, they haven't done enough, honestly. And I think for 77, although I wouldn't want to see them go out, I don't think they're playing to the standards of PMGC so far.
The Vicious, once in the top 3, temperamental, dangerous roll-ups, and haven't really done so well in the last few days. 77 getting taken down, and Team Liquid actually staying alive as 4. 77 going down 11th place, Blank. This is a big takedown on the lobby. Celcom, the G Alliance, DRS, CG Osaka, RRQ, Team Secret, every single one of them happy to see that one go through.
Again, it's what I was saying about just before, is they are not playing to a PMGC standard. And it felt like they did not hear me, and we're just like, we're going to continue doing exactly what we're playing like right now, which is aggressive, weird plays with little to no comeback from those situations. I mean, you crash into Team Liquid, you know there's going to be a team there, and even so, not even taking a single knock onto Team Liquid, it's a very bad scenario to be in. So yeah, I'm not happy to see it. I think that unless they can get things back together come Miramar, it might just be over for 77 at this point in time.
They've got 2 more chances to get away from it. And the question is, how well can the teams beneath them do as well? Because there's always that question mark on what's the performance going to be like. Can a team like DRS get those extra points needed to put themselves over the top? They've had 2 chicken dinners so far for DRS, but both of them have been a little bit quieter than a lot of the other chicken dinners we've seen. And on the south side, they can survive for quite a bit longer here, but it's only into stage 2. A long way to go on these circle shrinks.
Influence Rage, because they're rotating down on that north side. They've dropped off a little bit. Getting a lot of early deaths on these games. D Plus over towards their west with Brute Force coming in behind them. So a real difficult northwest side of the circle in terms of the strength of the teams. Influence Rage, D Plus, and Brute Force all playing in that area. A lot of our teams that are looking to climb have headed down towards that south side. With 4MV as well as Thunder Talks.
MV look at a push on up. Secret and Stalwart, both around that prison area. Circle very close to popping. In the middle of this circle, you've got RRQ, but they're now right on the edge of the next one. D plus Kia in the middle. What can they do with this?
This is their game. They have made some good rotations in the past. They've got some circles where they're a little bit over towards the edge, but this is one of the circles where you can completely dominate from if you have central at the start here. So they regroup, getting towards a good position. They control off that northwest side where it's fielded area. Yeah, I want to see a big game at D+, because this could be something that secures them towards that top 3 easily. But if they have these unfortunate pickoffs where they go down, they take knocks, they can quite quickly fall in this match. But already finding a player onto Voin Donkey. Get a knock up towards Zeta. No smoke's been thrown out, as Ozal will pick up the first elimination there for his squad.
Wraps back as well, repositions, moves out to the high ground on the southeast of them. Voin Donkey moved into the garage, and they will be playing on with 3 from there. A really powerful area for them to hold. Celcom Digi Alliance, they are on the south side of this one, but down in the bunker. We'll be playing from the mouth of it. No competition for them at this area, but teams around the side may look to try and peek out their way. Team Liquid, they held out the crash from 77. They got 4 points for it. And they're now ahead of Voin Donkey ID on the point scoring, which is good news for them. RRQ making their way out on the west edge, close to Thunder Talk. And COG Osaka actually flexing all the way out with 2 of their players. This could get cut off. This could be very dangerous for COG Osaka.
Heading over towards the west, and with RRQ flowing in towards this position, dangerous scenario, and CAG has never done well on quick crosses like this versus another team, and it goes poorly once again as CAG falls further and further down towards the bottom of the tables. They have been tumbling all the way down throughout today. And it has been these aggressive, weird plays coming through from CAG Osaka. I'm not sure they entirely understand what some of these rotates are doing for them at the moment. They have an idea in their head, but a lot of that second, third step down the line is just not quite thought out yet. And I don't know, man. It's been unfortunate because I enjoyed the way CAG Osaka was playing towards the beginning. Doc versus Influence Rage immediately goes down. There is backup.
Apex moves in. The rest of 4MV just come in by dribs and drabs. And the 3rd place spot is falling. It's tumbling down and 4MV are eliminated. Influence Rage get 4 points as well. What just happened? I mean, that was a messy roll-up for 4MV. If you're going to go for it, go for it. But again, Doc goes in on his own and they get punished.
It was a mega crash as well. They were on the south side of the circle, John. The fact that they went all the way up here and get decimated off the back of, I think, 1 or 2 players on the beginning, with a little bit of backup coming through later on. Yeah, a horrible way to start this one out. And for a team that, you know, could have potentially gone to top 3 there. They just come off a lovely chicken dinner. They were looking good. Only for that to happen, man, it's almost as if we wish that they never got a chicken dinner in the first place.
Oh, yeah. That's so much better when they do that, because then they do well the next game. You're right. Goodness me. And in 3rd place, Thunder Talk now with a chance to push past. D+ Kia in their central position. They have a lot of control over the surrounding area, but their influence seems to be diminishing somewhat as Thunder Talk move into the hill to the southeast, scouted by Osal earlier, wrapped back in for D+ Kia. COG Osaka with 2 players roll up the Voin Donkey, and I feel like that's only going to go one of one ways. Influence Rage chime in for a little point steal from Law.
Influence Rage starting to get a big points tally off the back of this game. D+ Kia still have a strong spot to play in, but not garnering a lot of value out of this map so far. Stalwart look to fight against Team Secret. This is over towards the northeast side, the high ground to the west of Mansion. Nades have been sent down, but slightly lukewarm, but the high ground advantage is certainly in the favor of Team Secret.
They've got Stalwart penned in on this ridge side now. No real way to move around to the south side for it for Stalwart. There's off angles that can start to look for those shots. Although they might find the rooftop for Team Secret as well. Third party's not coming through. RRQ could potentially roll up from the far northwest if they get past Influence Rage. But that still needs to be enacted. Break trying to move out wide for an off angle from distance, but Stall will go down. A double spray down coming through. Goodness me, and Secret, they're just going to roll straight on over the lip of this ridgeline, leaving 2 players standing here. They do take a knock in response that's coming through from Stalwart. Critters there, but the DPS from Soaz, it's waning a little bit. Triangle does go down, and now it's just Jaiki on this angle. Break has to regroup forwards.
In the meantime, ROQ decimates Brute Force on the western side. Very slow fight coming through from Team Secret versus Stalwart. They have held their ground. And now Nate's going over the top. That one's a decent one over towards Break. Goes slightly far. Critter will look to finish off one of the players from Team Secret, who's passing back a lot of information. Fearless still knocked, hasn't been quite rezzed up just yet, and a nice spray down from Critter. Break peeks out for far too long. Now just Jaiki last left alive for Team Secret as Stalwart attempts to take control of a really nice bit of high ground.
Ooh, Jaiki with the one. Now needs to cut through the rest of them. Stalwart with 3 players bearing down upon him, and it is too much for him to handle. Stalwart able to get 4 elims from down the hill. There was a massive high ground advantage for Team Secret. That was their opportunity to launch themselves from the bottom of the tables, and they've thrown it away.
Team Liquid up against Cellcom Digi Alliance, and you're right. For Team Secret, that was a big chance for them. All in all, well played. Stalwart, realistically, hard position to play from. Team Liquid up to 5 eliminations off the initial crazy rotate in coming through from 77. Now looking to put that points total up even more. Oh, it's Team Liquid going for a top 3.
All right. Okay. They're a very far way away. And they are out of the circle as well. Pretty far from that 1-2. D plus Kia maintain that 2-2 split, but they're in that edge of the circle. They can control RRQ, DRS, RCB decently, but Fabian doesn't want to take the heat there. Folds back. In the meantime, Team Liquid are still pushing through on the mansion. Olio not going to have that nade sent his way. It goes long, past the angle. Cellcom Digi Alliance around the walls. Going to take shots from the off angle. That's RCB from the west side who have got sightlines onto this. A nade from Leon does spot the backline, but there's that pickup. It's Thunder Talk actually picking up that point. And Blank, that shifts the tables. Thunder Talk up into 3rd place.
Back again. Incredibly messy fight right now for Team Liquid. Team Liquid, unable to get into Mansion itself. Very much struggling here.
Oh, no.
Museum, sorry.
What a big nade coming around the corner from Leon. Just takes down 3 of Liquid, all on his Todd. And now the last player on the inside wondering where his teammates have gone. Cellcom Digi Alliance with 2. They've turned this fight topsy-turvy. And Team Liquid, their bid for the top 3, cut short here. Cellcom Digi Alliance, this is good news though. They're looking to defend their spot, the bubble on the 11th place, but they lose one more. And Cardoza now just has Leons to deal with. There's that third-party angle, and it's RCB through the door frame to find the lick at the back. Is that the Vicious? I think it might have been. Everybody knows this fight's happening.
Yeah, the Vicious taking shots over this way. I think you'd be hard-pressed going for this. Cardozan, yeah, 100%. 6 elims, though, it's not bad. Now they need to show that prowess over on Miramar they were talking about earlier. The Vicious have been holding this out for a while. Now RCB head on in. Nades go down towards Dimonor, and already lovely shot over towards Bruno's in.
Looking for more points to pick up here. RCB want to solidify themselves, at least into those survival stages. Nades over the top. Want that flush onto Bruno's in. And that bounce is going to take a little bit more damage away from it. Make it harder and harder. That one should do the job and gets the knock onto Reyes too. The long bouncing nade towards the backline doesn't quite catch Dimonor. He might be able to res Reyes, but not that anymore because they just keep on rolling in. And Loxy now moves forwards. The crunch comes through potentially from Thunder Talk. They're moving south to try and get that counter flank here onto RCB's position. Maybe get a couple of shots through. Loxy though with the rundown. Xing finds the knock and it will be the flush going over their way though.
Yeah, good stuff. In the meantime, it's DRS. Example, finding a shot over towards Fabian and another over towards Osal. Oh, dear me. For D+, this could have been a big game for them. They go for a split on the circle and a 2-2, and obviously it doesn't work out. D+ down to just 2 players on a game that should have been in the bag for them.
RRQ's oppression from this northern side has been too much for them to handle. They tried to hold too much. And they went for it for too long. Now, from the back, it needs to be something miraculous from the duo from D+ Kia. They have managed to finally double their points tally blank. They're up to 150 from that day 1, that is, over the next 3 days. But it is starting to wane here. They're 2 players. They've got to find something special. Luckily, the circle gives them a little bit of hope here. They will stay on the edge.
Just try to hold too much space. I mean, they know that DRS is down towards the south side. This is a very obvious crossing for a lot of teams that where RRQ's come from. And I think that you could have potentially just held a much stronger spot towards that north side, given up position over in this compound to eliminate RRQ and get more points on the north edge. Yeah, it's a weird one coming through from D+. I don't think at stage 5, stage 6, you should be really holding a 2-2 split anymore. Did not help them at all. Now RRQ flying in over towards D+, and it is Nolbu as well as Chips who have a big task on their hands.
They've got the firepower. Let's see if they can bring it to bear. Influence Rage, look at a third party, this crash, and that makes RRQ's job a lot harder. Means Fnatic can no longer escape and is locked into this fight. Needs to step into the lobby here. But Influence Rage divert. They're heading back out to the side. They're waiting for the opportune moment. Allow RRQ to fully bolster their presence here. Maybe contest for that ridgeline. There's a lot of fights going on, and this might be good for D+ Kia, but that nade in from Asar is going to find Chips. The knock is there. Nolbu needs the flush. But there's the nade that will seal the deal. D+ Kia out for another time blank, and now the top 3 can remain safe for the time being. But how much further can they go? Influence Rage with 6 elims looking to chase brute force.
It's just odd, man. I don't understand why you'd break out from Alamo. Playing Alamo as 4 with an off angle, maybe on the ridge side to scout towards the north, would have been the ideal scenario there for them. It's a weird play. It's a really weird play, and it's not the... weird to say this, it's not the done way to play Alamo. I think that position has been such a strong spot throughout the years. Teams should understand how to play that position, and D+ goes for something way too aggressive, which didn't actually really help them in the long run. I think having an anchor on Alamo and then sending off towards the eastern side of vehicles is an easy prospect. Donkey, with 2 players still alive, still pushing the boundaries ever further in terms of point scoring. Only one elimination, but potential at more points in terms of placements. In comes Stalwart. Plenty of Molotovs, but incredible shots.
In comes Stalwart, and down they go as well. Sanchez now trying to make that move, and Influence Rage moving around the sidelines, up to the rock. Sanchez there, and finally he's the one to be able to take down Donkey, but the damage has been done, and now Influence Rage want to add more points to their tally. The nades blasting the vehicles out the way, searching for the scrabbling players of Stalwart. The nades over the backline there, devilish and devious, and Stalwart will not be able to solve the problem. Influence Rage, 8 eliminations now, and Brute Force do have to start to worry.
No, I mean, Influence Rage definitely catching up, and with huge strength in the lobby now, with an incredible amount of loot being able to be gathered here, which is going to really send their tally in terms of utility sky high. They'll have a very strong approach towards this endgame. And again, you look at RRQ, you see how safe they are in Alamo. Why didn't D+ stay in there? Doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. DRS down towards the southwest side, still battling out for an 11th place, and with a lot of the teams around that area already going out in this game, there is a chance here for DRS to put up big points. RCB holding down towards the southeast.
RCB get that circle shift as well. If they can isolate Thundertalk and get rid of them, they have such a strong spot on this side of the road. There's a long sloping hill which keeps them covered. The buildings will be taken out of it, which means there's no rooftops to try and hop around on and get those high ground angles. That western point as well, that ridge that goes up towards the west, is great for RCB. But the only thing stopping them from winning this one here and now is Thundertalk.
Yeah, Thundertalk's in an awkward scenario there. They're peeking over this little ridge side, but very nadeable in terms of positioning, and Influence Rage, if they wanted to head over this road and start taking shots towards them, smoking out their approach as well, could be a simple task for them going forward. DRS still on a very strong approach, and with 2 loot crates in front of them, should be able to get some nice loot from those as well, be it a P90 or just even the level 3 vest and level 3 helmet that comes in those bad boys. That will be useful for the end game. RRQ trying to disengage from the Alamo, but with not enough players, there's been more of a survival attempt for them, and finally Influence Rage will put them down and put themselves on a 10-point game right now. Everyone all pitching in 2 or 3 elims apiece for Lorizin and Law, and 2 for Diego and Lil Boy. This has been a great game and a great display of teamwork.
DRS looking to try and find something against Influence Rage. They have a little bit better of a position. at the moment, but Influence Rage need to take shots at the forward breakout for DRS. They can't quite find this angle. RCB should have shots down at Influence Rage when they step forwards, but Thunder Talk are slowing that south side down so much. Influence Rage gonna have a tough time here, but if there's a team that can do it, it's our second place squad right now looking to change that one up and step to the higher landing on the podium.
Change their fate here. And again, I was saying this earlier on, that one team eventually would break out from that top 3, and then it would be a battle for 3rd place. Lovely nade over the top there from Silas. A surprise that didn't fully finish out the entirety of Xing, but one more will do the trick as he finds 2 elims off on that side. Yeah, for Influence Rage is looking more and more likely that they're securing their 2nd place here, and there will be only one spot available into the future between 4MV, Thunder Talks, and D+.
DRS still holding on. They've made it across the road, which is more than can be said for Influence Rage. And now that Thunder Talk is gone, RCB can take shots over towards Influence Rage with a little bit more impunity here. From that high ground that Wild sits on, he can start to look for those shots, look for that angle, because Influence Rage are going to have to push up and over towards the RCB side of the road. There are no two ways about it. DRS could potentially get a 2nd place off this, but I think even with 3 players, this should still by rights be RCB.
It's a fantastic place to hold for them. I think that the worrisome thing comes into play where if Influence Rage can lay down a smoke train, get across, the amount of nades that they're holding on to is going to be the big deal going forward. But you're right, DRS having angles on towards this, RCB 2. In comes 1. Good shot from Lil Boy will find Gyante, and that might open the door for them. This has been instantaneous. If this fight concludes super quickly, oh my god, Influence Rage definitely have a chance going forward now.
Silas trying to break out, getting that off angle, take shots at these players on the roadside, and the nades come over the top. Influence Rage, they've taken 1 knock. There's a player still on the far side of the road with Lil Boy playing backstop in the smokes. Diego trying to hold down on this bunker position, but it's just not going their way. Wild over the top, and Law is still there, trying to frag out, a crossfire, hop out of the buggy, spray down towards the smoke. Law falls, a slither of HP on the top rope, and it's all up to Lil Boy. Silas is there, they know he's on this angle, and in from the smoke. They're looking for these shots, but it's not going to work out. They cannot cross the road. RCB hold on. Influence Rage chased the top spot, but RCB dragged them back down.
Absolutely. I mean, that could have been really bad for Brute Force, sending them down towards 2nd place, and then maybe someone catches up on that side. But Silas, what a player from that squad. I mean, he is absolutely keeping the team in check so many times. That cross in the vehicle was so incredibly dangerous, but the call comes at an opportune moment because they realize DRS has just been sat down in the most disgraceful manner on that side. And Silas knows that, look, if we don't get an advantage, we do it a position on the other side of the circle, it's all over for us.
Hot Jukes, come on. You don't need me to be the intro here.
Oh, are you kidding me, bro? Magnum Karia! Clutch up a chicken dinner, but man, is it gonna be enough? That is my question, because Blank said it, and it is so dang true. I think it's a battle for only 1 spot left in the top 3.
I thought it was only going to be 2 spots, but no, with the game Influence got, it's only 1 spot for the finals, Jason. Yeah.
And it could have been 4MV actually to be the one to potentially get a lot of these points. And we'll obviously hit on that in a little bit of time. But Magnum Kari getting themselves the 10 eliminations, the 20 points on the game, and putting them into contention here for top 3. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see how it's going to play out when we do get to our overalls. And as you said before, Hot Jukes, if any of these teams who are below 5th place want to have a chance to break top 3, well, they have to start popping off. And well, Red and Karia, the job's not done yet. You get yourself in reach, but you have to bring it home.
Need another chicken dinner. Need to win this next game for sure, because the last game is going to get so dang sketchy. So I think when we saw the win, you could see Silas like talking to his team. He's like, all right, guys, like we still got a lot of work to do. You know, he's like, we're there now. We're definitely there. Unfortunately for Team Liquid, it's the nail in the coffin at this point. It's just not gonna. Yeah, I know that they're the best in Miramar so far, but it just can't happen.
I really have to echo the point of Blank during that game too, which is Silas was so impactful in that finishing moment. Sending it across the road was super risky. And I was like, oh man, I thought he was going to get knocked. But the fact is that the other players of RCB were keeping tabs on the other players, keeping them in check on Influence. And it really stopped them from taking as many shots as they really would have liked to on Silas as he was going wide for the off angle. and it really just gave them so much more control on that lobby. So sure, the elims go the way of Kimiz, especially Kimiz, by the way, Jason. He was just doing so good with that utility. His nades were on point over on that ridge. But Silas definitely is the one calling the shots here. And I got to say, I've said it yesterday too, RCB's macro is amongst the best in this group, and it's really being highlighted on this final day.
Okay, a bold statement coming through, but you can't really argue with the results, as we are seeing RCB slowly climb themselves up on the leaderboards here. In a brute force, they won it relatively early in this game. Influence Rage probably going to be able to close the gap up as well with their second place finish. I was, though, surprised that Wild in like that final skirmish didn't get more from that angle, considering I mean, he had like the entire Influence Rage focused on him. I was actually thinking RCB might lose this match, to be honest.
It was close. It was definitely a close one for sure. But yeah, those nades from Influence Rage. Oh my gosh, dropped a red zone there on the stalwart. That was crazy, man. But yeah, I mean, it definitely could have gone in either direction. I think that off angle from Silas, though, proved just to be too strong. But yeah, Wild, even though he had that hilltop, wasn't able to really perform, I think, the way he wanted to, but it was enough to just hold and just hold those teams down, you know, so Silas can put it to finish it off. It was perfectly executed, man. I mean, look at that, 20 points, Influence Rage get 20. It's going to be a battle even for first place. This is fun. This group here is close pretty much all the way down the board.
And we know with the teams competing currently for top 3, the fact that Regnum Karabra not only win this game with 10 eliminations, the fact they eliminate their direct competition in Thunder Talk that's competing for that, maybe that final slot for top 3, is so damn important. So maybe they knew, like, oh yeah, that's Thunder Talk. We need to completely eradicate that team off of the surface of Erangel, and it worked out great with those Silas nades. I think he got a double nade elimination at the end. So yeah, again, I think Regnum Karabra have a really good grasp on what to do, how to execute the game plan in these matches to secure spot in top 3, and so far it's going as planned.
Yeah.
All right,
well, go ahead.
We can finally bring this up now. And at home, I hope you are prepared. Maybe turn the volume down just a little bit, because there's going to be some anger coming through. 4MV, 0 points.
What? Oh boy, 4MV. 4MV, right? Let's go ahead and do a beautiful wide wrap, you know, up on the north side. And let's go and make the big push onto the team that we gotta take out. Influence Rage. Let's go. And then dead. Just gone instantly, Max. What the heck happened?
The thing is, I don't even hate the rotate, but it's again down to timing, which I think is an aspect of the game that 4MV are struggling to really grasp properly this PMGC. Literally, sure, if you want to send it one by one, I don't think it's great, but if that's what you want to do, hey, no, whatever, cool, whatever. But Doc instantly gets in fighting mode. He does not wait for his teammate, and that wounds them so much at the end. 5 seconds more, maybe could have got back up from his team, but here, as we see, this game unfortunately pushes them out of the top 3 as Thunder Talk reclaim a spot to make in the Grand Finals.
Not sure if you could hear that. Even my dog Oliver is getting frustrated, throwing a couple barks our way. Yeah, I mean, Brute Force, Influence Rage, they're pretty much set in stone to be able to get through to the Grand Finals. It's all about Thunder Talk, 4MV, D+, RCB, even potentially Team Liquid. I'm going to count them out in my eyes of having a chance. And technically, I don't even count out RCB unless they have another big game here. But to have 3 big games back to back, because they need to have good results in these next 2 Miramars, it's going to be tough. But also, we're talking a lot about the top of the table. What about the bottom of the table, man? DRS, they're back in 11th place. Who knows for how long? Winning out in the tiebreaker right now, currently with Chicken Dinners, but they're tied in points with RRQ Ryu, who has been down towards the bottom of the leaderboards for such a long time. I don't think they've ever made it out of bottom 12.
I don't think they have. They were in like 16th position at some point. But looking at these last 3 matches, no joke, it's been a different team in 11th every time, it feels like. And sometimes they're there just for, it feels like 5 minutes, Jason. They're just so close between all these squads. But again, Highlights is so competitive to just make in survival stage. So even making it to the Grand Finals is even more competitive at the top. But we're getting down to now just Miramar. And yeah, again, I think we might have completely different teams in the bottom 5 and the top 3 by the end. Of course, normally just one team in the top 3 should be different, but it is exceptionally close. And predicting is going to be really tough because, again, it's down to one game. One good game is all you need, and you might go to all the finals or the survival stage. So it's a tough one, man, to wrap up the day.
Dude, I don't think there's a DRS gaming fan on the planet that has any nails left. right? I mean, come on. I mean, it's just been a roller coaster
Toenails.
of emotions for these guys. It's getting brutal.
Are you saying their toenails are gone as well?
Oh, both of them, dude. Bite them all off at this point
All two
because
of
this
their
is
toenails.
nerve-wracking.
You only got two? Wait. You should go to the doctor. What?
He said, yeah, both of them. I'm like, oh, I think I got more than 2 toenails. I don't know if you guys
Very
at
stubby
home.
feet, man.
All right, well, it is time to get serious here because we got about 15 seconds left before we head into our first Miramar of the 2, our penultimate match in our last group here in the PMGC 2024 league stage. It's all going to be kicking off. It's all coming down to this. John Allen and Blank, why don't you dive us straight into the last 2 matches of the day?
We've got 3 tickets to stamp on over for our teams. I suppose 12 in total for the players and then subs as well, so maybe the math's a little bit off. But either way, 3 of them are going to be going over to London, and we have 2 matches left to decide who will be joining the rest of the best over there later on over in December, as we get our plane path for the first of 2 Miramars here. Match 23 about to kick off. Ladriera over towards Impala on the east side. A little bit close to the south edge, but should be nice and open for our teams.
Southside plane path then start things off, and we do have Team Liquid, who have been touted as one of the best on Miramar here. Brute Force similarly have very good performances on this map. Most Brazilian teams do, including Influence Rage. So we will see exactly how they play this one out. And I think that is because there are so many teams in Brazil who are so good at Miramar that you kind of have to become good at Miramar if you're playing alongside with them all the time in your respective PMSLs to keep up with them. So I'd be excited to see what Influence Rage can get done. Again, for RCB, what a rotate from Silas. Again, RCB is a great team, and they have some very strong players on the squad, but we haven't seen the strength of the likes of Wild, of Loxy so far, and it's really only been that consistent member of Silas who a lot of time has been making those plays that have kept RCB safe. I'm not saying that the rest of RCB aren't good, but it has very much felt like Silas has been the thing, the glue, basically keeping that team from falling apart.
And hopefully they can keep themselves together. It's very likely that they secured that survival stage spot. And sure, there's a chance that they could get towards the top 3. I don't think it's going to happen. Over the last 2 games, they have got such a tall order to make that one work. DRS, they have been making pushes and pushes and pushes off the bottom of the table. We caught up with them during the break.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one's going to be in regards to DRS. I got a chance to talk again to Killer. Remember what he told us at the beginning of the day? They were looking to just start off strong. They did with the win in Sanhok. And just this last Erangel match of Group Green, they were able to perform well. He's saying that for Miramar, they're looking to make sure they get some points. I asked him if that means, are you willing to take fights early on? He said, whichever points they come, we want them. So if it is fights early on, they're willing to take them.
I mean, you have to be, right? In such a hotly contested lobby, no matter where those points come from, they are all going to mean the same thing, right? And that's a step closer to the survival stages, which for now is the only thing that our bottom 6 teams can hope to get.
With it getting so far away and ahead now at the top of the lobby, 181 to 176, these are unattainable point scorelines in 2 games. So for Brute Force and Influence Rage, highly likely that they will remain now in the top 3. And we're looking at Thunder Talk's position in 3rd place of 160 points. 4MV on 155 and D Plus at 151. D Plus have been hanging on by a thread, John, at the moment. I hope they can stay in this, but if I'm to be completely realistic, I think that's because I am very nostalgic of day 1 so far with how well they played.
Yeah, I think that's fair, right? They just have not been the same team since. You know what I'm expecting this match, Blank? I'm expecting D plus Kia to rotate all the way up through the north side, past La Cobreria, in the south side of El Pozzo on a wide wrap, and then immediately die to brute force and just get strangled out on the edge of the west side. That's what I'm expecting from them. Let's see if that happens, because that seems to be the theme. For some of our top teams, I mean, 4MV did basically the same thing on that last map, right? A lackluster approach to the Influence Rage fight, and went all the way down. So, a theme seemingly developing of teams going for some interesting, cool rotates that give them a nice opportunity, and then just completely squandering it.
Yeah, it is unfortunate. Again, for D+, they had such a strong position on that last map, and unable to do anything off the back of it. It feels really rough. And now, you're in a circle where it's nowhere near where you are playing. You have to move far out towards that north side. It's no real chance to wrap down towards the south. 77 currently curled up over between Cellcom Digi Alliance and Team Secret. Last game, they went out almost instantaneously and has dropped them into 14th place. But it's 2 points to get into 11th place at the moment. The Vicious seeing themselves a little bit safer at 112 in 10th. Yeah, anyone can still make it.
COG Osaka. Hopefully they can get a little bit more coordinated in their last 2 games of the day and of the league stage for them. 2 chances to prove that they aren't just crazy aggressive rotates, and they've got a little bit more bang for the buck. Getting into the survival stage is all important there. Thunder Talk, they've taken that 3rd spot, but it is a tenuous hold at best. Everybody beneath them will be more than glad to push them aside for their shot at the finals.
It's just crazy that Team Secret still even have a chance into this tournament at 86 points and 16th place. They need a bit of a bigger game than anyone else, though, here, alongside with CAG Osaka. DRS holding on to their 11th place position for the time being, though. With 99 points tied up with RRQ. There's RCB, though, taking shots at the aforementioned team of RRQ, who are underneath. A precarious position going forward.
RRQ not losing a player, but taking damage and trying to move around. RRQ continually over the last games today have been sending central, getting middle positions. They've had some pretty decent games as well, Blank. I mean, I can remember 2 times seeing them close to 10 eliminations so far today. And in general, that is what they're looking to repeat here on Miramar. If they can get one of those games now, it would be monumental for them in terms of their chances of surviving. If they can get ahead of a team like the Vicious, like Stalwart, it becomes all the more secure that they will be in for all those survival stages.
$77 on our screens. Went down pretty poorly last match, let's say, as Team Liquid. Completely crumbled in the face of the Brazilian squad. Now looking to make their way up towards Thunder Talks, but thinking better of it. Try and rotate around the side, find some kind of opening, some kind of gap that they can get through, because they're so close to the line here. I think a lot of people would be disappointed to see 77 go down.
They need to find something. On the southeast side, 77, again, in that flux position at the bottom of the tables. It says 14 next to their name, but it might as well say 11, because all of those teams at the bottom have that chance. Team Liquid, they may have just done enough work to see themselves safe to those survival stages. Hopefully into the last chance qualifier as well on the other side of it, but there is some stiff competition that's going to be sending towards those survival stages, Blank. It's going to be, I think, one of the most dynamic survival stages we've ever seen here at PMGC, no matter who qualifies.
Yeah, I mean, you'd hope that they just qualify off the back of survival stage, right? And they didn't have to go to the last chance. It'd be really rough, to say the least. Heading up to Hacienda del Patron now, though, and CAG the closest to it, alongside with Team Liquid. D plus southeast side have pretty much all of the northeast to play around with, though. There's hardly any teams here Most teams actually opting to rotate through on that western side, so I didn't go for the El Pozzo rotate.
Influence Rage sneaking in on the north side, and this is a big opportunity for them to find that opening. For MV, they're on that southwest side. They got pushed aside at the end of the last one. Doc needs to be careful. Isn't split from the rest of his team, and this is Rezable, but finds a knock around, and the rest of 4MV need to be careful as Stalwart will be taking these shots back down towards the south. No one close enough for a third party just yet. Cellcom Digi Alliance could divert, but it's unlikely that they do so quick enough to have an impact here, and 4MV need to get this res onto Doc. It's now or never, and the nades are coming through. Stalwart looking to put the close on this fight, but Reefus has the off angle, finds the knock he was looking for, gets back, and has a first aid to play around.
Baron up close. Apex on the sidelines, taking a couple of pot shots himself. Is out in the open. Octagori does see him. Drops down to the deck, but is already pulling the pin on the nade. Needs to hit this one onto him. It's perfect. Critter low as well. Should be an easy cleanup here for 4MV.
And what a time to find it. That is 4 eliminations added. They are now 1 point behind Thunder Talk in third place. And from the south side, they're going to need a little bit of help to get on through. There's a lot of difficult terrain in their way on this south edge. Everybody crunching in towards the central area, Blank, as we get over towards San Martin.
Everybody's making their way on over. D+ managed to grab themselves the roadside, which is actually a very strong position to play up and towards the end game. You do need a bit of a split on it, though, to control the field. When a Groza delivered into the hands of Reefus is a real big deal.
Does swap out the pump action shotgun. Picking up the ammo for it too. Extended quick draw. Nice little resupply there for 4MV. And they'll be happy to march onwards into this match. The last 2 games lie before them. They've started off well. It's about continuation though. It's about momentum, keeping that pace going. In the center side, as we hop over to RRQ, who have been here for a long time, Blank. They have been in the center for a while. Team Liquid right next door to them, playing up on those ridge lines. Make it a little bit hard for them to go for those wide peek outs that RRQ might want to enact to get some control over the northwest side.
If RRQ, these last 2 games are so important to them because they're right on the line. They could make it in with just 1 point right now, technically. Soko heads up towards the northeast, which does benefit D+. But has that really changed much in the past? It'll be up to D+ to prove us wrong here. They deserve to be in the top 3, but 4MV already finding 4 points off the rip. Hard to deny that they're not trying to look for that top 3 right now and have a chance to do it. Just sad that it requires them to go down so tremendously in a previous game to be like, oh wait, let's go back to basics.
Let's remember our core principles, guys. Come on. Doc's like, but the core principle is I go get kills, yes? Eliminations time. Let's find them. Seemingly needed that reminder from last match. No, core principle, stay together, players 1, 4 players stronger together. That's how they're going to play this one, or that's what they're going to need to play in order to get up towards the top 3. Because Thunder Talk won't budge so easily, and they are slap bang in the middle of this circle, Blank.
Hard to chase them. They are very close to Voindonkey, who, like we said before, have done a marvelous job to stay in this one. Bit far for them now, though. RCB, probably the outside chance. The dark horse, I would say, inside the lobby at the moment, with 138 points. They need another chicken dinner, but it's doable. It is doable.
It could be. I mean, from that position that southeast of RRQ right now, there's potential, but they're a little bit downhill. It's a bit stuffy in their area. They can't breathe easy for sure, and they'll have to navigate some difficult areas to that north side of San Martin, around the Hacienda foothills on the west. It's going to be tricky. D+ spots over towards Cellcom Digi Alliance on the southeast side, and Brute Force have taken a knock on the north. If you want to defend your first place spot, this is not the way to start it out, but this res may be coming on through. Seiji Osaka find Voindonki over and towards the middle of the circle.
Yeah, one good shot went through. Should be resable though for Voindonki. 77 out in the blue at the moment, alongside with 4MV in San Martin. D+ still holding that mega split 4-way on that north side. DRS coming through might be the first team that they come into contact with. Similarly to our last game on our angle.
Brute Force have moved forwards, Blank, and they did lose a player to DRS on that back foot, but that shift goes out their way, and it's great news for them. They now have got a nice position around the junction of those paths on the north side of the central area. No teams really can push through the circle to them. Leaving from San Martin is so tough. The question is, what do D+ Kia and DRS do on the north side of it? And D+ looking to rotate around and find their way in from that north edge too.
They already get up to the top side. I think they get the first knockoff over towards DRS. And now the rest of the team comes barreling over towards that location. This is an opening when they desperately need.
D+ Kia looking to put money back on the board. On that northern side, trying to flow over DRS and maybe stop DRS dead in their tracks. It's an important fight for both of them, Blank, to try and progress into that higher bracket of performance at the end of today. We'll have to wait and see how that one concludes. The Vicious scrapping with Cellcom Digi Alliance, who are similarly positioned around that bubble. These two fights, once they conclude, could decide so much about this lobby. And Cellcom Digi Alliance, they're holding on. They've got 3 players alive. Can they stop the Vicious?
Vicious 112. Another goes down. Brunozin's out. David on the outside. Cellcom Digi Alliance. Olio moves up. And that will just be a smoke train being laid down and try and extract.
Doc, no.
Cellcom out this location. Doc's on his own. What a surprise.
That is so sad. He scouted up that west side and decided to go for the crash as a solo. Again, gets pulled out. Reefus is next. 4MV, throw it away. Yet again, this is disaster for them. And they don't even make it far enough to break into the top 3. Blank, it's happened again.
There's not much for me to say, honestly, about this, because if you've been watching, you know what's going on here. It's more worth your time, in fact, that I talk about D+ versus DRS, because there's only so many times that I can say 4MV's pushed by himself, well, Doc's pushed by himself, and it's gone badly.
That is unfortunate. 77 rock up to the Vicious in the meantime on the southeast side and immediately dispatch them. 77 also looking to try and compete for those top spots. Cellcom Digi Alliance, tenuous at best in that 11th place. DRS are around the corner as well. If they could survive this fight with D+ Kia, 77 will dare bear down upon them should they go down, so desperate not to do so on the north side.
DRS is backing off as much as possible. Nades are being expended here, though, unfortunately. That is a great tag, and Osal knows roughly where he's playing at now. Fantastic work on that one. Another knock goes through off the back of that. Killer inside the vehicle, extremely low. Wonderful news for D+, getting 4 eliminations off the back of this.
Gyanti, the last to stand in their way. South Korea looking to push back towards the top spots. Can they return to form in the last 2 matches? The spray down onto Gyanti takes DRS out. Fabian is knocked in the meantime, but it's stage 4 and the zone isn't on them yet, which means that they can get this res on the north side. Next circle is going to come in. It's going to mean a lot for so many. Let's see where it goes. It's down south. We're going back to the town.
For D+, that's somewhat of a death sentence, actually, that circle. They can try and play off the back of the western side, maybe, versus RRQ as well as Team Liquid, but it's an improbable crossing for them to make happen. So I'll be curious to see what their next move is. 77 up against Team Secret. Good nade from Magnum to start things off. Sends another over the top. A little bit short. I think if that one was slightly higher, it might have actually taken down. So as Like
99 points was the boundary, and with that nade, they pushed themselves into 11th. 77 now looking to continue their rise up here. Moving into San Martin, they can get a lot further into this game. 11 teams remain, so a lot of placement points still yet to be added into this lobby, but 77 do not have the position to do it just yet. Secret slowing them down, dragging them back, and they're trying to clamber over the top of them all in the meantime. So Secret, a lot to play for in this engagement, but not going to get too far. Zadira's on the case.
Yeah, honestly, for Team Secret there, this is a case of they're worried, they're scared by this play, and they back it off, and it doesn't work out for them. Good tags, but not quite good enough. Fights start to break out over towards the south side. Now, D+, are they in range to hear those shots? Because if they are, this would be a perfect opportunity for them to move down over towards the south and maybe get a backstab of the Team Liquid whilst they're preoccupied with RRQ.
Here they go,
exactly
straight
what
up.
they do.
Onto the ridgeline as well. Team Liquid now caught. A nice little rotate, an insurgency from D+. They find that ditch. The nades can come through if Team Liquid turn their attention back out that way, but they've got RRQ to worry about. Further off in the distance, Brute Force could take shots, but they don't need to get too bold with it for Brute Force. They just want to hold on to this game and stay alive. Survive in the top 3. It's the name of the game for them. So a little stalemate. D+ Kia keeping themselves relevant.
They hold out both these teams now with that spot as well. It's a really good position to be able to take advantage of. And this why Cardozo was playing out there as well, because they need an anchor on that point. So the RRQ can't rotate round. But he gets completely overwhelmed from an unknown angle because they assume that, well, there's no way RRQ is moving. We can see them right now in front of us. But D+ Kia, very, very well done. Like I said, if they heard the fighting happening over on the south side, that was their only avenue of approach, and it was very lucky on the timing, but they took advantage of it in a big way. Unfortunately, Norbu gets knocked, but there is a good shot from Osal and Chips, which takes down 2 players from RRQ, but Team Liquid might want to get involved.
I like the idea from RRQ. Disengage, re-engage on the sideline for the team that's double holding. And maybe you can put too much pressure on them for them to bear, but it's just not going to work out for RRQ on the roll-up. They're sure they get that opening knock, but that can get rezzed, and there's too much to handle. Now, Snape moving back, Asar as well. D+ Kia could turn their attention down that hill. Team Liquid as well, looking to try and push past, but this has masterful rotation written all over it from D+ Kia, and now Team Liquid are going to have to move. Teams up on the north side, Influence Rage and Brute Force, competing for the top spot itself, will also have to leave their low ground positions.
Yeah, pretty much now for D+, they make the right choice. They move away from RRQ because they know they need to buckle up going forward over towards this position. They need to hold out versus Team Liquid, who, like you say, have to move out into the open. There's plenty of more points available for D+ going forward. Up to 7 eliminations on the game at the moment. Really, really well done. And Norbu spots another on Ayala off in the distance.
D+ Kia now 2 points behind Thundertalk in 3rd place. Primed and ready to jump up over 4MV, who are 159. And they have a lot of opportunity to rack these points up, so we'll see how many more they can get out of this. In the meantime, 77, they've pushed into 11th place blank, and they want to go further. Placement points haven't started to kick in yet, so going down now would be pretty disastrous for them. They've decided to rotate up towards the north. They had an opportunity to go towards Thundertalk, but they didn't go for it. Influence Rage, the crash on towards Brute Force, but both of the 2 teams going to be left in dribs and drabs, and only 1 player from Brute Force left to stand. It's Prepod all the way on the off angle.
But with 3 more points in the game, it's likely they'll stay ahead of Influence Rage. Depending on how well Lil Boy can do into the coming circles. D+, they could rotate down towards a compound on their south, which is exactly what RRQ have done. But they're more preoccupied with getting rid of the 2 players from Team Liquid, and fair enough, they can put up elimination points. That's what's important to them going forward. Voin Donkey, though, finds a long-range shot over towards D+ Kia.
Yeah, D+ Kia sent a player down into the valley to try and get a forward position, and it did get cut through, which is really unfortunate there. In the meantime, Influence Rage with their last player alive. Lil Boy on the inside manages to handle Ayala, and Team Liquid, who tried to descend from under the watchful eyes of D+ Kia, get cut out, and that will be them eliminated. Influence Rage add another point to their tally. They've got 2 eliminations, but there goes the backstop. It's all up to Lil Boy, and 77 will be pushing in on this angle.
Yeah, I don't think D+ actually did send a player down. I think they just got caught on a shot from the sidelines. That was res back up. I'm always assuming they're going to go for this southern rotate down towards where RRQ's playing, which I think is what they're going for right now. In the meantime, 77 still racking up more points. 8 total so far. A very good game for them. They can get even further into this match. It will just see them safer and safer. I think a lot of people would be happy to see 77 get in towards survival stage. They're a great team, and I still don't think that they've shown their true potential here in PMGC. There have been a lot of mistakes. That can't be stressed enough. I know this team has been playing badly, but I don't think that this is a full representation of what this team can do.
77 most likely going to spot the last player from Influence Rage at some point, but the question is when? How many more placements can Influence Rage add up to their scoreline? As the circle shifts out to the northeast, keeps Lil Boy in, but that's going to force 77 to move, and it's very likely that he goes down next.
This is a horrendous spot now for D+ Kiev.
There goes Influence Rage. They take down the teams ahead of them, and they are back in the top 3 blank. 3rd place is theirs. Thunder Talk is still in. Can they compete?
You're avoiding Donkey central at the moment, John. And it's a good position for them to be in, but there is a lot of compounds still available on the sidelines. D+ Kia has to really pick their moment on this one, and they're gearing up to do it. 77 taking shots from the Thunder Talks. All the while, Voin Donkey's taking shots towards them.
King moving forwards, trying to get closer, allow the rest of his team to regroup forwards. Voin Donkey suppressing RCB, trying to move through their buildings. Siaji Osaka as well, caught out on the outside. A sweep around towards the north for D+ Kia against 77. Let's see if they can move this one through. Move it aside. Fabian goes low, gets knocked. Spots Zadira, but can't quite get the spray out in time. And Zadira now stepping up with a pump action. Osal's there, man on the money. And looking to put them back in the top 3 and solidify it too, but it's getting more and more unlikely as he's the last player to stand. He's got a sliver of HP, moves forwards towards Magnum, and 77 are looking to stop him dead in his tracks. D+ out. Thunder Talk need to put a point on the board, and that's it, to be able to jump back up on over.
Well, they have fought hard for their position in 3rd place. A great game from them in a very difficult situation as well. A lot of horrible circles for them to play from the roadside on the east, having to wrap all the way around, taking that opportunity versus Team Liquid. And again, another tough decision for them to try and take a fight with 77 on that north side. I respect all of it. And again, it is Nolbu leading that charge. He has stepped up so much for the team at the very last throws of the tournament.
RRQ, look at a step up too. It's just Snape left on the inside of San Martin. He's going to try and get out of there too. RCB stand in the way, but Siaji Osaka may be able to help with that. If they can take down some of RCB, if Siaji Osaka lose 1 or 2 as well, it could be a little opening for RRQ to try and keep this ascension going. Loxy is brutal with these nades. RCB were looking for a big game here to give them another chance to jump up. 160 around that sort of area is the mark for 3rd place right now. But with Loxy trapped on the outside, they need to get rid of Garnet. The last to stand, and he's gone low.
This is the Loxy that I've been waiting for. Unreasonable shots been sent back over towards CAG as he's crossing. He is so quick on the trigger, so accurate a lot of times. It's hard to even face him when he's out in the open. So very, very well done to Loxy. Needs to get further in. There's the first shot going through to Xing on the Thunder Talks. We'll take them down. This is stage 8, by the way, with 6 teams still in this.
Waiting for Siaji Osaka to leave. RCB on the inside looking for a top 3 finish here, and as many as eliminations as they can get their hands on. 3 players alive. They've lost Silas Blank. That is the steadying hand that you were talking about being the major presence, the major threat from this roster. And now it's time for his teammates to stand tall too. Spraying around on the outside. Garnet does get across. Can they open up and find it? Loxy's there, lying in wait. The bouncer on the nade finds Kimmers, but will not do much more. Siaji Osaka eliminated, and RCB stay alive into the top 4.
Yeah, good shot from Voin Donkey. Again, another good game from Voin Donkey. This has been a hell of a day from them on wild grenades, honestly, from them. Taking down 2. Now looking for the final player in Loxy. There are shots going over towards him already. But it feels like it will be the Thunder Talks laddering up once more in this match. Just off placement points alone. They are somewhat cornered by 77 and Voin Donkey. Voin Donkey, they could have a chance at the top 3 if they're lucky into the last game of the day with a bunch of elimination points. But 77 are desperate for this chicken dinner. It means more to them than does to Voin Donkey at this point in time in terms of seeing themselves safe into the survival stage.
Loxy all but done for there behind the wall. Will go out to the play zone, denies the point. 77, 13 eliminations. And this is what we've been waiting to see from them all tournament long, Blank. They've been confused, bewildered, but finally they find their feet. They're making sweep outs to the north. They're making interesting decisions. And that's what we've been missing. A big nade from Shifu. Lands dead in the hands of Thunder Talk, and the pin is pulled. They have no idea where he is, and Thunder Talk are getting cut down out in the open. 17 eliminations, and 77 are on the warpath. But Voin Donkey ID, they've got some power behind them as well as they surge back on over the ridgeline. 2 players for 77. Rolling on the outside of the circle, and Razor gonna try and pen them in. Shifu's there. He did a lot of damage with the nades to Thunder Talk, but will he be able to do much more? 1 knock, 1 flush. Step by step they go, but it will be a stumble for 77 as Voin Donkey find another chicken dinner. What a day for the team from Indonesia.
It has been a wild day for Voin Donkey, honestly. Really get themselves into that pack mule mentality to pack it away at this point. A ton of points. Very, very well done to them. Again, it's really hard to win a game from that location that 77 played versus Voin Donkey. It's a tough location to play overall, but they extract a huge amount of eliminations from it. And I think that's the most important thing. And they look happier off the back of that game because they know that they've done enough to maybe just secure them a place in survival.
I think you might have hit that the nail on the head. The head on the nail. I don't know. I'm everywhere here with this one, as the last game had me just all confused. But yeah, Voin Donkey getting themselves a win that, I mean, they're already going to be secured through for sure into top 11 as they're still trying to fight for top 3, but we know that fight might be coming to a close here. Whereas 77, Max, they're fighting just to keep their tournament life alive. And that result might have been enough to secure them that top 11 spot.
I mean, we said it, one good game, Jason, could secure your spot into the survival stage at this point for the bottom teams, and that was the game that we needed from 77. And Shifu just had the most easiest setup, Jason. Oh, those nades. I want to say it's a good play, but I'm like, they were just asking to eliminate Thunder Talk at that point. They're just running into them with no cover whatsoever. They didn't have an option, but it's like, well, I have 2 nades. That's resulting in 4 eliminations. Thank you very much, my good sir. And it's perfect for them because, yes, it should secure them a spot in top 11 for the survival stage. And they can relax, Jason. They're in.
Yep. No, they can't relax because you promised us a 77 chicken dinner today.
Oh, yeah. Don't relax. Don't relax. Don't relax. 77, keep going. Get a win.
Oh, man.
Limbs coming through for Voin, 3 for Vaxi, 2 for Potato, 1 for... And Reza just not getting anything, but hey, they got the win anyway, so it's not again. Voin, I don't know how I feel about this team in terms of like overall strength when I look at the group, because I think one thing we all agree on, this group is definitely easier than some of the other groups. But where would you kind of rate Voin if in survival? Do you think they're a team that's going to get through top 16?
Man. The answer is no.
I think sure.
Yeah, I mean, like
on the bottom of top 16, but yeah, outside of that, I think Grand Finals is out of the question unless we see a big change up as of right now. Yeah, top 16 maybe, but more than that seems unrealistic at best.
I believe their coach. I believe in their coach. So I mean, I hope that they're able to hit that homework extra hard, because they got to realize that, man, the job's gonna get really, really intense here in the next few days. So yeah, they have to just pretty much just become a whole different squad. They have to ascend, right? For the survival stage coming up, because there's going to be just too many stacked squads, and we haven't talked about it yet, right? But with that game right there, there's going to be some teams that are heavy hitters that I think now don't have a chance of making it into top 3.
Yeah, they are going to have some storylines that have ended with this game, Hot Jukes, definitely. Some teams are just going to be completely ruined, like, okay, well, nothing to lose anymore, we're just going to send it and ruin life for some of these squads. Maybe, we'll see how it goes. Although, I think we went on, like, the negative of Voin Donkey ID, like, oh, they're going to make it through survival stage. I do want to go, like, just purely gameplay-wise, this match, Hot Jukes, it is very important for teams when it ends in a city to play the outskirts of the city. And Voin Donkey ID did that so earlier than any other team in this lobby, to just then funnel out most of the teams who are trying to leave the city, and then at the end get a good third party on Thunder Talk versus 77. Like, that macro strat was, in my opinion, with this kind of scenario, perfect.
Yep. I mean, they got that zone locked on them right there towards the end, and they took full advantage of it right when they needed to. So, I mean, this team has kind of been that feast or famine squad, I think, for a minute. You see them put up some really good points here and there, and then just kind of fall off the end of the earth in the other games. But, you know, this was a perfect time for them. I love to see teams that are able to clutch it up right towards the end, because the nerves are at an all-time high, dude. You know, so regardless of how good you are as a squad, like, to be able to make sure that you get that chicken dinner and secure it right when you need to is a lot easier said than done.
Well, Max, why don't you talk to me about D+ here? Because that was the team who had a fantastic game. I believe they got 10 eliminations in this last match, so 11 points overall. It was enough to propel them into top 3, though I think with Thunder Talk surviving, they're going to surpass them yet again. But we've been wanting to see the boys from South Korea have a good game, and they finally do have one.
Yeah, finally a good 11-point game with the 1 placement point, 10 eliminations you mentioned. But I was a little bit uncertain what was happening this match, because they sent it to the east of the compound where we saw Team Liquid and RRQ fighting for a pretty long period of time to the west, and they kind of stuck themselves on the cliff between that compound and San Martin, meaning that they didn't really have too much movement space around them. They were struggling to leave that spot. And I think that if they did maybe a similar play to Voin Donkey ID, which is scout from that cliff they were onto and then maybe send it to the northwest of San Martin, that would have been literally a possible game-winning move. But unfortunately, they just get pincered in that position, send it onto brute force, get obliterated on the rotate. They were really having a tough time leaving that spot. But yeah, again, I can't argue with the results. It's 11 points, and that is definitely going to help them for that race for top 3.
Okay, we did see a couple of other results here in this last match. A couple I want to touch on, of course, is going to be towards that second page. Stalwart, Vicious, you know, Stalwart. Those are two teams that are really on the brink of potentially being knocked out, whereas like DRS, Alliance, Secret, they were all fighting to get into top 11. And with this last match coming up here shortly, you really don't know what's going to happen, or I feel like you shouldn't really know what's going to happen, because you should have some teams who have no chance of breaching certain positions, whether it's top 3 or top 11, that might just throw a spanner in the works here, and we might potentially see some of these hot drops. But as we did mention, D+ got into top 3 for a second, as Thunder Talk does take it back by 3 points.
This is getting sketchy, dude. Oh my goodness. It's coming down to the last game once again here, folks, right? 3rd through 6th. Right? I mean, it is a possibility, honestly, for me. I know that, Max, you think that, you know, Regnum Karia still have a shot here, right?
They still have an opportunity. I feel like they've shown a lot of times they have some good rotates, and it's just kind of capitalize on it. I think Blank mentioned earlier, we haven't still seen the true fragging potential of Wild and Loxy, and I do have to be in agreement with that statement. Silas has been a standout and typically should not even be the main fragger of the team. That should be the other players really occupying that role. But yeah, it's going to be Regnum Karabra, 4MV is going to be trying to also catch up a little bit here on the rankings, but Thunder Talk, can they hold down the fort? Can they hold on to that 3rd position? We'll have to see in this final game for the group stage.
Yeah, you guys forgot. It's the last match of the day, which means Team Liquid's going to win. So,
that's right.
Spoiler.
You gotta take that into consideration, right? Vicious, though, they're the team on 11th place. I mean, I think we saw them at 4th place in between like day 1 and day 2, and they unfortunately have just been going down and down on this leaderboard. They are in lead by 10 points. They do have the tiebreaker with the chicken dinner, of course, but RRQ and DRS, there's every opportunity, even Alliance, every opportunity for you to surpass them and get yourself into top 11. It just comes down to, can you have a really good match here when your entire esports career of this year depends on it?
Well, we're going to see. We're going to see. Personally, with knowing just like the history of how the last match of a group stage can be just so wonky, because you got teams just playing so differently because it's the last match, right? It's not likely. That's why I always say you don't want to put yourself in a situation where you're 10 points down on the last game, because it's that much more difficult to do, because all the strategies, everything you know about PUBG Mobile esports, it kind of goes out the window. Like at that point, the last game of the tournament, it's usually won by who can adapt the best, right? And man, teams need to be able to do that here and now. Regnum Karya in particular, like in order for them to have a shot, Max, they'd have to take down Thunder Talk, D plus Kia, all these squads, or even try to at least, they have to do at least hunt down one of them, right?
Yeah.
And win the game and go crazy. So there's a lot of factors here that for me, it's just too much to consider, but you never know. I mean, we could see a miracle for sure.
There are three things always constant in life. No, death, taxes, and Hot Jukes asking for a hot drop on the final game.
Oh.
What? What was that?
One Piece being a horrible anime.
Oh, well, Jason, let's talk maybe in London.
Whoa.
You know, I'm just saying. We'll have a little chat about that one.
Dude, I just saw Max Man. Like, I could heard Max Man's fist just clenching, dude.
But no. Okay, I'll move on from that topic. But it is going to be a close one for these teams. And realistically, I'm not going to lie, looking at the teams in bottom 5, bottom 6, Hodrix, I don't know if you would agree, but I think one team of the bottom 5 might be able to make it out, and that's it. I think we got one slot. Let's not forget that for the last group, only like no one left the bottom 5 in that last game. So it's really tough to leave in the bottom game because the teams above you play it so safe. It's so hard to take them down.
Okay, all right, boys, let's do this, right? The bottom 5 teams, let's all say at the same time which one squad do we think can make it, right? 3, 2, 1, DRS.
Alliance.
One Piece.
Wow.
What a game are you playing, Jason?
You really think Alliance over DRS?
I'm trying to go for something a bit different, and also I don't want to curse anyone, so DRS, please don't hunt me down.
I like that strategy. Oh boy.
I don't know. I think it comes down to, are they going to adapt? I mean, the thing is, I feel like any of those teams are just going to play safe. And I don't know if playing safe is going to be enough, even though a chicken dinner might be enough to get you through. But as we can see on the countdown, 5 seconds left to go before we head into the final match of Group Green, before we do make our way into the survival stage, kicking off next week on Wednesday. So let's put back to our commentators one more time with John Allen and Blake.
The group stages end here with a final trip over Miramar. The desert awaits and it is heating up. So much is at stake for so many teams, and with 24 matches to play, this is the last round.
The last match, the last bastion for some teams to hold on to their spot in the tables. We're on a hard east playing path here, John. Struggle for some of the squads to get to where they want to go, but you got to deal with some of these awkward playing paths sometimes. Just unfortunate that it happens here right at the end of the day. In terms of the leaderboards, there's suddenly a lot of teams vying for positions. 77 might have just secured themselves their position over towards the survival stage off the back of that last game, but anything can still happen. This is the most close we've seen a group so far.
It's so competitive, especially at the bottom end of the tables, right? There are so many teams that have that opportunity. That door is open, but it's just a matter of stepping through it. And it is heavily guarded. The velvet rope remains in place for now. And they will try to lift it, but it's heavier than it looks.
As always, 4MV get themselves a Chumacera shift. Has it worked for them in the past? No. Will it work for them now? We don't know. It could do. We will see what happens here for 4MV. Voin Donkey starting Partona, of all places, and be happy with that result down there. D+ chasing for a 3rd place position as well. They got so terribly close that last game. 162 to 165. It all rides on them and the Thunder Talks. Thunder Talks taking a bit more of a backseat after these last few games, hoping that D+ will trip themselves up. But RCB with 147 points. Chicken dinner, maybe?
I mean, it's a long way off. It's 18 points is the difference between them and 3rd place. It would also require 4MV, D+ Kia, and Thunder Talk to all have a pretty crap game, all things considered. So, I mean, it's possible, sure.
So you're telling me it's possible?
I'm telling you there's a chance. That's exactly what I'm saying. However, super unlikely. We did have a little catch-up with 4MV and also, I think, with the Vicious. So, Stefan, what have you got to tell us?
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This one's going to be quick. It's going to be in regards to 4MV. I got a chance to talk to their coach. They're saying that for this last match, they're just going full aggressive. It's not just going to be Doc by himself. It's going to be everybody else. Now, another team that needs to be able to perform on this last match, it's going to be the Vicious. They have fallen massively, and they're trying to maintain themselves to actually go to survival stage. From what I was talking with Bruno, he's saying that they're not going to be aggressive. They're waiting to be patient. They do have a lead on some of the other teams that are currently in 12th, 13th place, and so on. So they're waiting for the right time. Aggressive and patience. Let's see what ends up winning.
Two opposing play styles. Let's see how it works out for those two squads. 4MV, I mean, sure, if you're going to go aggressive, you need to be together, right? It's not, they were aggressive in the last two matches, Blank. I think that's safe to say. They just did it really badly. It's the issue. It's a question of how you enact that aggressiveness.
Yeah, and right now what we're seeing is a blind Rhino on the side of 4MV, which is easily sidestepped by a lot of our squads. So I think that for 4MV, it's time to take the blindfolds off, scout a little bit, use your binoculars. More importantly, just use your eyes. So right now, there doesn't seem to be a lot of scouting going on for this team. It's just, let's go. We're going to take this position. There might be a team there. Handle it, says Doc loudly as the rest of his team attempts to follow up.
Also, I'm actually already fighting them and already down, so handle it.
Yeah. Pretty much is how it's going. 9th place for 77. What a turn up from them on the 5th match of the day. Again, I was saying this earlier, but it is really difficult in your last two matches when you're on the border, when you're already at risk of leaving the tournament, to have a big game like that. That's not easy to do, and it was a difficult position to do it in. So for 77, it's a massive well done from me. That is a very, very difficult prospect. Finally, to get themselves some luck going their way. RRQ in 12th place. 10 points behind the Vicious, who have dropped down slowly but surely. A couple of good circles. Some fortuitous rotates did sit them towards the top of the tables, but now, once again, they are in the firing line of DRS, Cellcom Digi Alliance, as well as RRQ.
And the other teams besides as well, but I mean, let's talk about the circle for just a second. It's gone all the way down to Shumasera, which is right on top of 4MV Blank. That is a very, very central position that 4MV have been afforded. So aggressive, maybe you want to play a little bit more towards the center and play a little bit more passive here. Opposite story for the Vicious, right? They're over near Torre Hamada, up on the northeast side. Brute Force are out there as well. They're probably going to need to play aggressive to get their way in. So despite their game plan going into this one, it feels like the game has chosen differently for them.
Yeah, and I said this earlier on, but 4MV, I don't think they do well on Chumasera central circles. I don't know why, but it almost feels like they get a little bit claustrophobic when it comes to circles like this, where they're not sure what to do with themselves, because they are such a bouncy team, let's say, where they really do want to get things done. They want to fight, they want to move, they want to rotate, but here they're forced to just sit still. I don't think that bodes well with them.
I'm giving a question mark to the fact that Magnum has no helmet currently. Feels like something that you could definitely get from basically anywhere. So I don't know why he's going around without that head protection. It's going to be potentially a factor in their fights on the south side hills, because you are going to be slowly peeking those heads over the ridge lines, taking those shots. Well, you certainly want to be able to do that. And without a helmet, you're so much more easily sat back.
Osal far rotate over towards the western side, ahead of the Thunder Talks, but the rest of his team is a little bit late behind. The Thunder Talks actually on their north side, looking down the hilltop. If Osal can get a strong position over towards that front line, give them the anchor, potentially they could even take out their opposition early on into this match. But Team Secret, they have eyes on over towards Osal early. There is a shot that goes through to him, which will back him off. No team fire, though. It's a bit unfortunate. Someone takes a shot a bit early.
Not going to be able to find the knock, but do secure a little bit of this zone and push players a little bit further away. Make it known that they're not just going to be passive on that South Road hold. Make it difficult for D plus Kia and Thunder Talk both to move on in. And the fact that D plus Kia and Thunder Talk are so close to each other, Blank, this is a firecracker of a fight for our final match and such a pivotal point on the tables between those two teams.
CAG making their way down. They do take a knock on the backside, though, unfortunately. Should be losing a play for that versus RCB. 8 minutes on the clock. And we'll get our first stage shift in just 20 seconds. Naoto will be flushed out by Silas. A bit more room to play on this northern side. 4MV still holds fairly central. I just won't do too much. Just sticking around in Chumasera for now. Should have found some vehicles, though, just in case they need to make a rotate out. And it does head over towards that western side, towards DRS. In a very strong spot in Ladriera, playing up on the ridge side. Some of the highest ground in this area of the map.
This is a really difficult area of the map as well, Blank. There's those two lines of ridges that run, one through Ladriera, one out to the west side of it. That Ladriera ridge sits on that middle line that you're talking about, with DRS having that position, but you've got RRQ who can move in on the west side. Brute Force can come in late on that angle, and RCB may be looking to move over the top and compete for it too. Every single team's going to have to move, and that southeast side is the hot spot for me. D+ Kia and Thunder Talk, Influence Rage as well, all moving in the same area behind 77.
Goodness me. 77 managed to get themselves into a good spot in Minister and Morales, but like you said, there's tons of teams all following them. D+ Kia on a wide rotate over towards Via the Mar. They could even actually slot themselves in underneath DRS, which would not be a bad play. I mean, playing Via the Mar isn't ideal. It's very much on the low ground, but again, you're just looking for safety at this point because it's a very dangerous circle.
Hoping that you can find something. RRQ actually leave that western ridgeline. It is quite far towards the west side of this next circle, meaning it's not as strong as it could be. That Ladriera ridge really the mainstay point of this one, and it's DRS's right now. Nobody yet in Via de Mar, but finally D+ Kia are going to move into the east side of it, 77 close by. The fact that none of these teams out in the east have actually gone into a fight just goes to show how nervous, well, maybe not nervous, but how cautious they're playing on this last match when so much is at stake.
For this particular lobby, there is a lot on the line. It is just so ridiculously close at the moment. Some teams have been able to break out. And again, we cannot congratulate Voin Donkey enough for the performance that they've shown today. It has been just unbelievable. Some great aggression in the early game into some very solid games towards the end with just safety plays. Even them getting themselves another chicken dinner on that last match. Just wonderful work overall for them. 137 points, sees himself very, very safe to survival stage. RCB have to turn tail, though. Head over towards the west here in Ladriera, potentially pick up one of the positions on the northwest side.
Voin Donkey ID. Central, so are 77, so are DRS. This is all ground-grabbing tactics here. And the land wars are on for the central areas of this one. Everybody with something at stake. They can pitch their claim and make it known. Next circle, it goes to the east. Brute Force going to have to leave that ridgeline. That's that western ridgeline I was talking about. And again, it keeps that Ladriera ridgeline in play. From the north side, RCB could look to move down it.
Very much a possibility here. I mean, Stalwart are in the area. Brute Force may be looking to get across to the other side, but they are out in no man's land for the time being. Still fighting out for that first place spot, by the way, versus Influence Rage. Currently have 179 points. Both D+ as well as the Thunder Talks have not gone down yet. And the Thunder Talks go for something a little bit more safe over towards the southeast side. And Chumasera tucking themselves out of action, trying to get high placements.
I feel like the approach for Influence Rage is a little tougher. Actually, no. To be honest, they're all really, really dastardly approaches for Influence Rage, for Brute Force, the two teams competing for that first place spot. You're right, Thunder Talk looking to defend. They also have that tough approach through Chumasera to get past 4MV as well. With so much at stake. Secret on the southeast side, Nolbu, the flex out angle for D+ Kia right now. And they're playing right towards the edge. Fabian chimes in. from the backline, and Olbu kept safer. South moves into position. They are marshalling their forces towards Team Secret, who are trying to get around behind them, but it's not going to be allowed. And this is great news for D+ Kia to open the bidding.
D+, even if they're able to get quite a few points over on this southeast side, pick up quite a big margin off the back of it. The fact that Thundertalks are right now playing really passive and have to pass through Cellcom Digi Alliance in a dangerous area, as well as 4MV. I don't know how the prospects look for the Thundertalks right now, but for D+ Kia, there's a potential of a whole lot more points just defending on this south side of the map.
Oh, Neo spotted, has to hop up, does stay safe for the time being. The rest of Brute Force flexing out, getting some scouting done. Prepod still on the back line, waiting for that third party. They've somehow managed to get into this compound blank. 77 allow them through. RRQ didn't quite have the angles to stop them. Freezer trying to isolate that ridgeline. They're establishing themselves here. This is how you move into a compound and create that space that you need to get into these next circles. And it's how you win championships. If they can do things like this consistently, I'm hoping that over in those grand finals where, to be honest, it's almost certain we're going to be seeing them now, they may be onto a winner. So we'll be looking forward to that.
Heading into stage 4 soon. This is where things start to get a little bit more dangerous. 10 seconds on the clock before that does shift out. Team Secret just cannot find themselves a home and are likely to be one of our first teams to drop out from this tournament in Group Green.
That vehicle can't have much longer left on it. One player down. They've already lost one, so only the two remain. And the vehicle's going to go up in smoke soon enough. Cellcom Digi Alliance smell blood in the water. And a chance to make it happen. Influence Rage are going down in the meantime as well, Blank. Over on the northeast side with 4MB, with CNG Osaka. Team Liquid is surrounding them. So potentially not a 16th place for Team Secret if they can stay alive for just that little bit longer.
Leons from Cellcom Digi Alliance sending some nades over top. 7 in the back pocket. You're right. Influence Rage takes a whole bunch of damage. Down to just one player now. And Brute Force might have just secured themselves that first place off the back of that one, especially considering the fact that they have time to live down this south side. D+ get locked out, but as do the Thundertalks. But they have found a narrow opening over on that eastern side and might be able to even get themselves over towards a good position inside the circle. Shots over towards the Vicious is from RCB, who are alive in this situation. 2 players down and looking to head further up the tables here.
Reyes with a nade up on high towards Loxy. Needs to be careful. Flush is not coming through. Wild is Resible on the inside of the church. Another nade goes to Loxy and gets the knock. If he can find another one, doesn't have any more in the back pocket for Reyes. He runs dry. And the Vicious, they're taking shots from a third-party angle. I think that's COG Osaka. And it's DRS as well, who are taking the shots and will keep RCB in it. The Vicious are down and they are on the bubble. It all hangs in the balance. What can be done by RRQ, by DRS, by Cellcom Digi Alliance?
This is now a time to send on forward, and it was not Team Secret to go out first. It was the Vicious, and you're right. That opens things up. With them not profiting at all, there is a clear avenue of success. 4MV started things off by bullying CAG, which went terribly after a while, and now it's time for 4MV to get a little bit of own back. Nade over the top side, fantastically placed, and CAG is out. They will not be joining us in the survival stage or the remainder of the PMGC.
When that old bad blood breaks to new mutiny, 4MV stand up above it. And 162 now is their scoreline with the 3 eliminations they find off the back of the fight. They are in competition, and they will not go down that easily. Up and into the position above Team Secret. There's 2 more still to play for. Baron has flexed out. In from the south side. Cellcom Digi Alliance also looking to compete for the high ground. Need to be careful. Baron could just get rolled down here and now.
Cellcom Digi Alliance heading over the top. There is Team Secret below. Do Team Secret take shots over to Cellcom Digi Alliance, or does 4MV able to hold their own versus them? But they're getting knocked down. Cellcom Digi Alliance finds one. Jimmy opens things up, but now only 2 players left remaining for 4MV. But it's Team Secret to chime in from the backside. They're taking more shots as... Oh dear, that's gone terribly wrong for Cellcom Digi Alliance. Currently in 12th place as well, John.
Spray down onto Apex, and now it's just Doc left to stand. Can he run his apology tour back with 1 player up on the top rope? It's Olio looking to rain down bullets upon him. Team Secret put pressure on, and a flex out comes through from ThunderTalk all the while. Out they go to the top of the hill to play spoiler, defend their place in the finals, and in they go to the fight. Over towards Olio, they dispatch one, but put two in his place. Team Secret look to move up and over, and it might be all done for 4MV. Are they going to be cut short here? It's all up to Reapers now. The nade over the top from Break. He's pushed back off the ridgeline. So is Jaiki, as ThunderTalk continue to put pressure on. Team Secret dispatched, and the reses, they're not there for 4MV yet, but they're happening slowly. Can they get themselves back to their feet? The nade from King is enough to take them out, and 4MV cannot make the distance. Pushed down in fifth place.
Damn, that feels very bad for 4MV, and 4MV fans alike. Unable to keep things going, step into a bad fight there, and no scout over towards Team Secret means that they go down. Donkey still putting on the pressure over towards 77. D plus Kia, they take a knock in the process, but have found 2 eliminations. ThunderTalks, though, pulling ahead. And from the eastern side, they control so much space, John. And with 2 loot crates in front of them, this is a wild time for the ThunderTalks.
Looking to defend their spot here, but D plus Kia will give it a good go. You can bet on that. Donkey. See the wrong end of the scope there from them as well. And as D plus Kia look to add more points on ThunderTalk, they're on the far side of the ridgeline blank. The crossing that sits ahead of them, difficult.
Zadira finding Osal. Not a good moment to start off with, but they will finish him off. And that's D plus Kia up to 3 eliminations, clearing out the opposition on their north side, but it's Donkey ahead of them. Brute Force off towards their northwest. They are in it to win it here, John.
And remember that bubble at the bottom here. DRS with their high ground position in a spot to maybe do something here. Brute Force could go down as well. But with Influence Rage getting curtailed in the meantime, that may not be as bad as it seems to them. They have only got a 6-point lead though, and Lorazin is isolated from all of this fighting.
Next target will be Donkey for D+. They need to get some kind of... Sorry, that confused me for a second. There's 2 players so fast. They need to get some kind of aggression over towards that north side, claim a bit of land for their own as we head into stage 6 very soon. There's Stalwart finding shots over towards Team Liquid, but I think Stalwart might have done enough here to keep themselves in this one, unless RRQ and DRS go all the way to the end game.
It would be something quite special. And Stalwart can stay alive for a little bit longer as well. Team Liquid just trying to find an opening near ThunderTalk on the far side, who are just trying to stay alive now. RCB pushing in. With ThunderTalk doing what they've done so far this match and looking set to survive a lot later, RCB's chase might be futile. But they will give it a go. They do not want to let that opportunity waste. If they can afford it, they will give themselves that platform. See if they can bring Turkey back to the global stage. Into the top spots. The next circle. It pops central. It cuts ThunderTalk's position out. It keeps D+ in.
So important for them. Team Liquid up against Stalwart. One good shot around the side. We'll find one, but it's Stalwart coming back into this one. Fearless. Braving the building. We'll get 2 knocks off the back of that one as Team Liquid try to regroup on that north side, but Stalwart had already laid down the fortress. It was just the turrets on the sidelines to take down the majority of Team Liquid. So for Jason, no easy Team Liquid win to finish off their tournament run here. Donkey, though, finding a shot onto Norbu. That's very bad news. Leave them down as just 3 players. And again, there's no one really to challenge the ThunderTalks on this eastern side.
They have to make a move, though. I mean, they have to move and probably pass Lorazin. If Brute Force can just outlast the Brazilian opponents, they will claim this top spot blank unless ThunderTalks get some miraculous results, and maybe they can do it here. RRQ crashing into Brute Force, but Snake goes down. 2 players for Brute Force, maybe too much to handle here as Frieza up and down the stairs. Fnatic tries to crash down for the assistance, but there's top shots coming through from Donkey as well. Frieza with the 1, looks for a second as well with a pump action around the doorframe. He's low, steps aside for the spray down, and it heads back upstairs. Looking to try and heal, stay safe, allow the teams around him to take the shot to Fnatic as well, and in he goes goes. Brute Force fall down. Can Influence Rage do enough from the east side here to push past them? But with 3 elims on the board, 187 is the mark.
Even if they're able to get a second place here, John, they need eliminations. 6 points is not enough to see them into that first place. And there's one, so that's some... Oh, actually, 186 would put them up there.
Down they go.
They still need 2 eliminations yet. So it is Brute Force to secure that top spot. But we still have Thunder Talks in the game with 6 eliminations so far in this match. And it's looking ever more dire for
DRS go down. DRS go down. Blank, that's a team that was chasing the Vicious. Now it's only RRQ that can upset it. And the Vicious may have just hold on to the bottom set of bubble. And that is crazy to think. We were looking at those teams beneath them and thinking they could resurge. DRS had such a strong position, but RCB are on fire today.
7 elims so far. RCB leading the charge with Stylus right at the front of the chariot. Doing some very, very good work. D Plus down to 3 players. Thunder Talks on the other side. Top 5. D Plus would need a ton more eliminations to make this work, and they have been completely cut out by Voin Donkey. And it's an unfortunate timing for Voin Donkey to suddenly step up in performance here, John.
And the Vicious maintain their spot. Just about. They will make it to the survival stages. We've cut out the bottom 5, but it's still all to play for around the 3rd place bubble. It's looking likely that we're seeing 3 EMEA group champions as well moving into these finals. Blank, that's a great result for the region. But let's see who's going to join them, because Thunder Talk, they're on the defense, and they may also be able to push them off of that top spot too.
Push back down the hill. Circle shifts far down towards that south side. Doesn't really cut D Plus in, but will force Voin Donkey to move. It all comes down to placement points at this point in time. And a few eliminations. Realistically for D Plus, if they want this game to go their way, Thunder Talks have to go out 4th. And then a couple of eliminations need to go through to D Plus or get a 2nd place. And hope beyond hope that they get just a couple, 1 or 2 elims on their side.
I feel like Thunder Talk are kind of primed to be going down here, though. They're going for that bold sweep out, and actually they're putting a player forward. So maybe that is just their insurance gambit here, moving Sheng into that position along the roadside, keeping RCB backed up against the wall. They're not actually going for that sweep. They're just putting pressure on. Voin Donkey want to get rid of D Plus here and ruin their chances of making a top 3 as well, potentially. We've got 2 teams battling for the top 3 spot. And we've got RCB and Voin Donkey, who have been standing up strong today. What a way to close down the group stages. Every single one of these teams deserves to be here.
The biggest thing right now is Voin Donkey. Do they opt to try and take this fight with D+, or do you start thinking about what is your next move inside this lobby? Because you need to head down the hill. RCB needs to head down the hill. They know there's a team waiting from the roadside. For the Thunder Talks, they might have secured themselves an insane position. Obviously, RCB currently have the high ground. They move down. But as the circle gets closer and closer towards this roadside, Thunder Talks get more and more capability inside this match, and King already finds 1 as the circle's closing, which might just mean RCB goes down to 3 off the back of this.
Thunder Talk making their move now. RCB will light them up, so will Voin Donkey if they have angles on it. You'd think the D+ Kia would be all too happy to, but they're not. And they haven't made all the way across the crossing. They draw short and up to the ridgeline. Loxy's within nade range now, but the top side still cannot protect them. RCB getting torn down bit by bit. Silas is next. Loxy up into the tree. What have you got? There's nades there. And Sync does go down. That's their forward position for Thunder Talk. So still, danger is afoot here. 7 eliminations. Won't be enough to chase all the way. But finally, D+ Kia have found an angle with chips.
They need that angle as well. Taking shots up towards Voin Donkey in the process. They need to get rid of Thunder Talks on this eastern side. They're going to be broadside soon. Voin Donkey gets sent off with Zeta going down to a knock there. D+ might have just been able to sit on this south side and get themselves away from a lot of the action. Good nade over towards Silas. That's 3 players down, and a big pickup from D+. Being able to take down one of the players on the high ground might just be they're able to finish off these players in the front line, and that's going to be a massive amount of points going through to D+.
But it would also mean that Thundertalk stay alive, Blank, and because of the placement points gonna get started to adding onto their tally, that could change the tune. They don't want to take down these teams on the high ground. Sure, get those elimination points on side, but you need Thundertalk to be going down here and now.
D+ being very slow about this, opting instead to take this moment to move down the hillside. And Thundertalk's currently a little bit more preoccupied with the players up on high. Might not have spotted D+ coming in through from the sidelines.
Donkey back up to 4 players, getting that res coming on through, but RCB look to roll straight on into it. That's not going to happen. 3rd place now guaranteed for Thundertalk. The points start to come through now, and this is dangerous for D+ here. They need to take them out, and it might just be able to grant their wish here as Donkey chime in. The roll down, it's a desperate breakout for Osal. He's sweeping through, and from the sidelines, D+ Kia make it work. How many of the points do they get? Have they done enough? Will the chicken dinner be able to make it work for them? Because Donkey now are the only thing that's going to stand in their way, and taking the team from PEL down with them.
It is so uncertain at this point. All 3 eliminations might sit them close. Chips at an awkward angle, leaning off to the left-hand side to prevent the shots from going through, but Zeta finds one. We're on the last circle here. Donkey have to come off the hillside. It's Fanfian and Osal still alive, bandaging up. The smokes are there to keep them under cover, but they need a knock right now as it's 4 players from Donkey stampeding down the hill.
Donkey, Osal under pressure now from the top rope. They're looking to try and drink the soil from underneath them and push D+ Kia back to the edge, right to the wire. It's all on Osal. Does he have enough? That point could be crucial. Blank, every single point matters now for D+ Kia. And Donkey, the only thing that can stop him, but the blue zone comes, and it does not wait. It will stretch out behind him, and Osal may look for the res. No, just moving into position. The flush onto Favian, and Donkey want to play spoiler to South Korea. Osal with a nade sent his way. He's got one in response, but it may not be enough. Donkey get another chicken dinner today. A magnificent result for them. But what has happened to the 3rd place bubble?
It's unbelievable what Donkey's been able to do over the final day. I personally don't think D+ has made it. Sadly, it will be right down to the wire, but I think Thundertalk's had quite a few eliminations by the end of that one. It'll be real close, but D+, they turn it on, but way too late. And I think even the guys understand it over there. They'll be waiting to hear the news, but oh my days, what a sad way to end it.
Thundertalk may have done enough to defend, but it is as well a triple group championship for EMEA, which I'm pleased about. What's happened to that 3rd place? What are the tables looking like? There's only one way to find out. It's with Jason and the boys.
Jason, the boys here to break down that last game. You can see, I think, on the face of D+, that they knew they did not come close enough to take away 3rd place from Thundertalk. But obviously, as you did hear, I mean, Donkey have had a fantastic day, but the day is unfortunately not going to be enough for them to get into a top 3, but at least gets the momentum they need into the survival stage kicking off next week here, gentlemen. A very tough game indeed, very tough to watch from so many different angles, but Hot Jukes, they first of all 4MV going out early, no chance for them to get top 3, and D+, if they just somehow held on up against Void, maybe stop the res, as Max did point out, potentially they could have surpassed and taken 3rd. Who knows?
Oh man, it's the worst feeling on the planet, dude, because you could just see the look on their players' faces, the thoughts running through their mind, just thinking all the plays we could have done differently, the adjustments we could have made, and man, all it took was probably just a handful of points to make it in. I mean, we still have to see the leaderboards in order to make it official here, but man, Thundertalk clutching it up right there on the end. I mean, they did not just lay down and let the zone, predict their future. They went out there, they put in the work, and they made sure that they were going to get that ticket on over to London. But you know what? I also got to give some love to Donkey here, because we were talking about this squad and what we think they're going to do during survival stage. Winning a game like this right at the end is definitely going to do great things for their morale going into that.
I do have to say, Hodrix, right now, for me, the 2 most improved teams are going to be RCB and Donkey ID. I think that there's definitely a lot of hope after their current performance heading into the survival stage, so I'm definitely happy to see them improve so quickly, especially in the last 2 days of this group Green. But as we were seeing there during the B-roll after the game, there's so much heartbreak for some of these teams, and especially D plus Kia. So close, yet so far. It was a good game plan, but man, the fact that Voin were able to just fully revive themselves from a solo player back up to 4 and then just completely control that high ground position is an insane comeback I was really not expecting. But I think they definitely gave it their best shot. But not only that, we do have to mention also, right, Hodjux, looking at RRQ, looking at DRS, they had a shot at escaping the bottom 5, but as we saw, it's going to be single-digit points, and I do not think it's going to cut it because they were about 10 points away from the Vicious in 11th.
Yeah, makes total sense. And this is why I keep talking about it. You know, like you don't want to have a 10-point gap going into the final game of the day because there's just too much chaos, too much unpredictability. Teams are going to be just so desperate for points. They're going to play extra risky. And we saw, you know, this circle didn't help out either. So by stage 5, we already had half the lobby gone, and the desperation you could definitely see in these players' faces. Nice run over there, by the way, from Osal. But man, you know what? It's going to make that survival stage just that much more interesting, dude. Because you got, you know, the previous global championships in Silas, right? They're going to be in the survival stage. You have some monster squads there from the other groups. So, I mean, that's what my eyes are going to be really looking forward to here in the future.
Oh, we can see here 21 points for VD as D Plus taking 13, Thunder Talk taking 13. And we already know D Plus were behind Thunder Talk. So to me, that already says that unfortunately D Plus will not advance through to the grand finals. They'll have to play at the survival stage. I just wonder by how many points is it going to be?
Not many.
Not many.
It's going to be a fraction of points. It's going to be so close, but
I mean, it's all about looking back, right? Like, let's say it's less than 5 points. It's like, if we just got this elimination here, or we just didn't rotate that way in this one match, you could have been in the grand finals. I think that's one of the hardest pills to swallow here for any of the teams.
Yeah, you're just going to hurt yourself if you think that way. I think the ones that should be thinking that way is 4MV, more specifically, to be completely brutally honest right now. I think that they are the ones looking, if we didn't do that crash, we would have been maybe top 3, who knows. But here we go at the bottom.
Vicious run off by himself.
You said we? Yeah, I was about to say it should have.
Yeah, okay, dog. Yeah, fair enough. But Vicious, man, they were playing with fire, Hot Jukes. The fact they get 0 points this game, get eliminated so quickly in this game, when teams like DRS and RRQ are just hot on their heels. And yet, I still don't believe that was enough. Like, they were in a risky spot, but luckily enough, it should be just what they needed to secure a spot in top 11.
Yep, I think so too. Yeah, I mean, it's really solid from the Vicious to make it all the way to the survival stage because nobody believed it. Nobody believed in them for sure. And they definitely were in a decent spot in the leaderboards for a good side of this tournament. So I'm really proud of the squad, you know, coming in from the Latam region to be able to go ahead and make it on over to the next stage. It's still a possibility for them. It's going to be difficult, that's for sure, right? But I mean, they have a chance. And regardless, they're going to learn from it. So it's a good thing for sure.
You broke my heart, Max.
It hurts.
You said that 77 will get a chicken dinner.
Let's see it.
Oh.
And they didn't get a chicken dinner.
Cool.
3 points! Oh my God. 3 points, baby! Oh, you hate to see it. And they would have won the tie, right? So yeah, if D plus Kia would have been able to win that last fight, they would have made it into the grand finals.
Yeah, they would have gotten 4 more placement points, which would have been enough, and not to mention the 4 limbs on top of that, so they easily would have been able to actually get through, and I think even surpass Influence Rage, if I can do my math correctly. Wouldn't quite pass Brute Force, unfortunately, but either way, that's what's going to happen at the end of this group, and that means D+, 4MV, Regnum Karya, VD, Team Liquid as well, all going to be playing in a survival stage, while these 3 teams get to chill for that extra week of time and really get themselves prepared for the biggest event of the year.
It's actually very, very interesting. On this first half of the leaderboards, no one moved. No up or down arrows. Like, everyone was just completely still in this final game because everyone was able to get a few points here and there, and it was just they remained completely idle in the leaderboards. But here we go. Even here, no one moved. Okay, but wait, none of the 16 teams moved. Okay, very interesting. But yeah, Vicious, sure, it was a 0-point game, but as we saw, Hodrix, that was enough, and RRQ and DRS, unfortunately, that was not quite enough at the end in this game to make it survival. And we'll also say goodbye to Alliance, CAG Osaka, and Team Secret here for Group Green.
Wild. So unfortunate for those squads. I mean, DRS especially, right? Because we thought they had a chance, right? They were right there on that 11th, got dropped down, and then back up, and then back down once again. Hopefully these guys, you know, could put in the reps, because I think this is a team that we could definitely see, you know, improve here as time goes on for sure.
I don't know, man. How many opportunities are they going to get before we stopped saying that.
I'm being very
they have
positive.
the lowest eliminations. they played at national events like this before. I mean, they're seen as the best Nepal team, but we know there's more to offer, and we're just not seeing DRS unfortunately live up to how strong players and of course how passionate fans are from the Nepal region. But at the end of the day, here for Group Green, we can see Doc going to be leading the charge when it comes to our limbs and damaged out, even with a very rocky performance today overall from the team. I mean, he still had a damn good performance over the course of Group Green.
It's just so crazy, dude. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've seen this, right? A player that, you know, we're criticizing for not grouping up with his squad, but he's the MVP and he didn't even make it to the finals. What is going on here?
He's an MVP with a 17.25 average survival time. That is insanely low for an MVP to have. Like,
wild,
okay, he
dude.
got away with murder here. Okay, MVP of Group Green, we know his MVP potential, but what?
Even his average damage has gone outside the bounds of our little pentagram
Yeah.
here. He did that much damage, he surpassed the highest player, which is himself. But he surpassed himself. No, I mean, that's just what Doc does, right? We talked about PMWC. His team finished 11th. He was still one of the top 10 players of the entire event. He is a very strong player. And that's, I think, why we talk so highly about them, that we know how strong 4MB can be. But there clearly needs to be some change up in their style. But we can see the teams qualified: Brute Force, Influence Rage, Thunder Talk, all getting to the grand finals. And of course, our 8 teams going to be playing in the survival stage.
You know what? I'm changing the narrative, dude. Doc doesn't need to slow down with his team. The team needs to catch up to him, you know? It's the other squad's fault for not being there when he is pushing, dude. Because, I mean, what else can I say? The numbers don't lie. This dude's a beast, you know? If the other teammates can just make sure that they're that step quicker, it'd be interesting to watch.
Okay, well, here's our qualified teams from all the groups. You can see if you missed out on any of these weeks, we had Team Spirit make it through, Navi make it through, TJB, DRX, Alpha 7, Enigma Galaxy as well. Crazy to see, considering each group, I mean, not each group, but Group Yellow and Group Green had some insanely strong teams from South Korea. Just unfortunate Mir and Sejong and D+ didn't make it into it just yet. But of course, Alpha 7 being joined by the brother team of Influence Rage.
It is quite impressive to look at Group Green, because I think that, Jason, when we're looking at this, you're looking at Team Spirit, your DRX, Alpha 7, Enigma Galaxy, all of these guys, they're like huge names in PUBG Mobile Esport. And I gotta say, Brute Force able to make it up there with those big names is actually quite impressive. So I think they're gonna have a real hard time in the finals, but Brute Force right now looking like a possible underdog for the finals already.
Oh yeah.
It pains me to say this, that EMEA was #1 at the end of each group.
John was right.
Well, he's not here anymore, so I guess we could say that. But these are all the teams that we playing in the survival stage, and it's going to be in the format of each group playing against each other across different days. So, for instance, like Group Green will play against Group Red one day, then Group Green versus Yellow one day, Group Red versus Group Yellow one day, until we do have our top 16 teams will make it through into our last chance, where only 6 teams qualified for the grand finals from there. So it only gets more difficult from here if you're one of these teams.
I already have a few names in mind, Hodrix, that might not make it to the last chance, but after that, the teams that are going to make it in the finals. Out of these squads, that's so hard to predict. I have no idea who's going to make it.
It is I can't even, I'm not even gonna pretend like I know, because I mean, this whole entire tournament has been we've been filled with surprises, right? Squads who have outperformed that we didn't expect, and now with all these monster squads in this stage, it is the true group of death.
I cannot wait to see what's going to happen. Of course, that'll be happening on Wednesday of this coming week. We'll be starting a day earlier than we normally have before. But I completely agree with what you said, Max. Looking at this, I cannot tell you which teams, with any sort of level of certainty, will be make it into grand finals at all. It's just, it's too difficult to say. Any team can pop off. For instance, like Major Pride, they were insanely good in Group Yellow. They looked horrible in PMSL. So it really just comes down to those couple of days of play. If you can be a pop-off team, you can get yourself through.
Yeah,
but
all I'm going to say is don't diss us in the comments for our predictions. It's hard, man.
Okay, well, in the meantime, let's head down to Steven once again here on the stage, who does have an interview with 2 players set up for us.
That concludes Group Green, as we finally know the 3 teams going to be moving to the grand finals in London. But right now, I'm joined by none other than Potato the Agidel for VD. After 4 hard-fought days, you guys were changing strategies, you guys were changing rosters too. How is the team feeling going into survival stage with this positive momentum that you guys have right now?
Oke, setelah 4 hari yang sangat sukar buat pasukan Van Donkey, setelah bergonta-gantinya pemain, setelah bergonta-gantinya taktik dan juga strategi, gimana perasaan kamu sendiri dengan momentum yang sangat positif ini?
Perasaannya sih pasti senang ya, karena kita juga impian anak-anak juga, anak-anak baru nih yang katanya baru, cuman dari adaptasi mereka langsung bisa nyatu lah sama lobby global, dan momentum ini kita benar-benar pertahankan lah buat di next week besok.
Yeah, so basically, of course, I feel very, very happy with the current performance right now. And yes, many people say that I'm carrying a fresh talent, which is they are new young blood that playing in this lobby, like a global lobby. But then yet they can adapt with the lobby itself. So I'm really proud of them, and I hopefully that we can bring this momentum into next week and secure our slot to London.
Well, it's not just going to be you guys hoping that you can bring that momentum. Terima kasih. I'm pretty sure everybody from Indonesia is going to be pulling for that team now. As I did mention, we do have 3 teams that are going to be moving on to the Grand Finals. It's going to be none other than Brute Force, Influence Rage, and TT Gaming. But I have none other than Law next to me from Influence Rage. Law, you surprised a lot of viewers with the performance you guys were able to do here. How does it feel to achieve this milestone? It's going to be your 2nd Grand Final.
Então, ele falou que vai ser a sua segunda vez na final, que vocês surpreenderam a maioria dos espectadores. Então, como você está se sentindo?
Estou muito feliz, a gente trabalhou muito por isso, e acredito que a gente está colhendo os frutos, mas acredito que a gente tem muito trabalho ainda porque tem a final, né?
So he said like they're very happy, of course. They work hard for this, and now they're getting like the results they deserve it. But of course, they still have the final, so there's like a lot more work to be done.
Well, you know what? We keep talking about the finals. Let's talk about the finals. Is there any message you want to send out there to the teams that have already qualified directly?
Então, falando nas finais, o que você quer falar, uma mensagem para as equipes que já estão na final?
Não tenho muito o que dizer para eles. Acredito que a gente vai vir preparado e vamos fazer o nosso, né? Que eles que se preparem melhor.
So he said there's nothing much else to say. Like, you guys have to be ready because we are ready for you guys.
I like that. 2nd Grand Final. He's feeling more confident. But don't worry, we still have a lot more action coming. Survival stage last chance. So stay tuned because this is just getting started. And the group of death is actually coming. Back to you guys.
Man, Law was like ready to already go straight over to London there, ready to leave the stage, board the plane, and get on over to the UK. But great to hear from Law. Great to see him back in PMGC as well. But it's going to be tough, man. Like, we keep talking about groups of death, but PMGC is going to be the real group of death when we get to those grand finals, because no one can predict out there reliably who they think is actually going to win, except maybe Alpha 7.
They're a contender. Definitely.
Dude, I wanted to know that from Law, and I can't wait to see how he feels about it, because the last time we saw him at PMGC, he was wearing an Alpha 7 jersey. You know what I'm saying? So now he's going under new banners, under Influence Rage. I'm excited to see what these guys can do. Maybe a little bit of a rivalry?
Maybe.
I'll just wait for Max to chime in on that one.
I didn't have anything.
Obviously, that's still a few weeks away, but you know it's not too far away.
That.
If you could check your mailbox right now, Hot Jukes, I did just get word that Blank has joined the show once again here on his Infinix GT20 Pro. He looks so good in 120 FPS and 144 Hertz, I have to say. And maybe Blank can play like the Pro. Is that the same picture used for your Blank body pillow, Max?
No. Yes.
Well, hopefully you bring that body pillow over to the UK, which you guys can maybe see and sign, as you can still pick up tickets for the grand finals between the 6th and 8th of December. There's a lot of activities for you guys to participate in. You can potentially destroy this body pillow, whatever you want to do with it. I would definitely throw it off the highest building I could possibly find in the UK. But it's a pillow, so it's not really going to do much, is it?
No, why? Do you not like Blank secretly, Jason? What's happening?
So that's going to do it for the show here. Let's get some final thoughts here about the group and, of course, what's to come up next week. Survival stage, last chance. Group Green, though, how do you feel like it played out, Hot Juice?
Oh, man, it was crazy, right? I think we had some surprises. The biggest one for me, am I going to pick Brute Force or Influence Rage? I think influenced Rage out of those two squads. Because, I mean, I think that's a team that even though they're stacked roster, you know, nobody really expected to go ahead and pop off the way they did. So, I mean, big ups to them. I'm so proud of them, and I can't wait to see what they do in the finals.
Max, what's your thoughts?
I mean, for me, the surprise would have to be Brute Force, personally, Hodges. I think that they've had a really big surprise in Group Green. Of course, it was the easiest group maybe to qualify, but still a really, really good performance overall. And Jason, we've seen so many massive upsets in every single group leading to the Grand Finals, and I can tell you, they're going to be hungry going into the survival stage, so you better be there because it is going to be a tough time to reach the Grand Finals in London.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our last group stage here, but we still have survival stage followed up by last chance kicking off next week over on Wednesday. So you only have 2 days off now instead of 3 like the previous weeks. But of course, it just gets more difficult from here. Only 16 teams can move on from the survival stage of 24 to find out who our 6 final teams for PMGC Grand Finals will be. Hope you guys have a good couple of days off, and we'll see you soon for some more PUBG Mobile action.
Bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. More fire, grow that fire, pure fire, yeah? Pure fire, grow that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the door, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire. Could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, war, fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Waves up, lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, fire, yeah? War, fire, fire, pure fire, grow that fire, pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat like we're bringing the hot. Pure fire, yeah, more fire, grow that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire, grow that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, grow that fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. More fire, grow that fire, pure fire, yeah. Pure fire, grow that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat and you know that the deal. Getting the door, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Waves up, lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, fire, yeah. More fire, fire. that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat, that we're bringing the hot. Pure fire. Yeah, more fire. Throw that fire. Pure fire. Yeah, pure fire. Throw that fire. Pure fire. Fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. More fire. Fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, wait, so lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. Pure fire. Pure fire. More fire. Pure fire. More fire. Pure fire. Fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, we could've gone lifted higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild. More fire. Fire. We're gonna come bring that fire. Yeah, wait, so lift that higher. Yeah, out of control, inferno, wild, wild. Fire. More fire. Throw that fire. Pure fire. Yeah, pure fire. Throw that fire. We get real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet my side. In the dark is a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's back for the bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock, selling our beats and we're selling the.
I saw a heap of airdrops down the lane, searching the field, we need a plan. I got a feeling something's gotta change, chasing the wind no matter what it takes. You be the one, I'll be the next, where do we go? Clickety-clack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I, hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong,